Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you at whichever part of the world you're currently watching us from, and welcome to the Power of Africa Conference 2023, where the future is Africa. My name is Lwatile Matlapeng from Botswana, and I'm your conference host for the Power of Africa Virtual Conference 2023. It's such a beautiful weather in Botswana today. Drop me a comment on any of our socials at Power of Africa about the weather in your region. The Power of Africa Conference aims to connect lovers of the African continent, including Africans living in the continent, those living in the diaspora, and all other ethnicities that have an interest and love for the African continent, to engage on issues towards building a sustainable Africa. This year, the Power of Africa Conference 2023 is themed The Future is Africa. So over the next 2 days, we'll be sharing deep insights about our African continent, our strengths, success stories, and challenges, and how we can effectively harness our opportunities to become the most invaluable continent, standing tall with pride on the world stage. At this conference, you'll be hearing from esteemed speakers in the various sectors of technology, education, tourism and travel, healthcare, business and finance, energy, trades and partnership, politics, leadership, media arts, culture, and agriculture. This conference is streaming live on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook using the Power of Africa social channels. So kindly drop your thoughts on the Power of Africa 2023 theme, which is The Future is Africa. What does this theme suggest to you? Drop it in the comment section below and we'll get to reading them. Now, let's get in the rhythm of the 2023 Power of Africa Conference, starting with our first performance. All the way from Nigeria is an artist called K Proxy, who'll be giving us a beat. I'll be right back after this short entertainment by K Proxy. Let's get our dancing shoes on. Remember, my name is Lwatile Matlapeng and I'm all the way in Botswana. I'll be your conference host for the 2023 Power of Africa Conference, where the future is Africa.
Yeah, so I go by the name K Proxy and I'm live at a Power of Africa Conference 2023. See you right there at the live stage.
This is a message to the universe. You could join me on the chorus while I do the verse. The clock is ticking, so real, so magical. It's African's time, believe me, it's prophetical. Have you ever had midnight visitors? 12:45, they came in to visit us. Around Fumi, my hands just to itch me. All this I am, my tongue can't bewitch me. I've been offered a seat, but I refuse to sit on lies and deceit. If I buy your mind, sure you go give me receipts. And that's to the clock, and now I see it. Yoga sign, meditating by the water bay. Chiabola man in their water bay. Egypt, Morocco, Liberia, Togo, Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Congo. It's a very long list, can put you on a vocal. It's African's time, international, local. God is our strength and power for victory. Mark my words like donut, no eatery. This is just a message, it's not a word of life. Unlike Olajumoke, it's not the bread of life. Our flags now flying, fasten your seatbelt on board to Africans within and abroad.
Power for Africa Conference 2023 for having me.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that fresh beat by K Proxy, all the way from Nigeria. Now, we would like to hear from you in the social media pages at Power of Africa Conference. Drop your comments and engage with us, and engage throughout the conference. Now, let's get straight to it. Let's meet the first keynote speaker for the 2023 Power of Africa Conference, Dr. Sebastian Kapulande from Zambia. Dr. Sebastian is a prominent international stakeholder, and he's the CEO of the Zambian International Trade and Investment Center. Let's go.
Thank you, Power of Africa, for inviting me to this very important conference. My name is Dr. Sebastian Kopulande. I'm from Zambia, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Zambian International Trade and Investment Center. At the same time, I am the President of the Vision Africa Development. This is a non-governmental organization that has been established for the purpose of assisting the development of the African continent using its own resources, both natural and human. I am going to speak today on the subject entitled Policy Imperatives for the Growth of the African Private Sector. I believe that this is a very important subject because as a continent, we live in a world where there are several players that are pursuing different interests. And therefore, our approach to international economic engagement should be founded on the strengths of our own people, on the strength of what we own as a people, and we must pursue informed self-interest while we are getting involved in partnerships with people that we are working with. Africa must appreciate that we have resources. While our friends in the West have got capital, we have resources. We must understand that these resources that we have on our continent belong to us. They are our resources, and they must be used to benefit our own people. How, then, can our own people be in a position to understand how to utilize these resources for themselves? How can our own people understand how best to build their own capacity? Country that would be developed. There can be no country that can be a wealthy nation while its people are poor. The wealth of a nation is simply a sum total of the wealth of its people. Therefore, Africa must wake up now. Africa must deliberately develop policies that ensures that its people become wealthy. Its people become millionaires and billionaires. Therefore, I propose that at the continental level, Africa must take a deliberate policy to empower its own people. While we applaud the initiative to establish the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is one of the most creative policy initiatives taken by the African Union in order to promote African economic integration. This economic integration will simply remain on paper if people within Africa do not have the capacity to trade amongst itself. So what do we have to do? First and foremost is to adopt a citizens' empowerment strategy, including a financial architecture that supports the growth of small and medium enterprises. As a continent, we must move from the African Continental Free Trade Area, and quickly move to the establishment of a customs union, where we now begin to trade as one single entity. In addition to that, we must move as a continent to create one African resource pool, where anyone from outside that wants to trade with Africa should be able to be confronted with single extractive policies that have been developed by the African people. This will help the divide and rule tactics. This will help to combat the manipulation. This will help to combat the fights against each other on the continent over resources, because the pool is the same. When an investor comes to Zambia for copper, he will find exactly the same policy that he will find when he goes to DRC, so that he does not come to Zambia when he's given specific conditions of investment. He walks away, goes to DRC, and he gets it for free. We must walk away from that and have common resource policy. At national level, while appreciating that in fact every country has got its own challenges and issues to deal with, economic empowerment policy still ranks as first. Particularly, our people have failed to grow their businesses, even to start their business, despite the creativeness that they have to start a business. They cannot start a business because, first and foremost, they have no access to capital, no access to finance. Every single African country must ensure that they develop policies and provide financing that will support the growth of small and medium enterprises, that will support the growth of youth enterprises, that will support the growth of women enterprises. That is why for us in Vision Afrique Development, we're talking about going towards the establishment of women and youth banks, so that these banks can be able to support the entrepreneurship of some of our people. Other ways would be to establish credit guarantees. Other ways would be to provide low interest loans by specially created financial institutions by governments. Also, at the level of empowerment, the question of ownership of businesses on the African continent must be looked at. Yes, some people say for any investment on the continent, there must be participation, equity participation by a local. Yes, it's a good policy, but is it not only the way that we can empower our people? Our people can even get the shareholding. That shareholding will remain on paper. The foreign investor will manipulate their accounts and declare losses. And at the end of the day, our people end up with that. I would rather take affirmative action, an approach where I dangle a carrot. If you come in as a foreign investor and you partner with an African, we shall give you the following incentives. so that joint ownership then becomes the way and means our people are going to acquire the wealth that our continent needs to improve the welfare of our people. I am persuaded that, in fact, any investment by any company in skills development, in education, in sport, and other corporate social responsibility investments should be able to attract incentives for the investor. This will help us accelerate the growth of the private sector. We must also have policies that support SME incubation and SME growth. We must take policies on the continent in every country that create a favorable investment for business. We must reduce bureaucratic red tape, streamline our regulations. There are too many regulations, too many certifications to enter into business. There's too many exchange controls. Foreign exchange is something that, well, I can tell you something. In Zambia, it's liberal. We've liberalized foreign exchange. And the rates are market determined. And this we did back in 1993. It's not something that has happened today. We must take policies. We must develop policies that give our people access to the market, particularly access to government contracts. Contracts that are being undertaken for public works should go to our people. Or those companies that have got citizen involvement. That is another incentive for any foreign investor to partner with a local, because then they have access to government business. We need investment by our government in infrastructure development so that we can improve our transportation system to be able to move both raw materials, agricultural goods to the market. We need to improve our telecommunications system, and there must be investment, clear policy positions on how we are going to invest in the development of our telecommunications system, in the adoption of new technologies to improve the quality of our products and the speed at which we produce. We need to encourage public-private partnerships so that we can help as governments to provide a form of capital to our private sector. Our private sector may undertake certain projects, but they are impeded by the access to an area in which they want to do a project. May not be there. The infrastructure may not be there. These are, in my view, some of the policies that Africa needs to develop and implement. Because with these policies, we are going to have these are just some, there are more. These are just some that can help empower our people. Because as long as our own people are empowered, you are guaranteed that their profits, the money they make from their business, will be reinvested back in the country in other activities. Yet, if you empower non-Africans, that money they make, the profits will go back to Europe, America, or wherever. We as Africans must be deliberate. We must take affirmative action. And the policy must be targeted at pursuing our own self-interest as a people. When we engage with our colleagues coming from abroad, it is to look for partnership. It is not to look for a relationship where we are the horse and somebody else is the rider. African governments must realize that unless they can empower their people, they will not be able to deliver services effectively, because the extent to which they will be able to mop up revenue for them to provide the services to their people will be encumbered. You have heard stories on Africa, where today, despite the prices, the high prices of minerals, we are giving incentives to foreign mining houses. This is a condemnation of the poor of Africa to perpetual poverty by their own government. Because there are many of our people who cannot access private hospitals, private schools. But if you don't have, as a government, sufficient revenue, I thank you very much for listening to me. And it is my hope that we're going to have some good debates on this subject and many others that are scheduled. Thank you very much.
What an insight. Thank you, Dr. Kapulando, for the awakening thoughts. It is my hope that our minds are stirred up to grow to the opportunities around us. Now, to kick off the Power of Africa 2023 conference panel sessions, I'm introducing our first panel session at today's conference, The Politics Leadership, with the title Enhancing Citizen Participation in Government Leadership in Africa, The Practical Approach. Politics is highly crucial in determining how policies are shaped to encourage development. Right after the political and leadership session, we'll also join the technology panel session of the day. Stay glued to hear from our professional panelists on the exciting topic. I'll catch you right back here and enjoy the sessions. Let's go.
Welcome to the Power of Africa Conference 2023. I am Dr. Temitope Adiola Kinshimoy. I am the moderator and a panelist on the Politics and Leadership session. I am from Lagos, Nigeria. I am an administrator, humanitarian, writer, and founder of Diola Speaks. Diola Speaks is a research and governance platform. We meet to discuss today. I have amazing people, technocrats, and partisans from all around Africa. I'd like to introduce Miss Amara.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amara Chukwu Nwokokoro. I am the founder of Iruka and Lilies Africa. I'm from Nigeria. I am an author, a content creator, and a social development advocate. I'm really big on politics and leadership, so I'm very excited for this conversation today.
I also have with me Mr. Manji.
Hi, everyone. My name is Manji Wilson. I am from Nigeria, residing in Abuja, Nigeria. I am the regional director for Lead Beyond. Lead Beyond is an organization that works on empowering leaders with essential skills to transform them through crisis, conflict, and change. I have been working in the democratic governance sector for about a decade now. I'm quite excited to join this panel where we'll be exploring the issues of politics, citizens' engagement, and leadership on the continent. So good to be here. Thank you, Temitope.
I also have with me Mr. Mitri. You're muted, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mitri Manik. I'm from Liberia. I do live in the US currently. I am the founder of the Organic African Paradigm, which is a philosophy for development, human development of African people across the planet. It is a philosophy based on 5 pillars: political, intellectual, economical, social, and spiritual pillars. And I'm very happy to be participating in a discussion of politics and leadership in Africa for future generations. Thank you for having me.
With me here is also Mr. Eddie Chris.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today? My name is Mwila Wanga, and I'm from Zambia. I'm an executive director for an international organization that works wholly in Southern Africa, focusing boldly on governance and leadership development for young people. And I'm also a governance expert and author of 5 books and an enthusiast when it comes to politics and governance across the African continent. I'm super excited to be here today and to contribute to the conversation that we're going to have. Thank you so much, and over to you, moderator.
I didn't know if Mr. Honorable Kolawole is here, but if we don't have him on screen, I'd like to introduce our topic for today, which is enhancing citizenship participation in government leadership in Africa. And we're going to be discussing a practical approach. My first question today will be going to Ms. Amara. You are a social advocate, you're a developmental person. Do you think that women have enough representation in the governance in Nigeria, most especially in Africa at large?
Thank you so much for that question. So yes, I am a social development advocate. I studied law in school, and I'm really big on politics. Do I think women are represented in politics in the development space? No. Of course, yes, we've had a lot of women who have come up and done amazing things. So it's never to come down on those women, even women like myself who have even tried to take up the plate of trying to be involved in government. But I think a lot of things that stand against women is, number one, there's not enough education to the woman. I want to first come from that end because I think a lot of women don't take out the time to educate themselves when it comes to leadership skills, when it comes to having that, manly approach when it comes to things. That's a lot of times what those industries are considered. They're considered male-dominated industries. So a lot of women don't take out the time to develop themselves in those areas. And then when they do, they're seen as aggressive. They're seen as intimidating. They're seen as rude. And I think what I would say to a lot of women, number one, is to step out and be what they think that you're not going to be. And it's not like a aspire to perspire speech, but more so in the fact of there needs to be a lot more women representative. I remember in 2019, I believe, when Obiageli Ezekwesili wanted to run for office, I was in university at Texas Southern University in Houston. And I know how much I was so excited and so happy to see a woman doing something that I would love to do in the future. So if we had more women representatives, it would give more hope to women like me. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Manik, Mr. Mitri, you're from Liberia, and Liberia gave us the first African woman president in person of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. How do you think other African countries can replicate this experience in our system of governance?
The sister there spoke of it. Amara Chukwu said it best, that the educating of women does facilitate that system which you're speaking of. Now, I'll give you an example of Rwanda. For Honorable President Paul Kagame himself stated that about 60% of his cabinet or his government institution is run by women. And I do adhere to this phenomenon or this policy that Africa as a continental body, the institution should be governed in that fashion, 60 to 40% female ratio to male ratio, just for the sake of organization and synchronization and just making things neat and organized. So that's my take on that matter, And I'm glad that Helen Johnson Sirleaf was able to inspire so many people, but we need to take it to the next level. We need to look at Rwanda's model and apply it to all of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Wilson is from Nigeria, Mr. Chris Eddy from Zambia. You both are governance experts. What do you think is lacking in our system of governance in Africa? Mr. Eddy, you go first, and Mr. Wilson followed.
Thank you so much for that question, moderator. I think before we can even answer that question, I think it's also important to highlight the fact that I think as an African continent, for the past 50 years, the democracy has been existing on the continent. I think we've fairly done well for ourselves. We've been able to, trump out certain, issues that might be a threat to the successy. But some of the issues I think that are beginning to miss is the aspect of representation, because representation in itself is very important. When we talk about youth representation and we also talk about women representation, I think this is not something that we just need to be talking about in the political circles to a point where it literally just becomes tokenism, where we have these conversations, but definitely these don't culminate at the grassroots level. So I think representation in certain political spaces is something that we really have to take into consideration, because the biggest issue that has always been there is that there are certain people at the political helm that have held on to power for a very long time, but they fail to bring certain young people within the actual space. I remember running for office in Zambia in the year 2021 during our general election. In a race of 5 candidates, I was able to come out third, but I never had it easy because there were people who were actually trying to castigate a young person running for office to say, you are young, focus on making money. You are young and focus on doing this. So there's a lot of stereotype that has been placed on young people when it comes to them running for political office. And also, as Amara said, when it comes to women, there's a certain stereotype that is granted to them when it comes to running for political office. So representation is a remedy that will help us to cement the kind of Africa that we want to see as regards the political framework and also the governance infrastructure of our continent.
Thank you. Mr. Manji, please, can you go ahead?
Well, thank you, Temitope, and of course my colleagues for the previous points that you've raised. This is a very, very topical issue on the continent at the moment. As you and I are aware, we are really, really having a period of democratic backsliding. Now, it's not just a continental problem. This is a global issue. Globally, democracy is in regression. We have to establish that, as a first, point, for everyone to not begin to think that the issues that are, bedeviling the continent are unique or only to the continent. Secondly, with politics, I would say politics it's a very expensive venture. Now, expensive in terms of resources that we put into it. So whether human resources or, financial resources, or any other resource that we bring into politics, it is usually a very costly venture. Thirdly, as Gloria Steinem said, power, can be taken, but not given. Now, I heard one of my colleagues earlier, mention about the 60 to 40% ratio in Rwanda, which is quite, a very, very good, example that we all reference. However, we know that in practical terms, when we talk about such affirmative actions, or special measures to ensure that inclusion of women, or marginalized groups, are brought to the front burner of political discourse, it does not really materialize. But what are the issues? And these are the questions we're trying to interrogate, because this has been a recurring issue. Most recently, in the past couple of weeks, we've seen elections in Nigeria, we've seen elections in Sierra Leone, and we can see the outcome of these elections. There are about three key issues for me that stand out as to why we are having some of the problems that we have on the continent of Africa. One of the issue is citizens' trust in government, citizens' trust in public institutions and public officials that are elected or appointed to represent them in such capacities. There is that deficit of trust between citizens and their representatives. Of course, quite a number of issues, are closely tied to that. You can look at the transparency of how we run our operations, and how we conduct, our acts of public service. These are issues that have really deepened the trust deficit that we are witnessing on the continent. Another issue is the accountability of public officials. Now, we rarely have mechanisms that hold public officials to account, and where they are found wanting, to have committed certain social ills or vices, there are no punitive measures or, those legal, punitive mechanisms that are put in place are not enforced to ensure that these public officials, are held into account. And this sort of, impacts the level at which citizens' participation, in public service or engagement with the public service, is being rated. A third core issue I look at is government's responsiveness now to citizens' demand. Now, ideally, the public service, is sort of a social contract, like we know, between citizens and government or elected representatives. But this doesn't seem to be, a direction that public service institutes or public servants on the continent look at. And while it is quite, impressive to continue to admire, some little gains, I would say recently I spoke on the Mo Ibrahim Index for African Governance, which sort of looked at, the indices between 2012 and 2021 on what is happening with democracy. And I would tell you, participation rights and inclusion have been on the decline steadily, over the years. Of course, to a large extent, you would see that equality, or opportunities for women has been gradually witnessing increase. Of course, as Mitri has rated, when you look at countries like Rwanda and other countries, you'll be able to see some sort of ray of hope in that direction. But these are the issues. These three core elements, you may not cluster them as issues that are related to that, but these three core elements are really foundational to some of the issues we're having. Because once you look at those elements, then we can begin to talk about the issues of security. You can begin to talk about the issues of economy. What about the socioeconomic impact of certain issues and decisions, as it relates to, the continent and citizens as well. So I'll leave it at that for now before we deep dive into other issues.
Thank you. Okay. Please go ahead.
Yes, I really love everything that was said. I 100% about the same mindset. I just wanted to add on to the comments in regards to, I think you said 60-40 with women being in. I think what I want to just basically say is, of course, I think it's beautiful when we see an uprise in things, in women being involved in different sectors, right? But like Maggie said, I think it would be like me playing myself in a sense for me to say, oh, yeah, because I see that things are changing. So I think one of the things that we have to remember is this industry, as politics and leadership, is considered a male-dominated industry, and males have primarily identified what the standards for these sectors are, right? So a lot of women are not involved in these sectors. Now, yes, there has been an uprise in it. But if we sit and just make it seem as if because we're seeing one or two things happening, that things are being solved, and that's a problem, because they're actually are a lot of opportunities in Nigeria specifically, when as it pertains to women, as it pertains to youth. But the problem is there's not enough people that know about these things. For example, there are tons of youth governing bodies or youth representative bodies in Nigeria. I myself was a part of one, which I left for two reasons. Number one, this is an opportunity that is supposed to be available to Nigerian youth. This is their ability to be able to speak up in government. Most of these governing bodies also have a say-so in bills that get passed for Nigerian youth in this country. They have a say-so. It comes across their tables. But then who do you see representing there? Majority people that are from the north, and it's nothing against that, but it's for the fact that it's very obvious that this opportunity is not spread out to everybody. I've asked tons of youth when I joined this governing body in particular if they knew anything about anything like this, and I can give you a rough estimate that maybe 1 out of 10 people did not know what I was talking about. Then you have the other side of it, where you have passionate people who want to be involved in politics, who want to get their feet wet. And then they're women, and they get into these spaces, and you're told things like, if you don't sleep with me, you won't get a budget. There's no representative for that. There are people that are heads of women affairs in this country and other countries, but they're not saying anything about these issues because we deem them as irrelevant or something we need to figure out later. I have an issue when it comes to our leaders or even our young people who are in leadership when they neglect issues like this because it doesn't affect them. And I'm primarily talking about the male leaders. But yes, that's basically just what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to state that since the democratic expansion in the early 90s, several countries have adopted constitutions that enshrined a Bill of Rights, which fully domesticated international and regional treaties on civil and political rights. This new wave of constitution incorporated democratic values such as rule of law, political accountability, good governance, multi-party democracy, and an end to political marginalization. This to a large extent promoted stability, legitimacy, accountability, and acceptance in the African political sphere. Nevertheless, with this progress, a number of African countries such as Botswana, Ethiopia, Namibia, Rwanda, South Africa, Tanzania are still dominated by a single political party. However, even though single parties are dominant in countries such as Nigeria, Botswana, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Tanzania, they have become even more liberal. However, the influx of multiple democratic party system on the continent has not been translated into a much needed democratic dividend. So I would like to ask Mr. Chris Edie, do you think we need to tweak democracy, more in an effective government leadership and in beneficial of the people? Do you think we need to do a little bit tweaking here and there? What's your input?
Thank you so much. But first and foremost, allow me to comment on the statement that was earlier stated that South Africa, Tanzania, and a few other countries, they've been dominated by a single political party for quite some time. I really don't think there's anything wrong with that to some degree, because if we look at it from the Western context, right, we've had the Republicans and the Democrats for over 300 years. They've been at the dominance of political power in and out. When we go to Britain, when we go to the UK, we've had the Labour Party, we've had the Conservative Party that have been in power for quite some time. And, to some degree, but what we also get to notice, especially for countries, when we come to a country like South Africa, we have the ANC, we have the EFF, we have the DA, we have various political parties. And to some degree, there's a way that, people intend to vote for these political parties in one way or another. So when it comes to the actual fabric of Africa's democracy and the governance architecture that we have in itself, I remember I was privileged to be one of the keynote speakers during the 2021 as well as the 2023 summits for democracy hosted. The 2021 that was hosted in the US and the 2023 that was hosted in Zambia partly hosted it. And during my submission, one of the things that I said is that in as much as we appreciate the manner in which Africa came to be on the African continent in the early 1990s, but one of the things that we also have to now begin looking into as a continent is how do we begin to define democracy from an African context to a point that it begins to speak with, democracy that speaks an African tone, democracy that speaks the African narrative, democracy that speaks with an African culture, democracy that speaks the African language. Because it's also amazing that we can easily just copy and paste every single little tenet that has been established in the whole entire fabric of democracy, and we say, this is how we are going to move. But then for us as future generations, and also the leaders that are currently holding on to certain powers right now, and I think we're beginning to see a whole new wave of African leaders. I was privileged when I heard President William Ruto when he stated that there is need for us to have an independent financial architecture that begins to look at Africa as an equal partner when it comes to international development. So I think one of the things I would also love to state, borrowing to what my leadership, Mr. Wilson, said, is that the first thing that we have to do in order for us to strengthen our politics as Africa is, number one, let us first and foremost define what does democracy mean to us as an African continent. And I think President Kwame Nkrumah put it rightly when he said that in order for us to cement and to strengthen the kind of Africa we want to see, we have to ensure that the governance architecture is African birthed, African developed, and African run. And thirdly, the other thing that we also have to do is that in as much as we complain about how colonialism has distracted us, about how slavery has messed us up, it is now also up to us as an African people to begin putting our house in order and begin telling ourselves, comrades, there's corruption, how do we deal with it? Comrades, there's bad leadership, how do we deal with it? Comrades, we don't have women represented, how do we deal with it? Comrades, we have neglected the marginalized communities, how do we deal with it? The moment we also begin to have an inward look, inwardly we begin looking at ourselves and the errors we are also committing on the African continent, it becomes easier for us to create the democracy need for the Africa we want. And I think that would be my submission to answer the question that you just asked, moderator. Over to you.
Tell me if I could add to what I totally agree with what Mwila, has submitted. Indeed, but what I just want to add, in terms of what he said is, democracy has been a concept that has been evolving over several years. So in Africa here, we're looking at 60, 70 years, and we're having conversations around, this is a young democracy in comparison to, the Western world where we have also sourced this democracy from. Don't forget, I had mentioned that democracy globally is on the decline. There are countries also in the West that are now reversing and altering their methods, of deciding who lead them, as the case were. So as it is now, I think the conversations, as aptly put, is how do we strengthen our institutions? So whether we talk about the number of a two-party system or a three-party system, or whether you have multiplicity of these parties, we know that the frameworks, regional, international frameworks, support, the freedom of association, which allows people to form, whether political parties or whatever mechanisms they use, to engage, citizenry. So that should not be truncated upon, because this is also one of the issues that we've had, where constituted governments are trying to stifle, the freedom of rights and expressions and association of citizens. And this is also one of the major issues we're having. So I think importantly, unlike the West, where we would have parties where we can call them the right wing, the left wing, or we can say Democrats, Republicans, and the ideologies they stand for. One of the major things we have to focus on, and this is a very an area of interest and passion for me, is how do we strengthen our political infrastructure? So the political parties that we have today, how do we ensure that they have a distinct marking? How do we ensure that they're able to organize the way that they should organize and engage citizens, and beyond engaging them, be able to ensure that whatever social contract they enter into with citizens, they're able to deliver, as the case. These are the questions, we need to ask ourselves as we begin to tailor and to rethink, the sort of model that would work for us as a continent. Let's not forget, we have a lot of ethnic diverse issues. We have, issues of, regionalization. We have issues, to a large extent, religion is a huge issue on the continent. While in other parts of the world, the global south, these issues may have been addressed in one form or another. These are issues that are quite, prominent, on the continent. So how do we leverage on these issues, because we cannot discard them? How do we ensure that we are able to integrate them into the very fabric of our political metamorphosis? This is what I just wanted to add to that.
Okay, so Mr. Manji, I would like to just go back to what you have just said. Are you saying that if we have a two-party system, there's going to be enough representation of the diverse view, because you know that we are in a multi-diverse and multi-ethnic society?
No, absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. In fact, on the contrary, what I was submitting is that, we have a freedom of association, as guaranteed by most of the international charters and regional, charters, and even national, legislation that most countries have domesticated. So having a multiplicity of parties are not, an issue. I followed the Kenya elections. I was almost a year in Kenya last year. I've been in Nigeria. I've been following Ethiopia. And we've seen that there are always, these parties. But, there's one thing that always happens. Some of the leading or frontline parties normally enter into negotiations with those that are not perceived to have the same sort of strengths that they do. And eventually they are subsumed, into those one or two. That's what eventually brings us to this one or two party system. You'll find that there's a lot of proliferation of new parties, new entrants after every electoral cycle. However, towards the election system, there's sort of a consensus to adopt, one or two of those members. So whatever works for us, if those other parties could be strengthened to perform much better, and be able to throw up a challenge for those that have been in existence for decades, and then that is all right. But where there is a two-party system, or two parties, as Muela rightly, mentioned, that have been dominant even in Western countries, it's not an issue at all. As long as these parties are able to provide the sort of government and governance model that will impact the lives of citizens. And this is the problem. Citizens in Africa do not feel the impact, the positive impact of government, and they are really disenchanted, with the way it's operated. And this is why we're having this conversation. How can we be able to ensure that we have a leadership that works, one that is effective, and one that Africans can be proud to call, to say that is representative of their own ideals as a people?
Thank you, Mr. Manji. I'd like to go back to Mr. Mitri. You talked about decolonization, when you introduced yourself. So I'd like to ask you, what are the fundamental issues with our democratic system in Africa? Do you think colonialism has an effect on the way we run our government or our system of democracy?
Yes, I do, actually. So I'm going to piggyback off your question earlier, also the first question, but then I'm going to center on the second question. So you mentioned Bill of Rights, so the inherent rights of the members of the state. Now in Africa, we are called citizens, but we are not citizens. We are members of the state, actually, right? Okay. And they call the people in Congress the members of the state, and they call us citizens, but it's not the way it's actually. We are the members of the state, and they are the citizens. They serve us, right? But we misunderstand the language, because one part of colonialism is that when language is translated, you get a superficial meaning of the word, right? So we talk about democratic values of Africans, right? Now, democracy is essentially people acting together. That's what it means, to act together, right? The Greeks were tribal people like Africans, right? They were ethnic groups. And in order for them to be able to function as one, to have a mobilization and a synchronization, they had to act as one. So they created a non-tribal system called democracy, where people living in the tribal states could migrate to the single state, and they could be able to function as one people, to do one thing, right? In Africa, we got this wrong, because we already have ethnic groups, right? And then we took on the party system, So then we ended up creating sub-ethnic groups in partism, right? Because if you look at partism, right, partism focus on defending your party. You are an adherent defender of your party's philosophy, not the nation's philosophy, not the state philosophy. You are a defender of a party philosophy. That means people came together, concocted a philosophy that was going to benefit them, elevate them, that single party, keep them in power for a long time. So we Africans, when we pick the party system, it's kind of like creating a sub-tribalism, which is not what originally democracy was. We already have ethnic group. We are supposed to create a single party system. People are supposed to move towards the single party system. Within that single party system, people vote, right? They come in an audience, they put up their hand, who all in favor? Aye. And then they create the single leader, and then that leader calls mobilization and synchronization. So when you enter democracy, you leave the trappings of ethnicity behind, and you enter as a group acting together. That is what true democracy is, right? In Africa, because of the translation, we got this wrong, right? So stability is when you're acting as one. That's what you get stability from. So in Rwanda, they are doing the true African version of democracy. In other countries that you mentioned, they're trying to go towards the true African version of democracy. The goal is for Africans to integrate into each other. We already have ethnic divisions. We are never going to get rid of those, but we need to integrate to each other. And this is where acting together comes in, where people come in, a subject is brought up, everybody votes, right? And whoever the majority within that setting, that is called democracy. Not the other way where you create a party, you go with your own agenda, and then you chastise the people who didn't vote for you, right? And then the brother said that citizens start to feel, they don't feel the positive impact of government. Why? Because government is subject to the party that elected it, right? And as long as that party is in power, within that time frame, they're going to cater to their voters. And they will cater to their voters after their time is over, tapering towards the end. You will see them start to include the other members or the other citizens kind of superficially. Once they get elected again, then they go back to their hardcore party's belief. This is why Africa fundamentally is struggling, because we took a system that we didn't understand. That system, we're supposed to taper from ethnic to a formal group acting together. We didn't do that. We just created subversions of it. So that covers. Did that cover the topic?
Kind of, yes.
Okay.
So,
go with the second question, because I got lost in the translation. Please go with the second question.
Okay, so I asked you, I said, let me go again. I said, do you think that colonialism has an effect on our system of democratic practice in Africa?
Yes, it does. So language being key, right? It does have one of the biggest impact, because we translate English to our native consciousness. So language has to be one of the main issues that Africans have to do away with for decolonization to truly begin. That means that we need to intentionally analyze every English word we use, and we need to get rid of the ones that are not serving us, right? And we need to incorporate the traditional language system, integrate them into forming a core African universal language, meaning that someone in Zambia can speak it, someone in Nigeria can speak it, as well as speak their ethnic or their native thing. But we need that one. The second part of decolonization is social values, right? Westerners have different social values, and Africans have different social values. We have suspended our social values, and we have commercialized Western social values. So Western social value is a marketing tool. They make money off of it. They sell industry. They build industry off of it. So the capital that is being built off of Western industry, social culture, we Africans are making less money out of it. Westerns are growing their economy off of their social culture. Africans need to create a core African universalism culture, meaning that this culture serves as an economical flotation device where all Africans are going to get in that economical raft. That means we spend currency, South Africa, Egypt, wherever you are, you're able to spend on African culture, right? This is about economy we're talking about, booming Africa's economy. Social culture, we have to do away with Western social culture because it's commercial. The next culture we have to deal with is intellectual culture. It's also commercial, right? A lot of African books, we substitute African books, intellectual thought, to Western thought, right? Socrates, I know more about Plato and Socrates, etc., right? And those, I have to buy that book, $20, $30. But if we start to create an African intellectual pool of, this is a commercial, you know, this is ways for revenue to come into the continent, right? So intellectual culture, political culture, and economical culture is the biggest thing. And when we talk about Africa's economical culture, we are not just talking about exporting minerals, but we are talking about the development of institutions that are going to incorporate skill, highly skilled individuals. Theory, I say the theory needs to be about 40% theory and 60% skill, right? So that means by the time you're 10 years old, in a kindergarten, you should be transitioning to skill, from theory to skill. You should be, until you graduate, you should be purely on skill. When you graduate, you are going to be a skilled person to contribute to the economy. And phasing of the foreign exploitation of our economy, we need to focus on how to phase it out. We need to first become aware of it and then phase it out. Okay? So social, economical, political, intellectual, and the spiritual, we talk about healthcare, well-being, right? We go to Western places for healthcare, for well-being, right? We need to focus more on Africa's well-being culture. If there's anything that has to do with well-being, those things need to be brought to the forefront. So that's my contribution on how we can fully decolonize. It needs to be what we need to just do it. Instead of talking about it, it needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitri. I like to state that governance in simple terms is the action or manner of which leadership in a state and country is carried out, while politics is the principles that guide the activities and style of government. So I'd like to throw this question to Mr. Chris Eddy and also Mr. Mitri. What do you think are the roles of what do you think are some of the roles, of the citizens in the governance processes? Can you give us practical approach? So Mr. Mitri, you go first. I can see that Amara wants to give us an input. So you do that, and Mr. Mitri gives us that input. I'm coming back to you, Mr. Manji.
Okay. Were you asking?
So Mr. Chris should go first, then Amara, you go second, then Mr. Mitri third. Okay, I think. Yeah, Mr. Chris, go first, please.
All right. Thank you so much. I think, I had it, but first and foremost, amazing contribution coming from Mr. Wilson and Mr. Mitri. I've been definitely schooled on so many things around colonialism. So thank you so much for that, Mr. Mitri. I think to answer the question that you've just posed, I had a conversation with a colleague of mine. That was 2 days ago, and we were laughing about how citizens go to sleep immediately after the election and then complain 2 years before the next election. And I think it's literally the same thing across the African continent, right? And I think the biggest issue that we have, especially for us as citizens and who might not hold elective positions, is that we only think our responsibility in a democratic dispensation is to vote. But that's where we intend to now create autocratic leaders who hold on to power aggressively. Why? Because we, the employers, who then put in these politicians who become our employees, we sit back, we no longer ask for reports, we no longer hold them accountable, and we no longer ensure that these people are consistently transparent. So I think the role that citizens have to play is to ensure that the people that have been put in elective positions understand that they should not be bigger than the institutions to which they are governed. Because the biggest problem I think we've also had on the African continent is that we have big boys but yet weak institutions. We have strong leaders with weak institutions. And I think that's the biggest challenge we have had on the African continent. But I think we, as citizens, we have a serious role to play to ensure that we hold our leaders accountable. And when we talk about holding our leaders accountable, not only with what they do domestically, but even with what they do at a regional level and at a global level. When my president leaves the country and he goes to another country, what is he saying about my country? What is he saying about the African continent, and how is he ensuring that he exports the values of the African continent? Because if we only hold our leaders domestically, but we don't hold them accountable to what they do when they get up there, it becomes easier for them to also sell our continent to the highest bidder. And the other issue that I'd also like to contribute on this particular matter is that on the aspect of us as citizens, let us not sit back and only critique when the need arises. But when we notice that we have to be in the act, if Amara has to run for office, in order for her to begin to see the change she wants to see, let it be so. If I have to run for office, in order for me to create the change I want to see, 2026 is around the corner in my country. I ran for office in 2021. I got 13,500 votes. I'm going to run again in 2026 because I will not sit back and only critique from the backside, but I want to see how best I can be part of the system, because the only way to change the system, my dear colleagues, like Mr. Wilson also stated, is for us to be part of the system, borrowing with what Mr. Mitri also established. So that will be my submission on that, moderator, that as citizens, we really have to be in the heat in order for us to ensure that we cushion the environment and create the Africa we want to see.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Samara.
Yes, first, this panel is amazing. Let me just start. And of course, the contributions as far as colonization, let me not even go, because everything was spot on. But just to add on and not to repeat what he already said, I'll just leave 2 points. Number one, as far as it pertains to the citizen, there is actually the office of a citizen. And I think a lot of people don't realize this. There's an educational part of it, and then there's also a getting involved part. The educational part is when you are finding out information about your party, the wards, all those different things, getting yourself involved in educating yourself in topics as well too. So it's not enough for you to just come to vote at president and governor, even at the local levels and so on and so forth, and even knowing about these topics. So then during presidential debates, you know what they're talking about. I know a lot of people did not even know what these people were talking about. I know people that still don't even know what fuel subsidy is. They just see when prices are going up and down and they're like, okay, that's what that means, right? So educating yourself, number one, is the number one thing of office of a citizen. And number two is getting involved. So like he said, if the solution is you lending your voice or is you running for office, do it by all means. And of course, I think it's very important to not let people rush into just running for office, because that's the problems that we have with our current leaders. No education, no background, no nothing, and they just go and ruin all of our lives, sincerely, right? So then that takes me to the the government's part. What is the role of somebody in governance? And I think once again, it's education and then service and planning. I would say number one, the education. One of the schools that I am currently enrolled in, the SPPG, School of Politics, Policy and Governance, is one thing that I wish in the future more people in office would get involved in. Why is that? Because there is no system that properly educates our African governors, politicians in general. And the thing about this too is it's not just for somebody who wants to run for office, but in general as well. I think the education, mastering your, broadening your mind and becoming a thought leader, so that way you can be able to know things when you're ready to run for government. And of course, service. So being understanding the fact that, okay, yes, let's not be closed-minded to the fact that, yes, when you are a politician, there is a glamour that comes with it, for sure. But looking at the other side, that yes, I have that glamour part, that's the plus side, but I have a duty. And I think a lot of politicians and leaders forget that they're primarily, this is an assignment, and not so much of a job, actually. It's more of a mission. You're meant to ensure that the lives of people are stable, and they forget that a lot, and they don't realize that truly you have the lives of people in your hands. And if you're not taking the proper steps to ensure that your position is being run properly, you affect, honestly, us all in Africa, not just the country that you're presently having a position in. But yeah, hopefully that adds on to that.
All right, so Mr. Mitri, can you give us your contribution?
Yeah, first I want to give credit to my brother Muala, I think so, and Sister Amara Chukwu and Brother Maji right there. You guys are awesome. This is a good panel. I really like this fire minds here. So I wanted to piggyback off my sister Amara Chukwu, what she said. She mentioned thought leaders, politics and government, and education part. Right now, this is very, very crucial as when we're talking practicality, right? I did write everything you guys were saying down, and I'm going to put it, sum it all into my point here. So for us to create the practical approach is enhancing citizenship, participating in government. I would say we need to establish a balance of power first. What we have is an extreme of power, meaning that those people who are in the government, they have this cognitive dissonance that they are in power, that they believe they are in power, right? And they have power. And the citizens believe that they have power, and the citizens don't have power. So that's one of the imbalance. So we need to bring that scale up to even, to par, right? So the first thing for us to do this is for us to begin with a foundation of educating and imparting the philosophy of power. Now, I said decolonization, but decolonization, a lot of people stop at decolonization. I said repairing, and then I said empowerment, meaning that African people have lost the ability to be empowered or to have power. Simple, right? Just walking in the street, you are a member of state. Just a child playing on the kindergarten or playground or in ABC, that child is a member of state, but they've lost that power. They think that the people who are members of state are the parliament members. No, those are just people. You are the member of state. The child on the playground is the member of state. The policeman should not be abusing you because he thinks he's a member of state and you are an outsider. That's an imbalance of power. So the first thing we have to do is an awareness level, gauge the awareness level of citizens and government. Where's the cognitive dissonance? Now, are government leaders aware that citizens are members of the state? Do they know this? You would have to take a survey, go to the government office and ask them questions, right? Ask them, are you aware that the citizens are members of the state? Do you know what the citizens are? And majority of them will not be able to tell you this. They will not be able to give you a solid answer. Now, in Africa, especially, government project themselves as bodies that control people. Their primary function is to control people. They project that self. That's not the case it should be. It should be the people who project that power, that they control their government, right? So we need to balance that out. That's the first thing I would say. Now, the solution is to door. We need to basically, you guys talk about stereotype of youth not being suitable for power. That needs to be put on the agenda list at the forefront topic of women not being in leadership on the educational things to educate, right? Citizens must trust in the government, like our brother Meji said, on the list of things that need to be brought. And act of public service, accountability of public officials. These are things you go door to door with a pamphlet and you educate people. These are things you go to universities, stand in front of the students and educate them. These are things you go to kindergarten and teach children this stuff and tell them, do you know you're a member of state? Do you know you have this power, right? And as you begin to conscientize that level, you begin to infuse that power, the balance will gradually shift. More people become aware of what they are there for. And then, the administration also learns that, oh, the institution says these people are afforded these rights. But people get the job in government, they forget that there are laws. They forget there are policies and things that the government wrote up. They all forget that. So that's basically my contribution, is for us to go door to door and begin the education process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitri. And in 2 minutes, please, Mr. Manji. Mr. Mitri has talked about the extreme shift of power from the citizens to the government, and you are an expert in governance. So how do you think that we can strengthen the institution whereby the institution is greater than the politician or an elected office holder? In 2 minutes, please.
Well, of recent, I have been, asking one thing, of African leaders and those that go into public service. And what I just ask is for them to lead. I ask them to lead honorably. I ask them to lead in a manner that, they think about the legacies they want to leave behind. I ask them to lead, knowing that whatever decisions they make, would define whatever, memory, would be made, of them. And this is the conversations around our African leaders. And recently we can see them taking, some very bold moves, making some very bold statements, because we've not had African leaders, stand up to lead. What they do is to make excuses. When we talk about, of course, why governance is not working, they will tell you about global financial lending, instruments that are not favorable to Africans. They will tell you about climate change and the COP27 agreement, $100 billion not coming. What are you doing to leverage this collective strengths you have on the continent? I think it's important for African leaders to begin to look inward, look within the continent, collaborate, between countries, between West Africa, South Africa, East Africa. When one of our countries are in distress, let's see how we can be able to rally together and support those people, take them out. Citizens must also be able to know that their voices really matter. We have seen a lot of peaceful protests in recent years. In 2020, there were several protests against, police or security brutality across the continent, in Kenya, Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Sudan, so many countries, trying to address same issues. Our issues are very, very peculiar in this continent. I know that our issues are similar, and so our solution should also be similar. We have the African Union. The African Union must also begin to do what it needs to do, unite the continent, so that we will unite towards one goal, one direction, and that is ensuring that every single African, is uplifted, from a position of decadence or whatever rating that we have as an underdeveloped continent to one that is at par with its global counterparts. Thank you, Dr. Temi.
Thank you, Mr. Manji. And I'd like to add that according to what Mr. Chris Eddy has said, it's not just about talking. What are the actions, For me, I am not in any political office, but I've been able to use my platform, to educate people. I have a column where I write often on the Punch newspaper, which is the most widely read newspaper in Nigeria. I keep making this conscious effort, to educate people, because I think most people are educated, but they do not know about these things. So I try as much as possible to bring this problem to life and also propose solutions. So in 1 minute, I'd like every one of you to state what you're doing, to make this problem, quite to just provide a solution in 1 minute. Everyone, please, just one comment each, 1 minute each. So Amarachuku first, Mr. Manji second, Chris, and Mr. Mitri.
Okay, thank you once again for this opportunity to speak, and my wonderful colleagues. Thank you so much. But I think just in 1 minute, what I would say is, like I mentioned in the beginning, I'm the founder of Iruka. Basically, it's an NGO where we're empowering youth to give them opportunities and create some sort of a ripple effect to create the Africa of our dreams. And then I have Release Africa, which is an African clothing line where we're helping young children get in school. Models of buy one, give one business model. But what I would say in general, aside from those things, I think it's important, like you already mentioned, to constantly talk about the duties people have. People don't know about these things. So I think it's important to educate people. We have social media work in 2023. So I think everybody should definitely be utilizing social media. And number two, I would say innovative ideas. So I know myself and my team, we're working on a few projects to help educate young people and educate youth especially. So aside from doing things online, but then also creating textbooks, creating small notebooks for young children that they can understand. Because if you look at these other countries, they I don't want to say brainwash, that sounds very harsh, but they educate their citizens at a very young age. So us doing that, I think, is very important.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Amara. Mr. Manji, please.
Well, I would just piggyback on the last point, I had raised, and I just want to emphasize on the point of solidarity. I like the work that Power of Africa is doing, and I think a lot of our institutions, Muila, Mitri, Dr. Temi, and also Amara, what we're doing, in our own, silos, in our isolated, environments, is contributing to a greater good. But I just want to also raise the issue of solidarity. We must begin to show solidarity one to another within our countries, across the continent. That is the only way we can begin to change the narrative. We can begin to change the norms that do not work for us as a continent. We can begin to change, the ideas or the boundaries that we have set, within the continent that has so far impacted, our democratic growth, or rather the advancement of our countries as it is. So let us, be able to show solidarity, even if those ideas are not ideas that we may want to run with, but if we realize that they are going to impact positively on the citizens, let us look for those opportunities and support them. So thank you to Power of Africa for bringing us together, great panel, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chris Eddy. Okay, I think it's off. Mr. Mitri, please, can you take over?
Thank you so much. Julius Nyerere once said that. Hello, can you get me?
Yes, please, go ahead, please, quickly. I think we lost him. Mr. Mitri, please, can you take over?
You can go ahead, brother, if you're ready.
I was saying that Julius Nyerere.
Mr. Mitri, please, can you?
Okay, yes, sure. I want to piggyback off the theme of enhancing citizen participation in governmental leadership. We need to dispel the cognitive dissonance, and we need to bridge the balance between citizen and government. I think this focus heavily on education. Everything we talked about, these are topics you put in the brochure. You go to schools, you go to the marketplace, to the fish lady, to the goat meat person, and you teach them about their members of state, and you explain what democracy is. Use this video as your reference point and explain these things to them. And also go to the county building and the institution and explain to them what democracy is and what their roles are. And I believe this will get rid of the cognitive dissonance, and we can start to get to the point of solidarity, like our brother Manji said. Thank you all, positive energy and creation energy to all of you, and thank you for inviting me.
Okay. Manji, please, can you quickly, in 1 minute, give us your closing comment?
My brother Mwila, you mean? I already did. So
Oh,
Mwila?
sorry. I mean, Chris. Yeah, Marilla, please. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, please, 1 minute.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
perfect. I think the only last statement I want to say is that the problems of our continent are inevitable. But as a people, we have to be the inevitable solution to our continent's inevitable problems. I think the problems of Africa, they regard African solutions. I think that's what we are doing under my organization, Be Relevant Africa, where on an annual basis, we are training about 500 young people in leadership development, innovation, as well as national relevance. And thank you so much, Mr. Manji, for calling out the call for solidarity. And I think after this call, let's try by all means to see how best we can step out of our silos and work together as one. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's been an amazing session with you all. I had fun. It was interactive. I learned, and I'm sure going to take this home. And until next time, thank you for joining Power of Africa Conference 2023. I remain your moderator, Dr. Temitope Adiola Kinshimoy.
Welcome to Power of Africa 2023. I am William Jackson. I am here in the United States of America, and it's such a pleasure to be here. I am a past teacher, public and higher education, of 33 years, teaching STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, math, and metaverse. It is such a pleasure to be here with you today, and we have some wonderful guests. We have Lisa that will be joining us.
Hi, everyone. I am Lisa Videira from Angola. I am founder of a platform in the education industry. It's called Nzoji Academy. So our goal is to help Angola and Southern Africans to digitalize education and make it easy access to higher education at affordable prices, because we believe that through education, we can actually change lives.
Thank you, Lisa. We're having Alafabi, who is also joining us in this discussion about technology.
Hi, everyone. My name is Albert Afolabi. I reside in Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm from Nigeria. I'm the co-founder for TM30 Global, which is a leading software development company. Our job is being at the forefront of creating cutting-edge innovation and solutions for the future of technology, businesses, and digital economy. What we are doing basically is creating unique solutions that can transform and revolutionize businesses across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing. We also have Segamatsi that will be joining us as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarametsi Mafa. I'm the founder and managing director of Service Excellence based in Gaborone, Botswana, Southern Africa. I have over 18 years of corporate experience in the ICT operations industry and almost 3 years entrepreneurial experience in ICT and management consultancy business. I also hold a BSc Computer Science and a Master's in Strategic Management and Professional Management certifications in Project Management and Enterprise Risk Management as well. I also do a lot of digital awareness on radio platforms as well as schools, and I work a lot with ICT graduates, mentoring them and giving them an opportunity to work with us at Service Excellence. Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful guests. And I want to make sure everyone understands that this topic is about unlocking the future with digital transformation, innovation, and disruptive trends in Africa. And I will be asking each of our esteemed guests questions that they will be answering from their experience and their background, and also contributing as well to the discussion. So we're going to start with Lisa. Lisa, my first question is, how does digital transformation contribute to improving access to education, healthcare, and other essential services in underserved areas of Africa?
Well, in case of my country, Angola, what I see is since that we left the civil war, we have been growing at faster pace than normal countries in the SADC, in Southern Africa. And the new generation now uses technology for everything. For example, you mentioned healthcare. There is an app created by fellow Angolans that helps people find medicines in specific pharmacies and check if they have storage of that medicine or not. Something that it's already a problem for us Africans to have access to specific medicines. And if we have a technology to help us get the information where I can have it and at what price, it makes it easier for people to actually have access. Same applies to education. Unfortunately, the universities in Angola are not at the pace of the evolution of the rest of the world. We now have a lot of new jobs and skills that we need to train our young people, that universities and small training centers are not teaching. For example, cloud computing, STEAM, any technology now like AI, for example. It's so new for our culture, for our education strategy of the government that unfortunately governments, they are not keeping up the pace of how things are progressing. So in a way that this new technology are specifically giving an opportunity for young people to have access to this information, because I believe in talent, and I believe that Africa, we have a lot of talent. It's equal everywhere in the world. I think what we lack of is the opportunity for us African and young people and the generations to come to actually have access to this new technology, because we can manage, we can implement, we can use in our favor like anywhere else in the world is being used, like the young people from US, for example. So I think this is a big step that we are getting to.
Well, thank you for sharing it. And as we're having our panel discussion, the other guests, if you would like to contribute as well, we would really like your input and your outlook on what's being shared today. Would anybody like to contribute to what Lisa just said?
Okay, just to add to it, technology is actually disrupting, is creating a lot of disruption in Africa. And we're at a position where services are getting to be better. People are getting access with the use of technology. In Nigeria, for example, virtually every area is seeing technology being an enabler, from mobile, from transportation to food, to science, to health, to agriculture. You see technology making processes to be better, getting more access to the people. I think what technology is doing basically in Africa is getting more access to people, and that's quite interesting.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. Sigamasi, did you want to contribute anything?
I think we are on a transformation journey generally across the world, and I think our education system has a long way to go in terms of transformation. I think the different strides that we see happening in different countries are also encouraging others that they will get there. So as much as maybe in Africa we don't have a lot of changes or transformations that are integrated, we see education system talking about how to change the system, especially I'm here in Botswana and we are talking our education system must be transformed as well to be able to develop those skills that are needed by the era that we are in. But at the same time, we are also saying, yes, some are ahead, some are not, but we've started the journey. So for me, it's a journey and we will all get there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Our next, Alafati, I'm going to ask your question. This first one is, what is the importance of digital transformation in unlocking the future for Africa?
So the importance of digital transformation is quite massive. We've seen a lot happening in Nigeria, especially seeing companies like Paystack, Flutterwave becoming the unicorn. making payment solutions, especially being able to serve the underbank. There's a lot of people that don't have access to a physical bank, but now the solution is getting to them. So in terms of the advantages, we're seeing changes in every area. Education, people are getting to learn courses online. People are able to learn diverse courses. So it's changing the whole world. Access to information, access to education, it's much better. Agriculture is also changing digitally. People are getting to see access. Like I said, access is key to information, access to know where to get the raw materials or products they need. Technology is bringing all of this transformation to it. And in doing that, it's also transforming the whole ecosystem, from the e-commerce to renewable energy to health. We're seeing technology coming, making all of these drastic changes. At the point, I think the core part is now getting people to accept technology and to start infusing it into every other areas in which they are working on. I think that's the area in which we are working on more now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. As a former educator, I would just like to point out the value and importance of education, but not just education alone, changing the mindset of people when they're involved in using technology, because that's one of the important aspects of you're given technology or you have access to it, but your mindset must be ready to accept how you're going to use it and implement it, which is very important. So we appreciate your input. Segamatsi, your question is dealing with Africa is so rich in natural resources and traditional practices that they have used to gain value out of these resources. But when we talk about digital transformation, do we even think most Africans understand what it is and in relation to what they already have? Also, what they can do to unlock the future in digital transformation?
Thank you. I'm an advocate and a speaker on digital awareness, and I believe in simplifying things for an ordinary person to understand your language and to understand your technology and your terminologies in your different areas of work. We are talking telemedicine for one, and telemedicine is technology and medicine. We've always had medicine where we have patients coming to the hospitals, for instance, and getting medicine. And when we are talking telemedicine, we are talking efficiencies, for instance, in how to get the medicine across to the patient, maybe in the quickest way we can. The right medicine after diagnosis, even the person is not here. We are talking in the space of agriculture, for instance, as Africans, we've always owned so much cattle, so much animals, so many farms and all that. We are producing them. We have markets that are ready. We've been doing all that. But when you talk about digital transformation, sometimes we use these big words and farmers are thinking it's not for us. We don't have the technology here. We cannot even use the technology here. Therefore, it's something that is far-fetched. While we are talking of implementations of processes that will enable them to reach the market, for instance, fast, to be able to manage their stock fast, to be able to know how much to spend and predict using the data analytics that is there, to be able to predict how best to get value from their farms. So how rich is the water in their farms, for instance? Can we use technology and tools to be able to do that? And that's why I'm saying sometimes when you bring in these big words, people are unsure or they are confused or they think it's not for us. And again, we also appreciate and acknowledge that technology comes with expenses. If you have not budgeted for this, you will not be able to do it. Digital transformation comes with expenses and you need to be able to justify the expenditure. So it is this investment that will bring value, but are you able to justify it to the next person? Are you able to justify it to a finance manager? Are you just talking about bringing in the tools because maybe you had IT personnel telling you that we need to change and transform? Or do you see the relationship with the business strategy? What business value are we going to get out of digital transformation. So for me, businesses retain their many strategies right now because they think digital transformation is far from them. But sometimes it's just a little trick where you are able to justify the expenditure, the investment, by simplifying the language and bringing it to the business value system to say that, yes, as a business, our intent is to provide education, but how best can we provide education to reach majority that we need? So I think for me, it's all about simplifying the big ways that we use. We are taking data analytics, data science. People are divorcing it from the fact that they have always had records in their offices, in their institutions, and they have big storerooms, warehouses, where they have been keeping all these records. And when you talk about digital transformation and you don't show them that it starts with them digitizing all those records, scanning them for effective management, for ease of access by people in far places without them having to drive all the way to go and open the files and use it's cataloging in using technology and tools. So the same catalogs that we have, let us automate them. So simplify the language to the people, and I believe that will expedite adoption because we do have our traditional practices as Africans that have worked for many years, and we are saying let's improve on them using tools and technologies that come with digital transformation.
And you brought up some very good points about the terminology, because a lot of terminology that we're using today related to technology wasn't even available 2 to 3 years ago. And being able to communicate effectively is valuable and very important. One of the other areas you talked about was finances, managing your finances for technology and being able to make the appropriate purchases or applying the technology in the right way. There's still a lot of learning that has to be done. And hopefully the resources will become available to help this transition for Africans to make it easier and more effective. Thank you for sharing that.
For example, Segamati mentioned agriculture. We have the problem in Africa of climate change everywhere. Every country of Africa is being affected. And our farmers, they're not prepared for the climate change. So they need to, get the data, get informed, even from the soils, because a lot of our farmings, they do things by habits. They learn from their father or their grandfather. So they are not constantly updating the way they do the farming and prevent what is coming from the climate change consequences we are not facing. For example, in south of Angola, we had a huge problem with drought, we had no water. And they lost a lot of farming that they did because it's the desert that we share with Namibia is spreading. So this climate change needs to be informed. We need data, as Segamati said, so that we can then help and present plagues, prevent crops being lost because of this. So I agree.
All right, thank you. So this will lead us into the next question for you, Lisa. What are the emerging trends and predictions for digital transformation in Africa in the next decade? I mean, we're dealing with the current situation now, but in the next decade, as you reflect, what would be the emerging trends and the predictions for digital transformation in Africa?
In Africa? It's I don't know if a decade is too long, because every 3 years there is like a revolution happening in technology. Like, for example, since COVID 2020, the AI has been coming in by storm, and even me, I can't cope with all the new AI trends and transformations and possibilities that is happening. And either we want it or not, this is affecting us a lot. Directly or indirectly. One of the things that I'm worried is just how the AIs in the next decade or even less will affect jobs that currently we think they are normal and they are guaranteed. But for example, in STEM, in coding, I read an article saying that AI now can do coding, that most of our coders or specialists, they won't cope with the evolution of computing. Hardware and software has AI, with coding. So what's going to happen to all programmers? What's going to happen to you, Afolabi? Like, you guys create software. Next thing I know, I'm talking to an AI and say, hey, could you please create me a software so that I can go to Mars and meet Elon Musk? It's like, it's insane how things are going. But one thing is for sure, for Africa, we won't manage to keep up all this speed. But as long as this new hardware and new technology help us solve our problems that we have, especially in basic areas like health, education, and getting jobs to young people, I think that is a subject that we need to, to manage. But for sure, I just don't want us to be left behind. The generations to come, they need to be prepared for this new world that is emerging of technology. We just need to adapt. I think we have the ability to adapt to these new trends, but it's hard to actually have a specific mind because everything's happening really fast. It's overwhelming sometimes to keep up with the news.
You're right. And I'm glad you're mentioning the next generation to come, because, globally, as each generation comes of age, they're expected to be leaders and innovators and creators of technology, but they still need that foundation to learn and be able to apply to where they are geographically and where they live and where they're going to work. So thank you for sharing that.
Just to add to what Lisa said, the beauty about technology is that it's going to always be in phases. Before today it's AI, tomorrow it might be something else. So you don't even know what maybe there's something better than AI that's still going to come. So those challenges are going to be there. But for humans, yes, we must find a way to quickly adapt and not think we can't stay too long looking at the technology. We must adapt and start using it. Coders have also, you're asking about me, developers have also started working with AI, and it's making their job faster, and it's complementing what they do. What I usually say, as much as it poses a threat, I also look at it as somebody that designed AI. So, you're just basically looking at the future of work where a whole lot of stuff are going to be changing, and the skills we have today would not be relevant tomorrow. And having that mindset means that we must always get ourselves at every point in time to have the requisite skill for the future. Today is AI, tomorrow might be something else. Something else will surely pop up. We must be at that place where we are ready for whatever pops up and to move with time.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
We are warriors. Africans need to be warriors. Otherwise, the world is really hard, and it's a pace that it's
right.
Getting difficult to keep up with other nations. It's hard.
But it's interesting as you're speaking. There's several words that we're using over and over again. One of them is evolution, and it involves people evolving to be able to use technology. There's a term, IoT, Internet of Things, and that's basically talks about how people working next to robots and using technology and being ingrained in it. We haven't used the word revolution, I don't believe, because when you talk about a revolution, people get really nervous because of the past uses. But as tech grows and ingrains in our societies, particularly in Africa, people have to understand that it is going to evolve, and sometimes there is going to be a digital revolution that's going to have to take place to keep up with the changes and the adaptations of it. So that's a very good point.
You mentioned, revolution. I believe the next revolution will be in quantum computing. Because, for example, I follow Michio Kaku. It's a PhD guy from Massachusetts, MIT. And he explains in a lot of YouTube videos. So YouTube, our biggest university ever, open university. So I study his work. And he mentioned that when we managed to put it up, AI and quantum computing together, then we're going to have a revolution. I just hope that we have access to as much information and technology as other nations have. That way, we Africans will solve our own problems. and of course not wait for other nations to come and save us. So it's like not giving us the fish, but teaching us how to fish so that then we can, go our lives. And the other thing for us African, we just need to unite each other more, be united and not fight, so that then we can grow even bigger. Because I believe that Africa has a huge potential to be one of the biggest, as other continents. We just need to work together, help our people grow.
That's wonderful. And that actually leads to Alafabi, this question for you. How can digital transformation drive innovation in various sectors across the continent? So I don't think we talked about innovation yet, but how can that drive innovation?
Okay, so like I said, at the aim of innovation is actually digital transformation. And I think the best way to look at it is taking specific industries, specific sectors, and seeing how technology is transforming it. So for example, look at the health sector. There's a company here in Nigeria called Life Bank. And what Life Bank has been able to do is a health tech startup, and they've been able to use technology to improve access to blood and medical supplies, so that people are able to, somebody needs any type of blood, you're able to go to that platform to see, okay, at this specific hospital or this specific blood bank, they have it available. In doing that, they're able to connect blood banks, hospitals, and patients to get in a way where they are able to do timely delivery. So you see how technology is digitalizing the health industry, unlike before where it has to be a manual process and maybe there would have been loss of life. Like I mentioned earlier, also, if you take the education sector, technology is disrupting that, creating the innovations. People are now having to, even at their own house, they're able to go to schools, they're able to learn, they're able to get their certificates without leaving. Most of us want to travel to US or UK to do masters, but sometimes being able to leave your work is a lot of problem. But now you have all of these online courses that you can do that helps you. In Kenya, there is M-Pesa, which is a payment solution that has solved most payment solutions, even to the unbanked. So technology, it's at the aim of innovation. And the best way to look at it is looking at all the different sectors that we are in, and now it has actually changed it. Food processing technologies are at the aim of it. So digital transformation happens when we embrace it. I think the major question we might need to look at later is, are we Africans, are we looking to solve our problem, or we are waiting for a solution from other people?
Wow, that is a lot. Thank you for sharing that. And going back again and understanding the terms of innovation and evolution are so valuable and important. And these conversations need to continue to broaden the spectrum of how we all fit in as human beings, Africans, and using the tech to broaden our knowledge and improve the continent.
You mentioned innovation, for example, in health. In Angola, there is this young startups that created technology that can detect malaria. One of the biggest problems we have in health around Africa is malaria, which is the second most health problems we have that kill our fellow Africans. And they detected this machine that you can do the test anywhere in your neighborhood with a small machine. If we can prevent, it's better than before the person falls ill. Then you can get in a stage really, really bad and end up passing away. So I think technology can really help us solve this huge problem that we have in Africa, which is malaria. We just need to make sure that these projects don't die. The startups have all the sustainability to grow, everything they need in terms of grants, funds, support, government, for example, licensing to build a small test center around each, big neighbor. We need all the support we can get so that then the idea grows and the problem actually can be solved partially and eventually being eradicated when we have a vaccination area, for example.
Well, it's interesting enough that you mentioned malaria, because here in the United States, we've had more cases of malaria happening. And the scientists or so-called experts aren't sure why it's growing here in the United States. And that's great that you brought that up, because this is something still that affects people globally. Because at one time it was thought that malaria was eradicated here in the United States, but now it's coming back very fiercely and very strong. And, in those cases, you can't always rely on just the technology, but understanding the causes. And we're seeing this more and more, globally as well. So our next,
William, I think also.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, going back to the example also maybe from our country, I think during the period of COVID lockdowns in 2020, what we did through one of our universities here in Botswana was to try out delivering medication using the drone technology, delivering medication to some of the remote parts where you will find that we have people who are sick, but they are unable to reach medication fast. So the tryout with the drones technology really worked. And I think it's left for us to now implement it fully. Because, I think the challenge that we have in most African countries is funding. We try out these things, they seem to work. We want to grow them, but we are limited because of funds. So I think it's high time, while we are talking revolution, that we develop products that we can also sell. Because once you have a product that you are selling, then you are assured of continuous income. So currently we do a lot of service provision in Africa. We provide services. We are service oriented. We are trained to go out there and be employed and provide service, but not to manufacture. So I think with the revolution that comes with digitalization and digital transformation, this is the time where we have the opportunity to manufacture solutions that we can sell and therefore have an opportunity as well to retain continuous income.
I just wish that countries like you, Botswana, Zambia, Ghana, we Nigeria and Angola would follow you guys to get more funding available and not, going elsewhere, so that we can then grow our ideas, because we still have huge problems with funding, especially for startups and new technologies. At least we, Nigeria, Angola, like broad in corruption. So I just wish that this decreased more and we could have more funding. But hey, I think Angola is following Nigeria, or is it you following us? Afolabi, I don't even know. It's like brotherhood, huh?
I think the tech environment in Nigeria has been able to crack the funding. A lot of guys have been able to get very good funding. And I think my major concern is not just solving a problem, but solving a problem that is sellable and that is actually what people want. So there are a lot of solutions out there, but the question is, how many of those solutions is tailored for Africans? How many of them is actually what will work in our environment? So those are kind of questions we ask when a lot of people come to us to say, I want to develop this solution. But then the question is it sellable? Is it workable?
Do people want to buy? Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Oh, go ahead.
Lisa, you talked about maybe if we can follow same policies or for same trends together. But I think as a continent, the initiatives that are being brought about DEC or Commonwealth, the Africa free trade that we are talking about, I think it's time to implement, guys. We have lots and lots of good policies in lots of countries, especially here in my country. We have a lot of good policies. We are developing processes all the time. I think it's an issue of implementing to enable us to be able to manufacture and develop these solutions further and be able to also, as much as we import, we now start exporting. So I think we need to just unlock these various schemes that we are continually talking about and introducing. The last 2-3 weeks saw us in Botswana hosting the US Africa Summit for the first time. I mean, heads of states from different African countries were here. A lot of professionals were here. The United States was here. So let's take opportunity not just to sit around the table and debate issues, but let's go out and implement. I think for me, that's what we need more. Because yes, we see where the trends are going. We see issues of AI and all that. But more importantly, for us to get value out of them is when now we fund these initiatives. Thank you.
Right. Very, very good. Very well. Segamatsi, I'm going to ask this question, and it deals with analysis. And since the 4IR era, we see lots of research analysis predicting tech trends every year, every 2 years or so. But with the latest developments that are happening around AI, we're talking about AI now, it looks like even the predictions that people have already been disrupted when people mentioning AI. What does this mean for us as Africans in terms of speed of adoption, adaptation for these trends that are happening?
What is very interesting is I think earlier in the year, somewhere around March, when ChatGPT, for instance, was really disrupting everywhere. I kept saying, what is very interesting is that these trends are also disrupting themselves. You know, we are one leg ahead on AI. We are thinking AI, and immediately there is ChatGPT, and everyone is moving their eyes and focus to ChatGPT and wondering, what is this now? And it's so fast that it requires somebody to also be agile and fast, because otherwise we will never catch the speed at which everything is happening. And if we don't catch it, we will be left behind in our 3IR or 4IR or whatever generation that we are currently in, because a lot is happening and it has been so fast. So for me, there are a lot of trends. It's not only, for instance, the AI that we can talk about. Maybe I can also highlight some of them that we see coming up every day. We see the likes of workplace changing, the hybrid working from home and working remotely. Jobs are continually being created, but that requires us to also change our mindset. Can I be able to do the job that is sitting in another continent when I'm here? The timelines are not the same. We know that time is not the same when I'm here and when we're in Nigeria and any other country, but how best can I benefit from that so that I alleviate maybe the little poverty that I'm going through? That is one. When we are talking about the trends, we are talking about green technology right now. She was talking about the farmers and the climate change issues. We are talking about ESG today, that in terms of governance, how well are we doing in that space? Because yes, there's digital transformation when you talk about the tools and the technologies, but there's the governance aspect. Look at GDPR, that is forcing all of us now to look at Data Protection Act. Mm-hmm. And if you are not going to align, and if you are not going to improve on your data protection, what does it say? What does it mean to your economy as a country? What does it mean to your financial position in terms of the global funding observations that are being done? That's why we are even talking about research-based analytics. What do they say about us as Africans in terms of complying to the global trends, even in terms of regulations and laws? We are talking about protecting the environment that we live in, even for the future generations that are yet to come. We are talking issues of data management, data security, cyber security. Those are emerging trends. We may not look at them as technological developments, but these are advancements that are running in parallel to the tools and technologies that we are bringing. As we increase our digital footprint, for instance, on social media or everywhere where we are putting our digital footprint and leaving it there, how safe and secure is it for anybody who will interact with the footprint that I've left there? Are we teaching ourselves enough? Are we educating ourselves enough in terms of how well do we prepare for such? And now when I come back to the question, what are we doing and how can we make sure that we come up with long-lasting solutions that will also benefit us? There is this abbreviation that we've been talking about for years now, the VUCA. We are in a VUCA world, and therefore we need VUCA leadership. VUCA, volatile, everything changes every day. Uncertainty, we are uncertain even of the future. We are uncertain of our tomorrow, but we still need to live today thinking we will wake up tomorrow and continue living. Therefore, a lot of uncertainty around what we are doing, even as we want to embrace this technology. Sometimes we are unsure at the speed that we are going, an investment that we are going to put in. Are we able to continue with this investment and with this project? And are we going to be able to realize what we are developing today at the pace we are moving? Everything is complex. And therefore, we need to also unpack that for ourselves and our organizations and our countries. A lot of ambiguity is happening all around us. So what is this calling for? It's calling for the leadership that will rally behind the technology. Gone are the days where we have leaders and CEOs and managing directors who do not understand IT, who do not understand technology, who cannot speak on digital transformation, who have strategies that do not talk about digital transformation. And therefore, it means we need leadership that is empowered to be able to understand that we are on a fast lane. And while we are on a fast lane, they need to flex a bit to allow us to move together in this fast lane. Therefore, it's important that the leadership as well is equally tuned in to support all these initiatives. And leadership even from home. I mean, we have traditional courses where kids are going to schools to do a Bachelor of Accounting. Today, we are talking fintech. And as we talk fintech, does the parent understand that the child doesn't need to do accounting, but maybe they should focus on fintech and all that? You know, we had computer science in the past. Right now, we are talking big data. We are talking business intelligence. We are talking data science. We are talking more professional courses and certifications than the degrees. And therefore, the environment must be ready to embrace somebody who comes with a certification more than one who comes with a basic degree. So it's those things that need to be shaped up for us to adopt technology fast.
That is wonderful. I can see now that a lot of issues are going to be taken care of with your input and what you're providing. So your knowledge, your experiences are very valuable. During this panel discussion of unlocking the future with digital transformation, innovation and disruptive trends in Africa. Each of you has shared some valuable information. I have one last question for you. And we've talked about a lot of areas, but let's focus on, for each of you, are there any successful cross-border collaborations in Africa that you're aware of? And who is doing some wonderful things as far as promoting collaboration and cooperation? So we'll start with you, Lisa.
When you refer to collaboration in terms of startups, innovation?
Innovation, sharing resources, collaboration, as far as educational access to technology. Are there any cross-border, cross-national, across the continent of Africa collaborations that are ongoing that you're aware of?
Yes, well, in terms of education, we have been collaborating with Zambia and also Rwanda, because Rwanda now they are building the startup city, and they have been exchanging a lot of knowledge within the startup movement. There's also a lot of incentive programs for startups like Seed Stars, Orange Corners, which they work around Africa. So we have some regional startup competitions and sharing of information between startups in different areas, innovation everywhere, technology and health and others. And this way, I think it's a good exchange because at the end of the day, the problems that we find in different countries in Africa are the same. As I mentioned, malaria, and my fellow Africans also recognize that malaria is a health problem in their countries. Imagine if this startup in Angola, that it was this year, they created this program to detect early malaria symptoms. We could then, share this technology and be implemented in Botswana or Nigeria. That would be great. It has been happening, not at the pace that we would like to, because we need to involve at the end of the day the government, and sometimes the governmental processes might delay some of these problems in terms of patents and legalizing, the technology to protect the interests of the founders. But it is happening. Of course, the solution can be across all Africa implemented. We just need to, communicate and put our hands dirty. As Segamati said, start using these new opportunities that are appearing from Commonwealth and the Africa Summit, so that then we can get things done and not, only just discuss. It is happening. In Angola, it's happening. We have one handicap, which is the language. In Angola, most of our young people, they don't speak English fluently. So this sometimes it can be a huge barrier for them to actually take the initiative by themselves to implement and exchange information cross-border. Unfortunately, we don't dominate the English as, for example, our fellow Nigerians or Botswana, Africans. I wish we would, so that this wouldn't be a handicap for our young fellow Angolans. But don't worry, with AI, we will start translating like Star Trek with the phone.
Right.
Hey, how you have it?
That's right.
I hope so.
Yeah. Alifado, your interpretation of what you see as far as collaborations as well, that's going across the continent of Africa. What do you see that's there?
Okay, so I think one of the collaborations I'm seeing and I'm so much expecting to work is the formation of by Afro-Exim Bank for a payment system across Africa called PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which allows us to facilitate trade across Africa. I think at the moment now, if I have to send money to Lisa in Angola, I have to first change my own Naira to USD and then change the USD back to Angolan currency. And what this does is that it makes simple payment that should take minutes, take days. So with what they are doing at PAPS, I should be able to send money to anybody in Africa. And with the central banks coming together, they should be able to get the money immediately. What that does for us is it helps us to start facilitating trade better between Africans, and it makes exchanges better. So I'm following up on that. I'm looking forward to our African government working to ensure this works, because it now means that we can do more trade across Africa. You can check, I think it's perhaps papss.org. It's quite interesting, and it's a collaboration that really, really needs to work.
Awesome. Thank you. And to close this out, Segamasi, how about your opinion? What do you think about, or know about the collaborations that are ongoing?
I think on the digital platform, we're already collaborating. And I think one of my key messages when I speak around the different platforms I have exposure to, I start off by saying, guys, we are digital citizens. And the digital space and the 4IR have opened doors. So let us break away these borders and these barriers that we have set for ourselves if we really want to benefit from all these services. I mean, the example being given by Afolabi in terms of payment, I experienced it last week. I'm a mentor with Girls for Girls Botswana. So we had our graduation last weekend, and one of the speakers was coming from South Africa, and they were struggling to make payment here to somebody in Botswana because they are using a bank. It's here in Botswana, it's there in South Africa, but their account is in South Africa. So instead, they can use online payment, but they have to go to the ATM and use the card to transact the cash and then pass on the cash. So even the online systems that we have are not that flexible. So you would think that, okay, with online banking, the fact that it's the same bank, it should be easy, but it is equally difficult. So I think I like the example that you gave, Afolabi. Please share more information. I see you've given it to us. Perhaps we will go on and look at it and follow it through as well. Afrexim Bank, I've seen it as well. Last year it was here during our Botswana Global Expo, because we have a Global Expo almost annually. They were here, and I think a lot is opening up. But for me, I think I want to see, not only to see, but to partake in the Africa Free Trade engagement so that I really get to understand what's in it for us in there. Because I think this is an area that should be able to unlock for us all these relationships that will enable us to, one, do business easier with each other and collaborate easier with each other. In terms of what we are currently doing as well in that space, I think as a country, issues of export and imports, we are currently also trying to export a lot of skills through the innovative and creative projects that are being exposed, especially to the young people. We have one of some of the state-owned enterprises who are running hackathons with young people to try and come up with a prototype of solutions to some of the problems that we have in the country. And I think those problems are common across Africa. And so if those hackathons become successful and they are turned into real products that are sellable, that can be used across different platforms, I think that should really take us somewhere as a continent. And mindset change. We were launching, I think, in the last week in the country, a mindset change campaign where we are saying all these good things that we are talking about, all the strategies that we set for ourselves require a culture change, culture shift, and it starts with the mind. At individual level, at organizational level, we need that drift for us to be able to achieve what we set for ourselves. I remember some of the collaborations that we are also looking at. Earlier in the year, I was part of a summit, Computer Science Education Summit, where we are also looking at trying to change the curriculum that we have in our government schools in relation to how we teach computers. Because we have had for the longest introduction to computers, and you'll agree with me that today you can't be teaching a high school student how to write a Word document and format it, the fonts and everything as part of the curriculum. No, we are far behind. We need to be talking robotics, we need to be talking coding, we need to be talking AI at high school level, because our kids who are at preschool, they're already learning that. So if we are going to start teaching that at an older 13-year, 14-year, 15-year-old, they will lose interest quickly in class and they will not even participate. So I think our curriculum is currently, the ministry agreed that maybe we can look at it and maybe it can be changed. So I'll be happy to really see that changing and also partner with other countries. We had countries who are rallying behind us, those who are international experienced benchmarks that we got to look at. And I'm hoping that the university will run with it to completion as well through the ministry partnerships too. Wow. So I think these are the things that if we continue to open our borders, we should be able to equally benefit from them.
Wow. We have covered so much information. Unfortunately, we are out of time. This has been a wonderful discussion. I'm definitely going to share with my colleagues in my network what I've definitely have learned here. And I want to commend each of you for providing this information, for being so enthusiastic and knowledgeable. And we thank you for your time today, and we appreciate it. I'm sure our audiences will move forward in their implementation and evolution. And like we mentioned, sometimes, revolution of using and applying technology. So thank you very much for your time and your input, and we appreciate your attention to all that you've shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. I'll do the same.
Okay.
Welcome back. I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed the conversation around how we can better hold our political leadership more accountable and be more involved as citizens in politics. Thanks to our politicals and leadership panelists for being so down to earth and for bringing out the issues so eloquently. So many actionable items were mentioned by the panelists. Wow, we then had our technology panelists. What an amazing session that we had. I think it's safe to say that technology is fast growing in Africa and is taking our continent to new heights. So we would love to hear from you. What did you learn in that double barrel panel discussion? You know where to put it. Put it in our comment section at Power of Africa and tell us, how were these two sessions for you? Up next, we are going into the education panel session. This is an exciting one. This session's topic is incentivizing innovators to identify new models to enhance learning and skill development in Africa. Let's go.
Welcome to Power of Africa Conference 2023. My name is Dr. Pittman Kennedy. I'm originally from Liberia, but currently resides in the United States. I'm a 21-year Air Force retired Master Sergeant. I currently work as an Innovation Program Manager with the United States Air Force Installation and Mission Support Center. Today's panel discussion is on education, and I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. First up is William. Welcome, William.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. My name is William. As Dr. Kennedy stated, I live in Jacksonville, Florida in the United States. My family and I reside here in the United States, and I'm an educator of 33 years. My area of focus is STEM and STEAM. STEAM is science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, but also integrating the metaverse, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality. And it's a great honor to speak about the value and importance of education across the continent of Africa. Looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you, William. Next up is Avinal. Welcome, Avinal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pittman. Hello, everyone. My name is Abdinur Ali Mahdi from Kenya, East Africa. I'm education technologist and founder of MLUGA. MLUGA basically is a multilingual offline interactive apps that helps rural learners in Africa basically to learn literacy and numeracy using their first language, because we realized we have a language barrier in early years of education because the language of instruction doesn't match the first language of the young learners. And this has created a crisis across Africa. I'm also an author of a multilingual literacy books and numeracy books, which was unveiled last month at Oxford University, and currently planning to roll out across Africa. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Great, and welcome. Next up is Damien. We're going to welcome Damien.
It's great to be back. I'm Damien Muzun. I was born in Benin Republic. I live and work now in Rwanda after I finished my studies in Kenya. I did my last studies on social innovation management at Amani Institute in Kenya before I moved to Rwanda, where I'm building a think tank. I feel like there was a necessity to restore something that was lost to our continent, the think tanks to the continent of Africa. So we are now working in various countries, including Mauritius, Ghana, Rwanda, and some part outside of the continent like Switzerland and Japan. Our work is focusing on building capacity in the young generation from the bottom up, using the means at our disposal to really help them to find their voice and build the next leaders made from Africa, for Africa, contrary to what's have been happening. That's what we've been doing so far, and I'm glad to be here with our brothers and sisters from across the world, sharing this passion and vision of transformational Africa that we aim to see happening.
Wow, that's wonderful. And thanks. I want to welcome all you gentlemen to the stage today. There's going to be a spirited discussion and as it relates to education, because we understand the importance of education, not only in our spaces, but across the whole continent. So interestingly, with a varied background, one thing that has stood as a constant is technology. William, you very versed in technology and even have not added some technological inputs. So the first question, William, is how can we use technology to empower in Africa to further their careers?
Well, one of the things is recognizing that Africa is the youngest continent in the world related to smartphone usage. And because of this, it opens up opportunities for youth, teens, and young adults to be able to connect to educational resources outside of the traditional academic circle or schools. And the really wonderful part about that is that learning can be continuous outside of the classroom. My wife and I, as not just educators in public education, but university areas as well, see the value of having smartphone technology that can be integrated with the metaverse and AI and other elements to bring content to the student as opposed to the student going to the content. And that also allows for the growth of entrepreneurialism, business ownership, and collaboration as well. And the idea is the more educated you are, the more you are willing to collaborate with others in careers, more readily able to collaborate with others in your local community to build those communities and also be a proponent to education. So the value is very increased in the access to technology.
Wow, thanks. Damien, would you like to add to that, using technology as a baseline? How can we empower Africa's youth? Damien?
I think it will have been a great tool. Unfortunately, the distractions has made it even has the opposite effect. I work with many young people when I travel across the continent, and when people own mobile phone like these smartphones, as we call them, most of the people who are supposed to be on, say, the content sometimes are even there, even on YouTube or other platform. But people seem to be more driven by what is more destructive. And as much as we are living in a time of technology where information can be available at the fingertip, unfortunately, most of our young people, having been misguided or depending on the context of where and how they are using it, it has become a way of distractions for many of them, and I think that is something that we are trying to see what can we do to balance this old way of learning with the new way without falling short into wanting the new that is not productive, that is great, but is not producing the result expected. So it's still a big challenge. We hope that we will find a solution moving forward. We thought the audio books and all these platforms where they can download books for free or even access some training for free will help. But it seems like there is much work to be done so that the technology can become much more useful in a productive way to changing the community and changing this youth than being a tool to misguide them and then to get them into the kind of reality that we have in today that are not very encouraging. That's what I will add to my brother William's sharing.
Awesome. Thanks. So can you take a stab at that question? But also, can you focus on the choices? How can we expand the choices using technology, different capabilities within the technological realm? How do we empower our youth? I think you're muted.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I concur with what my brother Daniel William was saying. And I think during the COVID times, it has exposed that we have a huge digital gap, especially across Africa. Because as you remember, when schools were closed and we were resort to learning digitally or e-learning, and I believe 90% of African children did not access education due to the digital gap that exists. So here in Kenya, if I take, for example, only the private schools had continued learning, and 99% of other public schools and also other learners did not have the chance. We had some programs run by the government, some measures to make sure that it's continued learning. Especially, we had a radio programs and also TV, but still the issue of accessibility played in hand, like how many learners can access radio and television. So I believe in terms of connectivity, we still lag behind, and it's really having that effect of digital gap. So I think before even we address the technological advancement, we need to address the issue of digital gap and also digital skills across the African youth.
Dr. Pittman, can I contribute to?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would just like to add to that. Many people don't realize that around the continent of Africa itself, there is access to high-speed data lines, high-speed internet access through fiber optic cable and through satellite technology. If we remember during the pandemic, several companies launched multiple satellites in the middle and low Earth orbit that were designed to provide internet access. And I think we have to move beyond the commercialization of space and enter in an era of open and free access to internet globally. This benefits not only the companies that are providing the access, but also businesses and entrepreneurs that want to provide educational services. And we have to remember that nations and countries are only as strong as the lowest individuals or communities in that nation. So to provide, as my brothers were saying, this access, stopping the distractions of other stuff that are going on that distract from learning, but connecting and collaborating together to provide this access is very key and important, because we are in a global economy and our economy is only strong as how educated people are. And we have to make sure that, as we're doing here, collaborating and having these conversations, to be able to provide these resources free of charge, because they are direly needed across the continent. And I just wanted to contribute that.
Great. And I couldn't agree with you more about the importance of collaboration, which kind of gives segue to our next question on new approaches. And Abhinav, this question is for you. I want you to take a stab at it. What new approaches the continent of Africa can take to help leverage the furthering of advancing education for our young people? What new approaches can we take?
Please repeat the question, Dr. Pittman. Sorry.
So as we talk about collaboration across Africa, what new approach can the entire continent take to help advance education within Africa?
Thank you so much. I think, like I said in my explanation, introduction part, I have a startup which advocates for the use of first language in learning. So basically, and as UNESCO said in the recent report, that the first early years of education, learners are not accessing quality education due to language barrier because of the language of instruction is a foreign language, especially a colonial language that was left behind. I was preaching in Rwanda some times back, and one of the judges told me, Abdi, what you are trying to solve is not a Kenyan problem. It's an African problem, basically. And every African child is struggling with a language that's not first language. So I believe if we use our first languages, we are going to improve the learning outcomes for every African child. And then I also believe education should also be localized instead of using some complex curriculums. I think we should use custom-made curriculums, which touches the aspect of culture, traditions, and African values, basically. And you know what's happening across the globe right now? Our African values is somehow diminishing. So I believe curriculum should be based on our own experience, not based on an experience. What about that? Sort of experience about a curriculum that was imported to us. So I believe through our education systems across Africa, we can do collaboration and improve our curriculums based on our African values.
Fantastic. Damien, we'll go ahead and bring you into that. Can you chime in on this question? What new approaches can the continent of Africa leverage to help education expand for our people? Damien.
You can unmute it.
Yeah.
Right. It was unmuted. Okay. I think I'm on now. Thank you very much, Brother Kennedy. I think it's one of the key reasons why we decided to build a think tank to try to tackle this problem from our level. We've had a challenge when we try to see what's the way schooling have been structured, which has been passed on from colonial experiences and designed for its sole purpose to be achieved, and now has been embraced as it's the only way toward knowledge acquisitions and people's growth and development. Now, we've seen the gap with people not going to school at all, but then being able to build things. And we have certain cases here, even in Rwanda, where you have many of these guys who really run the economy. They have no schooling or degrees or PhD or at all. And at the same time, our challenge was, we cannot reject the schooling system to say, oh, because it's been imported. How do we have a society where education and schooling can still work in synergy, in that the people who don't even have access to these language barriers and all the struggles, they can still learn from this old formula where our people were highly educated, but not necessarily school, because they could learn from the elders under the trees. There were a way that the baton has been passed on from generation to another generation without it being written in a book and so forth. So how do we find a common ground without having to put the former system or the former structure or being rejected or in any way to have to destroy it, but adapt it so that even those who go to this school have a way that they can access real learning and knowledge and education that is not made in a form that it has been, like right now in many countries. If you see, even inside the system, there is a competition between who is using the Cambridge curriculum and who is using the national curriculum. And there are a lot of confusion around what is really the right thing. But education in itself does not have to be polarized, does not have to be tagged in where it comes from, who have been, which kind of background it has. It's the knowledge, information, and wisdom that can help people to tackle their own challenges whenever they face a situation. So we are trying to see how do we really get back to our custom and habit by getting people to learn without it being necessarily the only way have to be in the classroom and getting the degrees. If people can get the degrees, it's fine. It's a good way to learn, but it's not the only way. And sometimes we have seen a contrast between the two. So how do we harmonize that? For now, we can say we have the silver bullet, but we are really trying hard to see how we can really make sure that it shouldn't be just academic, but we can find a way to even have knowledge and information access and the wisdom acquisition available to people from all backgrounds, and that's what we are trying to build. It's still a work in progress, and we hope that we'll get there.
Thank you, Damien. Sounds like there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration and for find that niche amongst the various backgrounds and the various cultures, and even to a standpoint of the various governments, which kind of gives segue into the next question as it relates to government. So Abner, this is for you. You can take the lead on this. Do you think innovators get enough support and incentives from the government? Do you think innovators get enough support and incentive from governments as it relates to helping them further education?
Yeah, sure. I think I can give a good example from my personal experience and my journey with my startup. The one I said that advocates for the use of the first language. We currently did more than 19 Kenyan indigenous languages, and we have a new curriculum, a competency-based curriculum that really supports the use of indigenous languages. So I started this journey, I think, back in 2018, and it took me up to 2022 to get approved by the relevant ministry. So we have a bureaucratic institutions that really frustrate you when you come up with your innovations. You pay very huge amount of money to get approved, while the institution is being funded by the government and even other development partners. So basically, it's a huge crisis here in Kenya, especially for innovators, especially when they go through the government institutions. Because if I innovate a product which is maybe health-based, I have to go through the health ministry to get approvals and get the green light to. If for education purpose, we have a curriculum design institution, which I have to go through it. So basically, it's not easy, and we have not seen any laws or policies that support innovators. Recently, there is an association that I led. It's called Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. Basically, we have 63 innovation hubs in Kenya outside the major cities that are aimed to support innovations in at grassroots levels. So we submitted a bill to the Senate, a startup bill, which is going to give incentives to innovators, give them a 7-year tax haven for their startups. But unfortunately, it did not see the light of the day because of it didn't even went through. But I believe in Africa, we have some few countries that adopted startup bill, which is a great initiative, especially in Nigeria, I think in Ghana and also Congo, they have adopted startup bill. So if we make that startup bill strong, I believe it's going to address most of the challenges that we face, especially having a startup and no funding to start with. So your startup maybe will die a natural death before even you go to the piloting stage. So I believe I can speak for the country I am right now in Kenya. Actually, there is a very poor support system in terms of supporting innovations, leave alone supporting even getting the right documents to go to the market is not easy. Like I recently submitted my multilingual mother tongue based books to the ministry, and they gave me a budget which didn't make sense. They might even give you a budget of $20,000. So as a startup, I don't know how you're going to raise that kind of amount of money. So, and I believe this cuts across Africa, and we need to be very serious about innovators, because from 2018, I think I've done a lot of innovation challenges, and we also do right now as an association, we do innovation challenge across the country. And also I'm an innovation judge, so which means I interact with a lot of innovations. Some of them are brilliant, and I believe those are cutting innovations that are going to change the narrative of Africa. But unfortunately, due to the lack of support from the government and the relevant authorities, And I think no one is going anywhere without having right policies and also stop frustrating innovators. So to my observations and from the Kenyan perspective, I think there's no incentives given to the innovators, and they're not given the right support they deserve.
That's very interesting. I'll be interested to hear what happened in Rwanda. But I'm sure William has a complete different perspective on that based on his association affiliation with VR, AR, and some other technological advances as it relates to innovation. So William, what's your take on government support for innovation?
That, you know, it's interesting when you're looking at the broad spectrum of different companies that are investing billions of dollars into AI, into VR, into those technologies that are powering what we are taking advantage of. And you see the growth that's there, but unfortunately, I have to agree with my brother there in Kenya that providing services, trying to be an entrepreneur, and trying to grow across the continent of Africa, and then what we're specifically talking about, is a challenge. Because as educators and as business owners, as my wife and I are, we're offering educational curriculum, we're offering workshops, we're offering opportunities to present what the internet is, how it's growing, what the metaverse is, how it's going to be influential in education and technology and other technologies and in business. But there's a pushback, and as he was saying, a lack of funding for these opportunities to take effect. And the continent has so much potential to grow, but I think just personally that governments don't understand the value of what is being brought to the table for them to have access to build a level of educational foundation that they see that will support not just business growth, but the tax structure in the communities to provide additional resources, to educate their citizens to be thought leaders and entrepreneurs, business owners, where they can contribute more to the economic growth, starting in their neighborhoods, then expanding to the communities and the cities and the nations, and ultimately to the continent itself. And I understand the running and managing of a nation in of itself is a complicated process. But the foundation of any African nation, and this, of course, is my opinion, should be the building of an educational structure where it's inclusive, where it's equitable and equal to everyone, despite the language, despite the background, despite the generation. Because the more educated the citizens are, the more influential and powerful that nation can be and will be. And we have to, you know, continue to provide the resources, continue to push forward so the government or government entities or those people within the government see that this is valuable and that there is investment that needs to go into those structures and the strategies to build that. So I commend my brother in Africa, what he's doing. I commend Damien and yourself, Dr. Kennedy, that when people are listening to this dialogue, those in the educational and governmental entities in the business areas understand, hey, you have these access to these resources, but it does take funding. It's a long-term commitment to be able to make substantial changes.
That's very profound, and yeah, it's very profound and has value in it. So, Damien, can you take a stab at this question? What's your input? You're muted, Damien.
All right, now I'm back on. You know, I really approve, just to make it simple, the position of my two brethren and this who just spoke previously. One thing that I would like to add for the sake of our people who are now listening somewhere is that, of course, the reality, if we have to talk, the way you put in up the questions, if we have to look at the framework we have in our countries in terms of policies and the founding, it's like most of our innovators wouldn't even be able to make it because it's not designed to really support the grassroots, the development from the bottom up. I recall before even I was in Kenya, when I was completing my studies and needed to start this think tank. And I moved to Japan, where I could buy all the technological and everything I needed to establish a think tank. So I thought for Africa. And in Japan, I was approached by people there to say they needed the work I wanted to establish, and I could have my base there, and they could offer me a space at the University of Tokyo, and I could do my work there. Every support could have come, and registering a think tank there is not a problem. But I look at the development of their system, and I told them, you know what, you've done so well here, and Africa needs me more, so let me go back and do this in Africa. So I shift all the things that I had all the way from Japan that I bought to Kenya. But irony of the destiny, I may say, everything got robbed in Kenya in a very painful way, as a way of setback that I almost went north. Based on the money that I put in, I sold my own properties and everything I could, and all the money just vanished. So starting from the security point, like even if they don't have the policy and they are not willing to give you the money, and you try to go get the money yourself to start, there is no structure that protects your work from those thieves, or any way that you can even get your thing that you want to do. There is always this way that, because the system have its own fraud and challenges, so you can even struggle to keep up the head forward and find your own resources and defy the system, the structure that is in place that does not really give a framework to this work. But if at the security level you can be protected, then in that regard, it's just what is the challenge most of the time that we face in our countries, no matter the context that we are in now, and our speech should go toward those young people, because if I had to give up, this as a program I've been running for the past 9 years will not existed, because I have to keep up trying, and I shift from Kenya to Rwanda. They have a kind of security and some kind of political will, but then you also have to find the money for yourself, and the one who want to found the project from outside want also to dictate and hold the remote control about how you should run the show, whom you should hire, whom you should not hire, and all the implications. So we have this kind of artificial reality that my encouragement to those who are listening to us right now is that we can wait. We can only keep trying, because all those countries that we see today, Singapore, Japan, and all these people, even America, where most of you are, they didn't wait for anybody to give them their freedom. They have to fight for this. And that's the only way for us. If we want to use the shortcut or use the blame game as we usually do, we can blame and blame forever, but the snake that bite us did its part. But now what are we feeding? Are we taking care of ourselves? Not to be victimized and die because that snake bite us, and could have and did the same to somebody else who decided to fix his own wounds and remove the poison and keep alive. So I think our situation look like a situation that it's really perilous sometimes, but the only way is to face the way I see those people who struggle behind Dr. Kennedy. I think the only way is to conquer, is to fight and keep fighting no matter what the situation is on the ground. But it's not really encouraging, it's not really friendly, the kind of situation sometimes we have to navigate on the ground in Africa, in most of this country, where I've had the chance to go around in most of the countries, and the youth has the same problem with policies, with bureaucracy, with no founding, with even sometimes jealousy. Even when they try to build something great, the system feels threatened that, okay, this might come to overthrow that, and they fear everything. So I feel the solution is also about educating people, and then when the critical masses take off, then the rest, if the people, the leaders fail to lead, the people will make them follow. And that's the only way we can go forward.
Wow, that's great. Great addition and contribution. And I would just like to chime in before we pivot to the next top question. I believe that we can all agree, and I'll venture out to state that technology is at the heart of education. Without technology, education slows down. So we must understand collectively our demand signal for moving technological advances forward. So understanding that is important, that these discussions are kept alive across the continent, so governments can involve themselves. Over in the United States, there's a small business innovation research. It's called SIBR, where through those they provide opportunities and seed money for startup companies. That give them opportunities to move innovation forward, because the reality of all things is that without innovation, and a country, the educational system, the youth, they're all at a standstill. So they're going to be left behind. So it's important that we keep furthering this discussion. I will move over to the next question, which is going to be for William. So what can Africa do to increase its independence in the technological education of youth, teens, adults, and what must the teachers do? What must the leaders do?
I think one of the key things is to see to embrace how technology can make education, first of all, culturally relevant. My wife and I, when we're doing workshops here in the States, or we're providing workshops and trainings virtually, whether they're in Nigeria or Kenya, where we do some work, or Uganda or South Africa, one of the main things we focus on, whatever we're teaching, how is it going to be culturally relevant to the individuals that are taking the course of the class? And understanding that, and I think it was mentioned before, the limitations that colonialism has imposed on and across the continent of Africa, and it's still unfortunately influential, getting out of that mindset of limiting mentally and creatively and innovatively the use of technology. Technology opens up so many doors for innovation for everyone, provided opportunity. Technology provides creativity for artists, and sometimes artists are not given their just dues or respect, because when people think about the arts, maybe they think about one level, drawing or painting, but the arts encompasses anything imaginable that you're going to create and make. So bringing that cultural background, bringing that cultural understanding that all cultures are important and valuable are key to the educational aspect and the blending of technology. Several of the courses that we have are, even when we're talking about the virtual reality, is how can cultures take their background history and place it on the internet and house it in virtual reality spaces or metaverse spaces, so people can come into those spaces as avatars and look around and engage and learn about the history of Africa, about Africa. The continent itself was the first to have major universities, that Africa set the foundation for science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And even today, with our use of technology, a lot of those ideas come from the foundation of Africans because of what they did in the past as far as studying the stars and navigating the seas. So making that push, making that effort, making it vitally important that Africans see that Africa itself, the continent, has contributed to so much that the world enjoys today is very powerful. And once we, can establish that and collectively come together and say, each nation on the continent of Africa is important. Each community is valuable, because through that storytelling and that collection of working together, that educational component can be outside, and I believe it was mentioned before, outside of the classroom, outside of the schoolhouse, but understand that the world is a better place because of the contributions of Africa from the past. And there's a saying that says, you know, African history is not about slavery. African history is about development and innovation and creativity and building and collaboration. So the more we push that, the more we share, the more people will continue to see the value and Africa will grow.
Thanks, William.
Welcome.
Avenal, would you like to add to that, or even consider this question as it ties into that? What can be done to motivate innovators in the continent of Africa?
A very interesting question, and I've been doing research on that for a very long time, and I think I've attended the last 2 years. I've been attending Global EdTech Awards. That happens every year annually in London, and I think every year we receive around 600 EdTech innovations across the globe, and guess what? None of them is from Africa. So sometimes I go around checking if there's something with African context. And you'll be shocked there's no African context in that, the whole global stage. And imagine 600 countries and over 1,000 startups, EdTech startups around the world converge every year, and Africa is not represented. So it's really, really very sad to see that. So sometimes you go around, you see some complex artificial intelligence and AIs and IoT in education. But unfortunately, back home, there's nothing that's happening. So it's very sad. So, and then the other thing I want to maybe to add is if you do some background checks on the most successful startups in Africa, they are not owned by Africans. You'll be shocked to see the faces behind. The startup might have an African face, but behind the scenes, it's being managed by non-Africans. And then this very serious question one of the audience asked sometimes past when I was pitching in somewhere. So he said, why are Africans not investing in their own startups? Most of the investors or acceleration programs or incubation programs mostly are not Africans. Does it mean that Africa, there's no resource to invest in our own startups? So, and every African startup is looking for an investor outside Africa. So it's like we don't have investors in Africa. So that question still stuck in my head. Why are African millionaires and billionaires not investing in Africa? So one of the ways of motivating the innovators in Africa basically is to encourage local baby millionaires or billionaires or those with wealth to invest in startups that are homegrown, that are owned by Africans. So one of the ways is that. The other way is basically to have a framework and policies that support innovators, especially here in Kenya, where when I was talking about the startup bill. If that bill could go through, I think it will have solved a lot of problems that we face on a daily basis as a startup. So we need to have that kind of startup bills and innovation bills that support and also have incentives to innovators. And funny enough, in Kenya here, we have an agency called Kenya Innovation Agency. Up to date, I don't know what they do. And they're not even popular and among even the ecosystem, the players in the ecosystem. And they're funded by the government. It's called Kenya Innovation Agency. So I think it was constituted under the Ministry of Education. And the aim was to address these kind of challenges that are faced by the innovators. So I think if we have that startup bill or innovation bill maybe running and also having that kind of agency, which is well funded and also very serious about innovators, and also Africans investing in their own startups without looking for outside Africa for investors. I think those three will really support innovators and also boost their morale.
Dr. Kennedy, can I add something to that as well?
Yes, sir.
I would like to add, as my brother was saying, there are entities across Africa called WordCamp conferences. And WordCamp conferences are basically technology conferences that teach about not just web development, but the integration of the web and AI and VR. My wife and I, we have been teachers, advisors, consultants, speakers, and organizers in WordCamp conferences, and we've taken it upon ourselves for the last several years to sponsor youth, teens, young adults, and teachers to attend WordCamp conferences, because when you get them in an environment where Africans are communicating together, they're teaching, they have sessions, they're sharing their knowledge, they're also building up the youth. This is very important and key as well for the expansion of different types of technology and the use of technology, not just in education, but outside in business. And more conferences are coming up. Actually, they had several in Jinja, in Tebe, Nairobi's coming up. Makasa is also coming up. Several are in Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria. So if those individuals that are watching this are interested in attending WordCamp conferences, just to Google WordCamp conferences in Africa to see what's available. And most of the time, they're 2-day events, and they provide a wealth of information and wonderful networking. And they do welcome youth, teens, and young adults. There's opportunities to collaborate and learn to expand outside of those communities as well, and be involved in meetups, which typically meet once a month. So as my brother was saying, even some of the government entities that are not providing funding or providing resources, there are opportunities like WordCamps, which are associated to WordPress, that's there and available. And like I said, we've been sponsoring students and teachers for several years. The growth is slow, but the value is basically increasing. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, there's a need for collaboration. Collaboration is essential. Over here to bolster the innovation and learning ecosystem, it's a lot of synchronization between government, between academia, research institutions, as well as industry experts in furthering innovation and learning for our young people and giving them opportunities. So we'll go ahead. We got about one more question, and that's going to be with Damien. Damien, the next question is going to be, what sufficient incentives would you recommend be given to educators in Africa to stimulate developmental thinking in the educational system? I know we got slow network connection.
No, but it's the microphone. Okay. Thank you. All right. The question actually comes with its own question as to ask by whom is going to stimulate. So I think we have to empower ourselves. And that's why I think the first thing that we have to do is to learn to work in synergy. The problem I've seen across Africa is that there are great ideas and people, and sometimes, as we just already spoken about, blaming game, but again, sometimes the very people who are trying to bring something across seem to play in this kind of zero-sum game where they end up in some kind of competitions, very unhealthy competition, than just doing what it takes to really synergize and bring their effort together to see how could we go together. There is a saying that when you want to go fast, go alone, but when you want to go far, go together. And that going together, we haven't learned it. And when you are going fast, you don't go very far most of the time because sometimes you run out of fuel. But when you are together, there is that bondage that always carries it, and it can pass on to generation. So I think most of the problem, because if we say we have somebody have to empower, we have to act rather than being acted upon. And that means that in this contest, we need really, there are great ideas, great people doing great things out there, but they have not really found the way, the common ground, the way they can synergize and put it together and support one another, and which is very much working on your side, because when you see even the antagonist in your system, where some of you are based in America, For instance, as much as I can connect my my MacBook computer to the other one, the phone that is Android, but still these people or they still connect and they know where it is necessary to work together. But for us, we fail in that regard, and I think that's the main thing we have to uphold now and see, even those in the diaspora, when the more we come together and we find a way to study our problems, we will be unbeatable. But as long as we want to go separately in a diverse way and trying to do those kind of competitions, we are not going to make it happen. And the only encouragement should come from within us as we inspire each other to represent those candles and mirror for one another, which have not been happening. And I'm glad Brother Ali Mahdi raised this issue when he was talking about the fact that the African don't found their own thing. It goes in the same line. Most of these big initiatives, you hear African this, African that, but they just use the brand Africa just to do the business through even some African people. But then the bottom line is really something external to the continent. And the same thing is happening when it comes to how do we encourage ourselves, how do we support one another in this kind of venture, because that's the only way we can really keep the work going. Otherwise, there are all kinds of reasons that can discourage us to not go ahead.
Thank you so much for that, Damien. So we have come to the end of the questions. So at this time, I would like to ask each of you to give your closing comments. So I'll start with you, William.
Well, again, I want to say thank you for this opportunity to speak about the value of education and technology and the blending. I would like to continue the conversation even further in future areas. But if individuals or organizations would like to connect with my wife and I, my brand is My Quest to Teach. They can reach out through my blog, myquesttoteach.com. I am on Twitter, My Quest to Teach, Instagram, My Quest to Teach, to continue this conversation, and open for collaboration in education and business. There are so many things that we can do through education, teaching, building, designing, creating. And we are actually in the process of building spatial galleries for conferences and teaching young adults and empower them with these skills and abilities. And it's not as complicated as people think, but it does take an effort and a change of mind. And we appreciate the chance to do that. And looking forward to the future as well. Thank you.
Oh, great. It was great having you here on this panel. And thanks so much for your contribution. So much value. Avinal, can you provide some closing comments for us, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. It was great having this conversation with the gentlemen. And I think it's high time for Africa to wake up and also revisit, go back to the drawing board, basically. We have been talking a lot about what to do. I think recently we had a webinar on about the scientific research. When you see scientific research, they're all in English language. So we were wondering, what about those rural communities? How are they going to access those scientific research? So basically what we mean is we need to localize our scientific, our STEM, our STEAM, our education, everything within our own context. So I believe a lot of talking has been done about Africa, and it's high time we start doing it instead of talking. In terms of innovation space, I think Africa has a huge potential. Africa has really huge potential. If only we are going to have a working government that's going to support innovators. Trust me, we have all that it takes to have Silicon Valleys across Africa. But unfortunately, the governments are not really into this. So I pray and hope we are going to change as we progress forward. Thank you so much, and it was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much, Abno. Very much value added. So Damien, can you provide us with some closing comments, sir?
Yeah, with some technical challenges, I think you can all hear me now, I guess. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Damian.
All right. So I'm grateful for this initiative that you came up with. We need more of these initiatives that connect the people and take actions to see how do we leverage. We shouldn't stop in this short cut. We have to continue this kind of initiative to bring the brain together, because the brains are there and sometimes they are just not linked. And that kind of linkage and connection that you are trying to build through this platform, we encourage this initiative that has to also spread around. And we are really happy that at least you thought of us and thought of this kind of linking people from different parts of the continent that are doing similar things but may not have connected with one another. So we have to just do our part, and everybody will play their part, and we are sure that we are getting there. It's taking time, but I'm still optimistic. No matter what's happening in the continent, I know we will get there if we really, people like you and all of us here and out there who are listening, who are taking action, no matter how small it is. That's how we are going to make this thing happen. Thank you very much.
Well, great. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for so much. I would just like to leave with this. It's been alluded repeatedly along this discussion that there's a need for collaboration. There's a need to understand our demand signal, and then we have to move at the speed of relevance. We got to empower our youth. Education is paramount. Innovation is intertwined with education. Our governments must support us. Collaboratively, we can move the continent of Africa to elite level. But we have to come together. We have to continue moving this, cultivating this ecosystem of great minds. So I'm thank you all for a great session, and we're looking forward to more of that. Thank you so much.
Coming up next is our second entertainment break. I'm sure you're ready for a leg stretch and a quick dance like I am. We'll be crossing over to South Africa with DJ Spesh Papi as we hit it on the beats. You can use this time to also get a drink, something to eat, a quick snack, or your dinner, because immediately after this break, we'll be going to our first fireside chat. It is with the great Nigerian football player, Odion Ogalo. Make sure you stay tuned, because it will be a very exciting expose as we get a one-on-one with him. But first, like I said, let's go to DJ Spesh.
Hello everyone, this is DJ Spesh Papi all the way from South Africa, coming to you live from the Power of Africa Conference 2023. I'm part of the entertainment. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this as much as I am going to enjoy making this for you guys. Guys, let's get it on. Thank you so much to Power of Africa for this opportunity. I love you guys. Hope you guys enjoy this,
Good day, everyone. My name is Joy Tongo. Welcome to the Power of Africa 2023. I'm the founder of Power of Africa and JTON Production. JTON Production is an entertainment company. Our aim is to bridge the gap between Africa and the Western world. Today, we have international superstar football player or soccer player, Jude Odion Igalo. Hi, Jude.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for accepting our invitation. I'm so glad to have you at today's Fireside Chat, one-on-one chat with me and the Power of Africa team. How's it going with you today?
Yeah, all good. Thank you. I'm ready. Let's kick it.
Great. So I have, I'm so excited. I have a series of questions for you. And I know that you took out time with your busy schedule to get, to be interviewed by the Power of Africa. And I'm just going to go right in. So who is the personality behind the name Odion Igalo?
The personality behind Odion Igalo outside.
Yeah, outside. Yeah, so
everybody knows he's calm, gentle guy, down to earth, hardworking, and inside the soccer field, a lion who fights and never gives up.
Great. So basically, outside of the football play, the football plays or the soccer field, you're saying that you're calm and relaxed, and you're not that feisty when you're laid back at home in your place at all.
Yeah, it's different, When I'm inside the field, I'm different person. When I'm outside, I'm different person, because if you see me inside the soccer field, I always want to win, I fight, even sometimes I argue with referees, with opponents and all that, So you think this guy is a fight. But when you see me outside, you say that he does not even talk, he doesn't say anything and all that. I'm quiet and just easy going, So it's two ways, because that's my job. I'm a winner and I always want to try to win inside the field of play. I'm always competitive, so when I'm in there, it's a different person. So when I'm out there, then I'm very chilled.
That's great. So I have to say, most time people have like two personality: what they are for what they do, and what they are at the comfort of their home. So that's interesting. That's good. So today's the theme of Power of Africa is the future is Africa. So when you hear the future is Africa, what comes to your mind, and what do you think about the future of Africa? Because we see that we are getting a lot of attention right now when it comes to Africa. So what do you see the future of Africa?
I would say the future of Africa is great, like you can see the Afrobeats now is going everywhere. You can see the music sector now. You see Nigerians, Africans making waves all over the world with music, with soccer, with so many things, So I think if we keep going like this in the near future, we'll take over the world, because I'm happy to be in this time that you can see when Nigerians are shutting down stadium arenas for music, the likes of Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid and all that, doing well, Rema and all that, The music is going all over the world, soccer and so many other things, So I think in near future, you see not only Nigeria, but Africa, like we said, bringing big impacts to the world that will be so recognized that without Africa, some things will not even going to be done. It's getting to that time.
Yes, it is. I follow you on Instagram, so I see that you're very intertwined with the music, the musicians, and I think that football and music kind of, go hand in hand. And
yeah, very similar.
So what would you say about music? What does music have to do? Does it play a role on your career or on football in general?
Yeah, we soccer players or athletes, we like to relax with music, like in a camp, you have to play music to keep you calm and all that. Maybe before every game, I have to listen to music to keep my nerves calm, to take away that pressure of the game. Sometimes you want to play a big game and you have pressure and all that. Put your earpiece and listening to music and all that. You get into the music, that every pressure will be sucked into this music and you don't have to feel it anymore till when you get inside the pitch to play, you understand? So music is very good. It's good for the soul, it's good for the body. It keeps you out of so many things you want to do. When you listen to music, it makes you calm, Some people, music is therapy for them, it's therapeutic, because when they are going through stress and all that, they listen to music. Even me too, if I'm going through stress or a bad day, I just lie down on my bed, put my music in my head, playing it loud and all that. I'll sleep off and forget every stress. When I wake up, I think how the stress is 90% gone, you understand? So music is therapeutic out there.
Definitely. So record shows that you started your football career in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, Nigerian Football Club. However, as today you have an international football career, having played for over 10 foreign clubs. Can you please give us an overview of your career, the trajectory of your career?
Well, I would say that I started back in Nigeria very long ago, 16, 17 years ago. I played for Julius Berger in Nigeria. Then I traveled out of Nigeria to Norway. My first club outside Nigeria is Linoslo of Norway. I could remember when I traveled to Norway, it was not easy. You know, imagine I was born in Nigeria. I've never seen snow in my life before. And traveling to Norway was so cold. You can see 10-meter snows and sometimes minus 23, minus 25, training outside and all that, you know. I could remember the first time I saw snow in my life, I was like a kid, you know, playing with it and like, you know, all this JJC from Nigeria, you know. So it was fun, you know. Then from Norway, I moved to Italy. I played in Italy. From Italy, I moved to Spain. I played in Spain for almost 5 years. From Spain, I went to England. I played in England for like 3 years. From England, I went to China. Played in China for 3 years. Came back to England again to Manchester United. Played in Manchester United and I went to Saudi Arabia. It's not an easy journey, you know. I've played in my career a total of 11 clubs, you know, and like 6 or 7 different countries, you know, different culture, different life, different atmosphere, different weather, different foods, different continent and all that, you know. It's not been easy, but I'm happy where I am today. I thank God because this is what I'm praying for, to be successful in life, you know. And when I was growing back there in Nigeria, in Ajegule, I could not believe I would get to this level I am today. So sometimes when I look the journey from where I started from and where I am today, I'm always grateful to God, you know. Some people say you talk too much about God because it's not easy, because it's not like I'm so talented, you know, because I know many people who are much better than me where I grew up from in Ajegule. They don't have the opportunity to be who I am so today. So I'm grateful to God that He gives me this grace and this zeal and this power to be who I am today. And this is like 17, 18 years of my professional career. I'm still kicking, still doing strong, you know. So I'm happy, you know. And this career 15, you know, many people stop halfway, you know. Some get caught with injuries, they could not play anymore. Some with one kind of sickness, some even die in the field of play, you know. So but been doing this yearly, traveling almost every weekend for games, flying, going and coming, you know. It's not been an easy journey, you know, but like I said, when I look back from where I started, it was not easy at all. And where I am today, I'm fulfilled, and I thank God for that. And hopefully I'll still go for more few years before I call it a day.
Wow, that is great. From the background that you just described and everything, so what was the foundation? Would you say your parents are the one that instilled, you know, build that foundation of success, of drive, and, you know, to push you forward to like go play that football, you know, go make that goal and happen? How would you say, because a lot of youth out there would like to know, what was your foundation? Why are you so successful? Is it that because the foundation of most successful people is their background, their parents. So what is your foundation?
Well, I would say
we lost.
Hello?
Yeah, we lost you. Your video is off.
Yeah, because call was coming in my phone.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Should I continue or should I wait?
Yes, I don't know if you can so we'll take that part again. So yeah.
I will answer the question again, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So yeah. So maybe you can even make your camera okay, better. You're using your phone. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
So
okay.
Let me just send a message that I will call you.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Okay. I grew up in Ajegule with my parents, but I would say everything I have in life today, after God in my life, is my mom, because I could remember that when I started playing grassroots football and all that, my dad, I would go out to go play football, and my dad sometimes he would spank me because I didn't do the house work, like washing the plate and cleaning the house and all that, Sometimes I could remember my mom have some argument, my mom would say, oh, leave him, you want to play football and all that, My dad wanted me to go to school, but me, I was bent on playing football because football is like what I eat in the morning, eat in the afternoon, in the night and all that, So, but my mom, after God in my life, is my mom today, apart from my kids and all that, She stood beside me, bought my football shoes, gave me transport to go play football and all that, because where I grew up in Ajegule, you have to pay for water you drink when you go to training. You have to pay for training. You have to buy your football shoes yourself. You have to buy your jersey yourself and all that. It's my mom that does all that for me. When I want to go play football outside the city, you have to pay for transport yourself. I could remember even before I got picked by the Julius Berger team in Nigeria before I started my professional career. Some people cannot afford the transport, because they did not have parents that supported them, I could remember 2 or 3 good players that was 5 times better than me, They could not go on this trip that I got picked because their parents cannot afford this. But my mom, I cried all night. I said, you must give me this money to pay for transport. Crying, disturbing, and she did. Gave me money, I traveled, and I got picked. From there, that's when I started, So I was after my life, after God today in my life is my mom, She was there from me to the start. So I don't joke with her, and I don't know if I can be able to pay her for everything she did for me or she has done for me. But I always do the little I can because it's always never enough for what she has done. So I owe everything to her after God.
Wow. Football truly is life for you, and God bless your mom for that. Yes. So I would like to ask, how relevant is the sports sector, which is football, inclusive for the growth of the economy in Africa, or for the economy growth in Africa?
Yeah, it's very relevant. You can see the female World Cup that just ended, like Nigeria just went out of the World Cup, you can see what sports bring, it brings good thing to the economy, Imagine the World Cup is being played in Australia and people are going to travel there. People are going to pay. The hotel is going to be busy. The transport fare is going to be busy. Everything in that country is going to be busy. More people coming in, more population. The more population you get, the more they spend money, the more the economy is growing in that side and all that. So sport is always good, and it's a great growth for every economy. That's why you see country bidding to host World Cup, country bidding to host Olympics, country bidding to host any tournament, because it's a way of revenue. No matter how much they spend to host it, they're going to get times 10 of it, because you're going to bring in more people to the country, expose the country. Some people have not been, for example, some people have not been to Australia before. They will go there now, they will say, okay, this country is a peaceful country, it's a nice country. I'll come and invest here. The economy is growing that way. Some people will come, they will spend money. One thing or another will take place. You'll see the economy won't be the same before the tournament and after the tournament. It will grow and it will keep growing. So sports is always going to bring revenue to any country. And that's why I see some people are trying to host any tournament for them to be well known, for the country to get busy, for the economy to get more revenue and growing.
Thank you. Can't wait for the day that we gonna host like the World Cup in Nigeria, specifically from where you're from. That like really actually boost the economy, definitely. Like right now, tourism is it. In Ghana, they have the return, something about the return, but they have it every December, and it's really bringing a lot of people to Ghana. And I hope Nigeria can do the same, because Nigeria, is like is the giant of Africa. I don't know if I would say one of the giants of Africa.
Yeah, it's the giant of Africa, but we don't have good leaders. We don't have good people that can drive the country forward. Because like I said, we have everything humanly possible to be successful. We have everything humanly possible in that country to be one of the best countries in the world. But when the edge is broken, it's difficult for a country to succeed.
Yes, leadership is key in every country, and specifically in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Just pray for best leadership. So what do you consider to be the challenges for football or sport business in Africa?
Well, I would say the facilities, we have maintenance issues. We have we don't have good people that can keep to their words. Everybody just want to eat. You understand? I think it's going to be a challenge because sometimes we prepare for a tournament, we spend so much money and all that. Then after that tournament finish, we forget about everything we spend money on. No maintenance, no good structure, no good people that can keep running that. We forget about everything we spent money on till maybe, I don't know how many years later you want to use that stuff again. You start. Maintenance is always a problem, Not like we can't do it. Like I said, it's from the top there. If they can put their soul and their mind to say, okay, we just want to make this thing work, not about our pocket, not about what we're going to eat, not about us for now. Let's put this country forward to make it better. Nigeria will grow. Not even Nigeria, Africa will grow. That's why you see people from outside will come to our country and be telling us how to do, how to live, how to even make our own country better. It's strange. So we have a long way to go. But I pray very soon we'll get the right people that can take the country forward. Don't be selfish, just take Africa forward, because we have resources. Africa as a continent, other continents should be jealous of Africa because we have natural resources. Not natural resources that can make the continent be bigger and be greater. But how to manage it, how to use it, we keep depending on foreign policy to help us.
Very true. Africa truly has natural resources. I just hope we harness and tap into that natural resources. And basically, every question I'm trying to ask, you're answering them already. So we know that what are the opportunities for sport business in Africa? I know you kind of talked about it. And what key trends do you think will shape Africa's sports sector in the coming year? Like what would shape the Africa sports sector in the coming year? I mean, you don't have to use Africa. Maybe you can use Nigeria as an example, but what are the opportunities for sports business in Africa?
Yeah, there is a lot of opportunities for sport in Nigeria. I'll use Nigeria as a case study because we have a lot of talent. We have great talents. We have great talent in every sector. We just have to catch them young, catch them young, groom them, and not. Like I said, we don't have the right people to go to the grassroots, pick these people, calm them, keep training them. Look at China, for example, today. Look at America. They groom these people from young in every sector. They spend money because if they are planning for things in the next 10 years, they already started today. Nigeria, we are planning for the thing in the next 10 years. We'll start 9 years, a year before the time. It won't work. You can't beat somebody that starts 9 years ago planning for a tournament, and you just started a year before the tournament. You want to beat them. It's impossible. It does not work that way. It's a logic. You have to work. You have to know the XYZ of things, not just started. So, like I said, it still boils down to leaders and people that have the country in mind, that say we want to make this country great, not what we want to eat, not for our own pocket, Because like I said, we have raw talent. We have raw talent. If you see talent back there in Nigeria dying every day because no support, no facilities, no infrastructures, nothing to keep them afloat, to keep them busy, to take them to the next level, it's difficult.
Thank you. You talked about the challenges, and you also talked about the ways to overcome these challenges, for Africa to reach its full potential. And one of those you talked about is, preparation. And they always say that preparation is the key to success. How can Africa develop a sports infrastructure to improve economic growth?
Yeah, I would say that they have to bring investors, because if they can't invest their own money, because Africans will always go outside to go borrow because of our bad leaders and all that. We have to create infrastructure. We have to create so many avenues to make money. They have to go tell these people to go outside to go and learn how these top people are doing it in their country. Learn about it and come back and implement it in your country, because there's so many ways to make money, and people will love to come to Africa. Like I said, we have natural resources here. We don't need to do any artificial stuff. Some country, so many things they are doing is artificial, it's not real. But in Africa, we have so many natural resources that you don't need to do much to make use of them. You don't need to do much to make them work. You don't need to do much to make people start running over your country to want to get it, to want to see it and all that. So it's just for us to have the idea, learn about it and implement it. Not what we want to gain, but what we want to put out. Because we Africans, we don't care about the next 20 years. We just care for the next 2, 3, 4 to 5 years, what we're going to get. And when we get it, we are okay. But these people, they are building for the next 50 years. They are building, they are taking their time and all that. So it's going to be difficult if we have to change our mindset and say, okay, we want to build for the next 10 years, not even 20, for the next 10 years. Let's work it this way gradually. It's a process. Not just, we just want it today, because in Africa, every leader has 4 years to rule. They just believe, let me do that 4 years and make my own money and go. It's not that way. I'm telling you, in Africa today, if they remove money and short pay these people that is ruling us, nobody will want to contest for the president or any position in the government.
True.
Because in Africa, you can't question them. There's no accountability.
Yes.
There's no account. You can't do that in a foreign land. There's accountability of everything you do. But in Africa, no accountability. That's why I say, if you remove or reduce everything they earn, nobody want to run for president. They will leave it because there is no money to gain there. There is no business as usual. they'll leave it, they'll run. Then we'll get the people that have the country at heart. That's not good yet to make all these billions and keep in their bank without doing on anything, instead of using it for the poor people, for the masses, or create infrastructures and businesses and make the economy booming for the country.
Well, that is actually sad. So basically most politicians are in there for the money and not for the interest for the people. It's a sad thing.
No.
And just knowing this alone is like the future, the youths coming up will probably have that kind of mindset. And we got to figure out a way to change the mindset that
we have to.
Yes, politics, being in office is not about the money. It's about doing the work, having the people's interests at heart. That's what it should be. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I got that, the way to improve, the economy and sports and entertainment is like, training, learning, researching, and learning from other people out of the country and bringing it into Africa. Great. We are aware that you engage in some social intervention and community empowerment initiative in Africa. What do you consider the most pressing requirement for Africa to advance significantly and take global stage? I know I kind of asked this question already, but I think I would just summarize it as with what you do in your community, so what else can you do basically to take, African sports, football to the next level? And you can also shed some light on what you do for the community.
Well, for the community, I built an orphanage home with my own money, and I've been running the orphanage home since 2016 or 17, That's the best I can do, because this orphanage, I grew up walking on the streets in Ajegula, Lagos, and I see some kids crying on the street and all that. Some, all these little girls got impregnated. They got pregnant and they just gave birth. They could not take care of the kids. They just throw them on the street and all that, And I say, when I grow up, if God blesses me, I will have an orphanage to take care of kids like that. And God blesses me, I built orphanage with my own money. I have like 12 to 13 workers there. I have school boys, they go to private school. I take care of them. I pay monthly bills. I do everything with my own money. People come once in a while to donate food stuff and all that. But I've been running the orphanage for past how many years now with my own hard-earned money, I think that is the way of giving back to the society. I don't cry every day for people to come and give me money to donate and all that. This is my own part of giving. And for the sports side, I have an academy, football academy, the Igalo Football Academy. 2 or 3 of my boys have traveled now. This opportunity, I didn't have it when I was growing up, you understand? They have a camp. They are feeding them 3 times a day. I bought a bus, taking them to train. I have a coach, I have cleaners, I have cook, I have everything. This opportunity, I didn't have it when I was growing up. My mother paid for everything for me. But then I'm doing this for them so that they could concentrate only on football. Because imagine, you're thinking of how you want to buy football shoes, you're thinking of how you want to buy water to drink, thinking of how you want to buy jersey to train and all that. Your focus will shift from football.
Yes, it's draining, yeah.
You start thinking of how you want to steal. If you don't have money, I want to put your hand in some dirty, shady things to make money, because if your parents cannot afford it, how are you going to do it? That's where they start putting their hand in so many bad things to get that for them to be able to make it. But these guys have took that stress away from them. Theirs is just to concentrate in playing football, going outside for trials and passes. This is the opportunity I don't have when I was growing up. So my way of giving back in this sports sector, that's what I'm doing, apart from the orphanage for the less privileged.
Yeah.
So I think I've been doing that too for quite a long time now, and it's not been easy, because now I'm still playing active football, I'm earning salary, so I do this on monthly basis and all that. imagine when I finish football, it's going to be. I know God is still going to run it for me, but it's not been easy. But like I say, if 5 people in the community doing this, Nigeria will be a better place. We have like 5 different people in every community doing this. Nigeria will be a better place, but we have so many selfish people that only think about themselves. They just want to stack this money in their room, under the ground, and will be there for 20 years. They don't use it and all that. Why the masses, the poor people are suffering, people that need to be taken care of, people that need it. They don't even need all the money. They just need 1/4 of everything to survive. So it's a difficult one. But I'm happy God has been giving me the strength, the grace to do what I've been doing, and I pray He's going to give me the grace to carry on, because it's not easy, I'll tell you.
And I say amen to that. I mean, it's biblical. The Bible says, "Give and it shall be given," and you're given, and you're not going to lack anything, basically. So, I just pray that the government can actually partner with you to take it to the next level. Because if you get like government funding, stuff like this in America or outside, the Western world, the government would love to partner with you, to take it to the next level, especially for the underprivileged and also for the foundation for, the football player that you're growing, to create more Jude Odionigallo like you, So, we're getting right along. How can Africa reduce poverty and inequality?
Like I said, it's still boiled down to
leadership.
Everything I'm saying. Leadership, you understand? Like I said, if I'm trying my best to fight poverty in different ways, because taking these guys out of the street to put them in an academy, feeding them and all that, is kind of fighting poverty from them. The kids from the orphanage is the same. Sometimes so we can't only rely on the government, because there's a limit they can do too. If individuals that God has blessed take 2 in every community, or 3 or 4 or 5, will be a better place. And the government have to think about the poor people, because in Nigeria or Africa, so we don't have middle class. We only have the rich and the poor. So it's very difficult. If they have to create jobs, the government have to create jobs, create infrastructures, create avenue for people to work. It's not like giving them this thing for free. People want to work and get paid so that they can live their life. But you don't create infrastructures, you don't create nothing and all that. The poverty rate is going to increase. It's going to increase because people who don't have jobs. Some people went to school for 6 years. They came out from school, no job. So it's difficult.
It is truly difficult. I was going to ask another question, but you already tackled that question on how to, corruption is affecting Africa and, how to combat some corruption. We're almost ending this section 101. I would like to ask, what advice do you have for young Africans across the continent to enable them to achieve global relevance and make Africa the preferred future?
Yeah, I will advise them to work hard, because there's no shortcut in success, In the course of life, they're going to meet people that will say they are not good enough in whatever field they find themselves, be it a soccer field, be it in a job and all that. But you don't give up. You don't let that one get to you, because you have to believe in yourself. First of all, what I always tell the young ones that is coming ahead of me, I say, you work hard. First, you put God first in everything you do, because we believe in God. You work hard. Stay humble. Be disciplined. Always ready to learn. Even though you don't believe that you have arrived. we Africans, we get carried away with fame. We get carried away with money. So sometimes it's difficult. We feel we have arrived. So I always advise the young ones that come after me and say, hey, put God first, work hard, believe in yourself, be humble, be disciplined, be focused, and ready to learn. Then the sky is the limit.
Very true, very true. Humble, disciplined, and be focused. So the final word I would say is, what is next for Odion.
Well, I left my last team I played in Saudi Arabia, and I'm getting a new team hopefully this weekend or next week. I'll be signing for a new team by God's grace. And I'm looking forward to that, to start the season. And for me, that is what I'm working towards now. And hopefully I play for the next 1 year or 2 years, or maximum 3 years before I call it a day, because I've been doing this for long and I just intend to do it for more few years. Then I'll call it a day and thank God for a great career.
Wow, that's great. Any final word for the people watching at the Power of Africa Conference?
Yeah, I just want to thank them for watching. Sorry for taking your time. And I thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak to you guys today. And thanks to you too, Joy, for giving me the opportunity to be here. It's been an amazing chat, and hopefully I will see them soon again, and we'll chat and interact more by God's grace. And hopefully we'll see changes in Africa and see changes in Nigeria.
Well, thank you. It was a pleasure having Jude Odion Igalo at the Power of Africa 2023 conference, and I had a great time chatting with him. And I just pray that you have a successful season with your new team. And thank you everyone at the Power of Africa Conference 2023 for tuning in. Until next year, have a great day. Thank you.
Bye.
Welcome back. We are still here at the 2023 virtual conference of the Power of Africa. Now, what an exciting moment of truth and sharing of a life experience with football player Odion Igalo at the fireside session. His story should inspire you that you can do what you put your heart to, even when you're in Africa. Thank you so much, Mr. Igalo, for taking time out to join us at this year's conference. The Power of Africa Conference 2023 highlights the great possibilities achievable on the continent of Africa when we collaborate together. If you are just joining us, then you are at the right place with the right host at the right time. Now move on to another back-to-back panel session for the day. One will cover the health sector, and our panelists will be discussing on the innovation of precision medicine in modern Africa's healthcare delivery. Like we all know, our continent is only as strong as our health population. Thereafter, we shall continue in the spirit of this year's conference theme, which is The Future is Africa, as we dive into today's media, arts and culture panel session, which will be moderated by an amiable radio OAP from Kenya, Tess Waka. Enjoy what I believe will be a stimulating conversation at both sessions.
Welcome to the Power of Africa Conference 2023. My name is Lillian Morenike Oduwole. I am a Nigerian-born, currently residing in America. I'm a family nurse practitioner and owner of Dove Hydration and Wellness and Lillian Morenike Consulting. It is a pleasure to be here, and I'm so excited to invite and introduce our esteemed panelists on today's health session. First off, we'll have Winnie.
Thank you so much, Lillian. I am excited to join you. My name is Winnie Maina from Kenya. I am a clinical dermatologist and the founder of Gelad Aesthetic Clinic, where we purely deal with cosmetic medicine and reconstructive medicine. I'm really honored to be here and I'm excited to join the rest of us as we have this conversation about health. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Last but not least, we would like to invite Dr. Faith Mumba.
Thank you so much, Lillian. My name is Faith Mumba, one of the junior doctors from Zambia. I've been working for 2 years now as a junior practitioner, not yet specialized. I'm hoping to specialize in family medicine or pediatrics soon enough. And I'm excited to be here with everyone. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here. Now let's get into the topic. So the topic for today's health session is the innovation of precision medicine genomics in modern Africa's healthcare delivery system. Let's start off with Winnie. I have a question for you. What are the barriers to implementation of genomic medicine in Africa?
Thank you, Lillian. That is such a good question. When you look at the genomics medicine and precision medicine, we seem, especially the healthcare practitioners in Africa, seem to have an insight or some form of knowledge, but not comprehensive knowledge, especially at the implementation phase. So I think top on the list is insufficient knowledge, insufficient specialized practitioners, especially in the line of genomics and genetics. But yeah, that is something that can be addressed.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Faith Mumba, I would like to ask you a question. What is precision medicine? A lot of times there's so many different facets to healthcare, especially being abroad, we're so exposed to a wide variety of healthcare. But in Africa, what does that precision medicine mean?
Okay. That's an interesting question. To answer your question, I would say precision medicine, we're talking about a sort of personalized medicine. So this is the type of medicine which is tailored to an individual. So we're trying to tailor it to an individual's phenotype. That's how they look, their genotype. That's their genetic makeup, their environment as well. There's so many factors that can affect the precision medicine. So the good part with this is that you will optimize on the outcome, the treatment outcome of your patients, which is something that we've had a challenge with when you look at Africa, because when you talk about genotype, okay, there was the human gene itself, the human genotype sequencing, which was which ended in 2000, which was concluded in 2000, was done on non-Africans. So there is that. There's that. We have that challenge because we are talking of doing research on someone who's not African, and you bring that medicine to Africa, and you're treating people with that medicine which wasn't trailed or tailored on Africans. So you have that challenge because at the end of the day, we're going to see a lot of side effects. We're going to have a lot of side effects on our patients. So there's need for us to come back to our roots and do more research on our gene. What's our gene like? And I remember reading something recently in 2019. They were looking at the African type of gene, and they found that our gene is almost about 10% different from the gene that we are currently using. So we need to really go back and try to work on that.
You brought up very valid points, because how can we be given medication that is not even designed for our genomics, and it's so unfair, right? That Africa is always the last on the list, or more of like the guinea pigs for these trials, clinical trials. So thank you so much for that. Winnie, would you like to add to that?
Absolutely, because when you look at the representation of the African race in the research, that clinical research right now, you're talking about 2% of the African or the Black population representation. This is quite an underrepresentation, and you see whatever we use in terms of medication, whatever therapies that we are using, if they have not been tested or sequenced in the African genome, what are the chances that we could be directing the wrong treatment plans or the wrong treatment options for the wrong diagnosis? So I think this is something that we need to bring on board, scaling the African or the Black representation, especially in the genetic sequencing, even before we come henceforth with treatment modalities for different pathogenic variants for different diseases.
And also, just to add on Winnie's point, we see we're having a lot of cases when it comes to cancers. And we're talking about cancer. We have a lot of cancer cases in Africa, and that is one of the things that really needs genetic studies. And you find that even for cancer, there are different types of cancers, and there are different genetic makeups for that cancer, and how you treat it will also vary depending on the type of cancer, its genetic makeup. So even its effect on our gene, our human gene as Africans, will be different. So we also need to do more research on that, so that we can be able to treat our patients well. When you look at the cancer treatment outcome in developed countries as compared to ours, you find that in developed countries, people are able to get better. They recover from cancer. You see a lot of testimonies. They recovered from cancer. But why is it different from us? Why do we have so many challenges when it comes to cancer treatment in our setups? Yeah.
That's excellent. Cancer is something that has really evolved over the years, especially with the new treatments and innovation in medicine. So to get to the cellular level, the DNA level to treat is key. So thank you so much, both of you, for answering that question. Dr. Faith, I would like to pose a question to you as well. What are the challenges that can be faced with precision medicine? Currently, the state of Africa now, we're not really, we're light years behind in the innovation. So what kind of challenges are you experiencing currently in your practice and that you can see in other countries in Africa?
Okay, so some of the things were talked about by Winnie. She talked about specialists, trained specialists. So when we look at that, we don't have enough trained specialists. Already we are struggling with just having enough doctors in our countries. For example, our country, we have very few doctors. We have like one doctor per 12,000 patients, which is quite overwhelming. And now we're looking at having trained specialists in genetics in these types of studies, which would take some time. So it is a challenge on that part. And we're also looking at trying to bring it down, personalizing these treatments to an individual. So that would lead us to having a lot of medical data, a lot of medical information. So how are we going to manage this information? But the good part is we are living in a world where we now have artificial intelligence. So if we can also incorporate that in our medical practice, that will really help us a lot. Because when you look at artificial intelligence, you are able to incorporate all that medical data and be able to have access to it at a faster rate, as compared to manually doing all these things. The other challenge that we may pose is finances. When it comes to finances, that's a very huge challenge. When you look at the first genotype sequencing, which was done, which ended in about 2000 to 2002, it started in the 90s. And it ended in 2000. That took up a huge amount of money. And for us to do that, to just do our own research, it would require a huge funding, and people have to come on board to support this. But I believe there could always be a solution when you talk of finances. If we were to collaborate with EU countries, developed countries, where they've already done this before, it would help on our part as well. Of course, we can't just say we're going to do this alone, but if we were to partner with these countries who are well developed when it comes to such type of medicine, I think that would help. I think that those are some of the challenges that we'd face. Yeah.
Excellent. Winnie, would you like to add to that?
Yes. I would like to add something to that. I'm from Kenya, and I'm not sure whether the modality of healthcare training institutions are the same across board in Africa. But what I've been able to notice is that our training, especially in terms of testing and evaluating diseases, right now is usually targeted on age. Like, it's age-based. If I'm to start screening a patient on cancer, if I'm to start screening a patient on diabetes, if I'm to start screening a patient on hypertension, we seem to have pegged the testing modalities basically on age. What else if we would bring the precision medicine and the genomics into the preventive level of care, I think the impact would be greater other than in the treatment modalities. Take a case scenario whereby in the family history there is cancer, and we are able to do the genetic typing for maybe the next of kins, the family members, the brothers, the sisters. We are likely to isolate this genetic predisposition even before it gets to the pathogenic variant. So I think we need to shift the focus from the treatment level and bring it to the level of preventive. And I think the impact will be larger than the way we do in terms of treatment, because right now, the diagnosis of cancer or any other major chronic illnesses is almost a death sentence, because again, like what Dr. Faith had said, how we treat cancer, it can't be a one-size-fits-all. You see, we have the same DNA, yes, but the transcription to have cancer of esophagus, the transcription to have cancer of the ovary or the gastric cancer is totally different. So the aspect of having chemotherapy as just a broad way of treating cancer, or just radiotherapy, you are using the same for cancer of the esophagus, you're using the same cancer of the stomach. I really feel that it should have been approached differently, because these are different diseases. They'll require different treatment so that we are able to achieve something remarkable. But otherwise, as we are at, the mortality and morbidity to these diseases, it's quite significant and very worrying.
Yes. Absolutely. You brought up an excellent point, which is prevention medicine. You know, would you say that some of the herbs and the food that we eat in Africa are a form of preventative medicine? How do you look at our food and our diet for prevention of medicine? Anyone can go.
Okay, I would take it up. So there's one thing that we realized these days, which is we have a lot of non-communicable diseases, which wasn't the case back then. And whenever we are looking at the risk factors for some of these non-communicable diseases, we are looking at our lifestyle, the type of foods that we eat, the type of life that we live. So now we have a high rate when it comes to eating junk foods these days, processed foods, which wasn't the case back in the days with our parents. The reason why we didn't see some of these diseases back in the days. So it has an effect. The type of food that we eat has an effect. We're always exposed these days. There's an increase in industrialization. So we have an increased exposure to pollutants, which wasn't the case back in the days. These days, you can easily see people smoking, freely smoking. And that has also increased the risk of them having lung cancers, which wasn't the case back in the days. So what we eat really does matter. Back in the days, we'd eat less processed foods, more of health, nutritious foods, as compared to these days. We are eating fast food, junk foods, everything that is unhealthy. And the reason why we're now seeing a high rise in, let's say, gastric cancers. We are now having a lot of cases of gastric cancers. You come across young people. Young people are now having cancers. Back in the days, you'd see cancers in elderly people. Even these days, we have that notion that for you to suspect that it's cancer, it has to be somebody maybe above 60s. But these days, we are seeing young people suffering from some of these cancers, and it means we are really we are moving from a certain type of lifestyle to a lifestyle that is quite dangerous. So we have to look at that as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Winnie?
Yeah, interesting. So especially on the diets, like what Dr. Feda said, we're looking at precision medicine. If we combine this precision genetic typing together with the food, I'm sure the conversation about GMOs is still not very accepted, but it's something exciting. I'll be having a close look on how it evolves, because basically we've seen patients, or probably you have encountered, whereby I am 30 years old. We have a genetic predisposition. Maybe let's say we call it gastric cancer. And two people, myself, let's say my sister. And you find Winnie has been identified with the pathogenic variant at 30 years old, while her sister, the same genetic predisposition, runs all the way to 70 years. They are in the same environment, have been feeding close to the same things, but we essentially ask what could be the changes or what could be the issue, whereby we have having some people presenting with the pathogenic variant of different diseases early in life, while else we have others 70-year-old, same exposure, but they do not have the pathogenic variant. So the issue of genetically modified foods, could we be getting into a situation whereby Lillian can go on the shelf and have type A flour, which Winnie needs type B for the same? Because again, we're saying we might be made of the same DNA, but we have more than, like the science say, we have more than 4 million differences. If we are saying we are moving to types of the precision medicine, in terms of preventing diseases and treating diseases, I'm looking into an aspect whereby in terms of even what we consume, environment and other epigenetic factors will probably in future be different. And it's quite an interesting thing that we'll be looking at.
Yes, excellent. Winnie, I have a question for you. What are the actionable recommendations to successful introduction of genomic medicine in Africa? So what can we recommend from a healthcare perspective for Africa to implement such things such as the precision medicine?
Right. I see we have mentioned of the workforce training, we have mentioned of the infrastructure, but I'd like to major on the translation of research, because you find that we know or we have an idea there is precision medicine. My colleagues, I talked to a few, they have an idea of what is precision medicine, they have an idea what happens in genomics. But if you try break down and go into details what exactly it entails, there seems to be a knowledge gap. So I think we need to start with the translational research. Do our population understand what exactly is precision medicine? How exactly is it going to come and fit in the current healthcare systems, and how is it going to help them? If like right now, if you need to bring a research on something, we cannot start it the top tier of the healthcare practitioners. The person that we are gonna approach just to get the samples, the specimens and all that, they need to understand what is the impact in terms of to them as a person, to the health system, and to the future generation. Such as well as the healthcare practitioners, we have laboratory technicians, we have nurses, we have doctors, we have specialists, still have an idea of what is precision medicine. But if we go into the translational research, I am sure they'll get to understand the impact, and we'll be able to bring it at the populational level, and including the policymakers, and the public will be willing to participate, just as if they understand where we're coming from.
You know, I would even, thank you so much for that, Winnie. I would even propose that, the African trained providers, doctors, nurses should come to America, should have the opportunity to get a visa, get this exposure in American medicine, or in even European medicine, where you can come for an externship so that you can see what is the current practice of this precision medicine, of the genomic medicine. And, with that knowledge and that exposure, just like we go to continuing education conferences here in America, we take that knowledge back to our practices to expound upon and to implement. So if that same opportunity, that visa, that exchange or externship is offered to the African providers, I think that will be a plus to the African healthcare system. Many colleges do exchange of some sort. Yeah. So, I just throw that out there. We hope that our African leaders would look into such things. Dr. Mumba, what would you like to add to that?
Well, I totally agree on the aspect of research. I believe we have a lot of physicians, doctors, researchers, health workers that are well able, that are capable of doing this and coming together as a multidisciplinary team and pushing for this. It will surely go through. We just need to build that interest in us. We should have interest for this because it's very important. As the world is revolving, so is the medical practice. It's also evolving, and we need to change the ways of which we treat our patients, the ways in which we think, and also how we operate. So we really need to come together and do more research on this. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. We're so behind in Africa with our healthcare, and for instance, in Nigeria, there was some discussion with some friends recently about how private hospitals were just practicing ill medicine. They were not practicing appropriate healthcare. And unfortunately, many of those friends and family members had passed away because of the negligence from the staff, right? So who do we hold accountable? Is it the practitioner? Is it the government? There's a lot of issues with access and accessibility. A lot of people would travel outside of Nigeria, 4 hours flight to get to the nearest modern day hospital with all the resources and the wealth of how rich Africa is, just being a wealthy nation, right? A wealthy continent. How is it that, healthcare, the very thing that keeps us alive, is so deficient, is so depleted in our great continent of Africa? How is it that what we need to sustain our livelihood and what we need to sustain our actual ability to breathe and to function, how is that the last thing on our list, or the last thing that our government is looking to improve, as opposed to selling our resources to other countries or allowing other countries to come and do however they would like? So the question I pose to you both ladies is that, what message do you have to the government on how to improve the healthcare system so that it is no longer on the back burner, but more on the front line, so that we can sustain our lives?
So I would say we need the government to come down to our level and try to have to liaise with the health workers, try to talk to them, try to find out what challenges are you facing and where can we work with you so that we can improve the system. I think instead of just being more focused on the government side of things, it's best they also come on our level. They try to understand, because at the end of the day, we might have more information than our government. So if they come to us and ask for such information, they provide that platform where we can freely air out our grievances. We can freely tell them what we need, what sort of help we need from them. That would be very helpful on our part as well. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Winnie, how can you answer that?
My thoughts probably a little different is that we understand that we are limited in terms of resources, especially if we are looking at the precision and genomic medicine. which is likely to bridge a gap in terms of treatment, diagnosis, and even being able to completely heal or cure the very non-communicable diseases. So my focus would be more on preventive medicine. As if whatever we're talking about today, the precision medicine, we're able to bring it to the level of the preventive level, the tier 1 health facilities that we see in the villages, away from the modernization of the cities, that we are having genetic counselors, our health care workers have been equipped in knowledge, because the gap we have with the healthcare workers that we have in the system right now is that genetics or genetic medicine is viewed to be either very expensive or it's likely to benefit the affluent or what we call the rich in the country. So the uptake becomes very limited. So if we go and sensitize the public that we are at the very points of entry in the community, that we are doing this screening so that we can prevent the disease. Because again, the economic burden of treating the disease is way more higher than even the preventive medicine. So I'll rally the government or the stakeholders in terms of healthcare system. Let's go back to the preventive medicine aspect other than focusing on the curative. Because I see we go overboard and buy, what we call the PET scans, the MRI, very sophisticated methods of investigation and diagnostics. But just what could be if we approach this aspect from the preventive level. And maybe the price and the cost of bridging the gap at the preventive level will be way lower than what we would have to invest in buying the very expensive treatment options or treatment modalities just to treat a disease that we would have prevented if actually went to the community level in the beginning.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Today's topic was the innovation of precision medicine, genomics in modern Africans' healthcare delivery system. And I believe we answered that question. We've dived deep into that discussion very well. Any last remarks, ladies? Dr. Faith?
Well, I would say after this discussion, I hope it just opens up a lot of people's minds as to what preventive medicine is, and we'll see more people will be interested in reading up on more of this and doing some research. I know we are far from reaching a certain goal where we can reach precision medicine or personalized medicine, but there's so much that we can do for now. Like Winnie said, there's more work on preventive parts instead of reaching a point where we need curative medicine. It's better we try to work with what we can at the moment and also continue doing more research on this as well.
Thank you. Winnie?
My point will be, I'll rally every African or every Black listening to us at this point in time. Can we just participate more in the clinical research that we have or any that comes by? Because basically we're talking about 2% representation. If we're having 2% globally representation, how again do we expect to get the modern or right-sized treatment options being delivered to us, the Blacks or the Africans, while we did not participate in the first time, yeah? And then again, if the research was done from a non-Black or non-African, what are the chances that may not work for us? Can we participate more so that we are able to bring this home, so that even the treatment options and the therapies that are coming on board every now and then, because technology is really growing and it's something we're looking at, can have us involved, and I'm sure we'll be able to enjoy better health care.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, ladies. You both were amazing. This was such a fruitful conversation on this health panel, and I really appreciate your time and your service to the communities of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. How we doing, people? Welcome to Power of Africa Conference 2023. The theme for this year is The Future is Africa. And if you're watching from Africa, let me know which nation. I am from Kenya. My name is Tess Waka. I'm a radio host. I am an event organizer and an advertising consultant. I enjoy having conversations in the media because media is so powerful. And that is going to be our session today, media, arts, and culture. And we have amazing panelists that are going to be talking to us. We're going to get to know a bit about them. And so we'll just get to start with our first panelist, a lovely lady, Jazara is our first panelist.
Hi, good afternoon, Tess. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for the invite to participate in Power of Africa Conference 2023. I am Jazara Ajiman of Jazara Fashion Alchemy. I currently live in Ghana. I was originally born in the US. I've been living in Ghana for many years now, so I call myself a Ghanaian. A little bit about me. I am a fashion designer. I am a business consultant. I am a public speaker. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I'm a musician. And I call myself a serial entrepreneur. I have many different businesses that I have going on, as well as being an owner of an NGO. So I'm really, again, excited to be here. Looking forward to our conversation today. And I've been doing work within the arts and media and fashion for over 20 years. So it's a good conversation to have. So I'm ready for today. So thank you so much.
So nice to meet you. So nice to meet you, Jazara. And you know, you're saying 20 years and you just look like you were born the other day. I'm trying to calculate your age.
Amen. Amen. My birthday was just a couple weeks ago.
Forever 18. We're excited to have you and we look forward to getting to know you.
Amen.
As we have this discussion. All right. Our second panelist is Prince, who's going to introduce himself and tell us a little bit about what he does. All right, Prince, are you there? All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and have a chat with Jazara. It's gonna be a lot of questions for you.
That's all right. We are here. We know how technology likes to play with us, so it's okay.
Yeah, and you've mentioned that you do a lot of things. We'll also talk about that. But I think before we can just begin, let's get to talk about Africa. There we go. Is Prince back? I think we can have Prince just introduce himself. Prince, you're a second panelist. Tell us a little bit about yourself and hello to everyone that's watching.
Thank you very much. My name is Prince Akpa. I'm glad to be joining the call from Ghana. So hi, Jazara. We are in the same country, and I manage a company. I founded a company called Advanced Media, which is involved in trying to rewrite the story of the continent by celebrating individuals and organizations that are doing so amazing and putting the continent on the map. I'm also involved in community management for organizations such as Africans Rising and the Africa Bridgepoint community. And I'm very, very, very excited to be speaking about media, art, and culture and how we can use it to develop our continent, Africa. Thank you.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Prince, and getting to learn everything that you're doing. We'll get to know each other more even as we get to have this conversation. Well, we're going to dig right in and just get into our conversation. But just to remind you, the theme is The Future is Africa. If you're joining this conference and you're part of it, welcome to Power of Africa 2023. And we're just going to have media, arts, and culture. This is the segment for that. And the topic of discussion today is shaping the African narrative, propagating the developed Africa paradigm, and celebrating Africa's cultural value. I feel so excited because if there was any second name for Africa, it would be culture. We take our culture very seriously. And Jazara, I'm just going to throw in a question to you. And maybe in another life, I would have been a fashion designer. I'll come for classes. But when you think about celebrating Africa's cultural value, where is the place of fashion? What's the role of fashion?
As being in a fashion industry and as a designer for about 20 years, I've always focused on the tradition and the authenticity of African fabric. I've also been very instrumental in teaching the history of Africa as I do my fashions. So when you're a fashion designer, you really have a lot more power over the media than you know. When someone goes to the red carpet, what are they looking at? What are you wearing? Who are you wearing? What do you have on? They want to know where your jewelry comes from. What is this? What is that? So that's my opportunity as a fashion designer to present authentic Ghana fabrics, authentic fabrics from other African countries, and give a description of that so people can get used to seeing that as something that is high-end, formal, formidable, and something to be seen. So I believe as a fashion designer, I do have that opportunity to present that to the masses through the media. So that's something that I love to do. I love to dress people who are on the red carpet, people who are being displayed, and to let them know that this is African culture. It's not just a dress. This is the culture. This style is the culture. This authentic fabric being made and produced in an African country is the culture.
That's amazing. So when I come to Ghana, I know I have someone to dress me if they call me for
you have
some
to come.
function.
I'll measure you up last.
I will hold you to that. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jazara, for that. Speaking that the place of media as a place to expose fashion, it couldn't really be great when you have all these ideas and great things to showcase and there's no media to expose that. And even as we talk about media, arts and culture, the place of the media in developing Africa is something we can't really fail to mention. Well, I want to just throw a question to Prince. And it's interesting that both of you are from Ghana.
We're here.
I'm gonna leave this conference having learned a few of some language from Ghana, but I think Prince, I want to ask you on the challenge. All right, let me just bring the context of this. When we mention Africa, there's always misconceptions. And media plays a big role. I mean, the internet. There's always, if you just ask anyone that is not even of Africa, what they think about Africa or what they know, probably some of the things they have is just an idea. And I think I want you to just address the challenge prevailing the stereotypes and misconceptions about Africa through media, storytelling, and cultural representation. Where is the place of that and how do we handle that? Prince, you need to, yes, we're good now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I discovered the power of media at a very young age while I was in high school. And I'm very excited to even be recording this conversation from a high school. So this is where my entire media journey started from. In school, friends and I came together to start an organization, or a club, focused on discerning news to the students' population. And what we used to do is every Monday and every Friday, we used to come and read news. The school gave us a opportunity to read news because the school was a boarding house. So it means that most people don't have access to information or what was even happening outside the borders of the school. So that is where the journey of storytelling actually started. So the school gave us opportunity to every Monday and every Friday, we read news headlines to the entire students' body. At the age of 19, after leaving high school, I was made an editor-in-chief of a newspaper, which is not defunct, by the way. And all those experiences helped me to start an organization called Advanced Media, and also helped me to get involved in telling the story about people on the continent. Definitely, there will be a lot of challenges. So at Advanced Media, what we normally do, we publish various rankings. One of our popular rankings is a ranking on women, where we normally publish a ranking of 100 influential African women every year. And within that period, you see how the entire continent comes together to celebrate these people. The reason why they will come at a particular time is because the media has been challenged in telling the story of the continent in a proper way. We have a lot of success stories on the continent, but why is it that every single time it is only the bad news that makes the headline? We have a lot of people on the continent doing amazing things. Why is it that it's only the people that do the bad things that are going to be the talk of news headlines across the continent? So definitely, we need to challenge the stereotypes and misconceptions about Africa. And how do we do it? We have to harness the power of media, storytelling, and our cultural representation. And through this, we need to highlight the continent's progress and the development through impactful narratives that should propagate the story of a developed Africa. So every year when we put out a list of, let's say, 100 influential young Africans, then people read their stories and then they discover, wow, these talents are on the continent. It's quite shocking that it is through our list that some people discover that there are young people on the continent that have a unicorn business, that are leading multinational business across the world. And for us to change the narrative, I think we need to continuously showcase the success stories of people and our nations. There are so many stories across. There are so many amazing people. There are so many successful people. Talking about Tony and Lumelu. See how we have been able to carve their story to tell, and the whole world is actually excited to have such a businessman, representing the entire continent or even supporting other people. So if we have all those people, I believe, or we have those stories on the continent, I believe that we can be able to challenge the kind of misconception people have about the continent. I believe that through my list, I've been able to do my part. And I believe that through the other organizations that I'm also working with, we have been able to put information together to be able to change the misconception that people have about the continent. I also think that we need to have partnerships with international media outlets and such initiatives such as this program that we are speaking on to be able to retell the story of the continent. Because if we have such partnerships and we give them access to information, access to individuals that can tell the story of Africa proper, I definitely believe that we can actually reshape the narrative and shed more light on Africa's advancement and dispelling outdated misconceptions about our dear continent.
Yeah, you've said a lot of amazing things. Thank you so much, Prince. I think one of the things that as a media practitioner that we are given is bad news sells. So I go and put out the bad news, and there's a personal responsibility sometimes, if not all of the times, to make sure that these amazing stories that no one is telling because maybe they don't have ratings or they don't bring the numbers that we owe it to ourselves to bring that up. And you've mentioned something about the media being able to do something. I want to just connect that and ask Jazara a question here. You did mention that as a fashion designer, you would go out in those spaces and expose yourself and use those platforms. But then what is the responsibility of those in the media, the other side now, to ensure to showcase a developed Africa? You take the initiative as a fashion designer, but then what are some of the responsibilities that the media can do to be able to showcase the developed Africa, especially in the context of fashion?
So everything that Prince said is exactly true. I think the media's responsibility is to change the narrative. The narrative, as you said, is if it's negative, it sells. So they want to show the things that are not positive and things like that. But the media has the power to say, no, this is the story that I'm going to take. Once you get to that point in your career of the media, you have pull. You have pull. There are certain people who don't have pull, but there are some who they can choose the story they take. So it really is up to them to see that this has to change. So I'm going to take, instead of the story of the man at the Trotro arguing, I'm going to take the story of this gorgeous educator getting an award with this beautiful kente cloth gown on and being recognized. So the responsibility also has to do with integrity. It has a lot to do with the integrity of the media. So you have to be able to stand up for yourself as well as for whatever African country that you're in, and be able to say, no, I'm not going to follow that. Or maybe it comes to a point where you say, no, I don't want to do that story. We have all of these other stories. I know me personally, myself, since I do a lot of work with nonprofit organizations and I do public speaking, I'm constantly looking for media outlets, my story, who will come and talk to me. But I can tell you the truth, it can be a little difficult because most of the things that I'm speaking about is positivity in Africa and positivity in Ghana. So it's like they're waiting for like some horror story to come out. And I don't have a horror story. It's all positive. So sometimes even that can be a challenge. So to have someone within the media who says, this is a good story, this is a positive story, let's take this so we can start to more showcase that. I love Prince's idea of the 100 most influential people, the 100 most great people here, because it's like he said, it forces you. And him being in the media, he's chosen his integrity. It forces you to focus on those 100 people who are positive, so that if there's another negative story going on, you don't have to mind this negative story. It forces you to say, oh, I want to pay attention to what he's saying, and you will eventually go look them up. Even with the opportunity right now that Power of Africa Conference is giving us to speak to people about our own stories. With the two of us being here, maybe someone would never know who we were. And with the two of us being here now, someone will go and want to look up, who are these people? They seem to be having a positive impact in Ghana. And so that by itself is changing the narrative of what the media is able to showcase and, you know, hopefully shift the integrity of the business.
Yeah. I think mentioning the aspect of integrity and even breaking the narrative that Africa has all this bad things when we talk about governance and we talk about school and education and media. And sometimes it's heartbreaking for me as a media practitioner, but then like they say, good is always rewarded whenever you do good. There's always a reward. And so sometimes it's just 2 people or 3 people out of 25 in a country that have decided they will air positive news. And I think even as media practitioners, when we see the effects of just airing negative content, probably sometimes we're not in spaces where we see the effects. But I have been part of conversations and seen the effects of negative influence through the media. I mean, currently in our nation, Kenya, there's demonstrations everywhere, and it's not a good time. And when you see that there's anything that the media contributed, it's really heartbreaking. And I think sometimes it's important to look at the effects that this negative content brings, and then it's enough to just change your heart. But like what Prince said, sometimes it's a personal place, it's a personal decision to decide I'm not going to be part of that. And like I say, for me, with I've been in media this is going to be my 13th year, and truly there's always a reward. There's always a reward when you choose to not do the status quo, when you choose to stand alone and you're like, you know what, I'm not going to be a voice that will be used to be a negative influence in the society. And like you said, there's so much to sell about Africa in the media. I love advertising. When they say in advertising, you highlight the benefits of something. The whole aspect of advertising when you're trying to sell is to show this person that this product is good. And so you go and highlight all the benefits of this product. You sell the good things about it. And I think as a media, even in Africa, we have a lot of grounds to do that concerning Africa and sell Africa as this amazing continent that it is, with all these amazing things. Well, I think as we get to just proceed, I want you to just, I don't know if Prince is able to respond to this Seeing that he's not in, so we'll continue, Jazara, as we get to work on Prince, just getting to answer a few questions. So when I think about Africa and fashion, I think there's been a lot of growth. I mean, long gone are the days that you would tell your parents, I want to go to fashion school. In Africa, that's like abomination. What? You want to do fashion? Go to medical school, be a teacher. And I feel there's been a lot of growth today that we have a lot of designers from Africa doing a lot of things, not just in Africa, names that are going beyond the continent. And when we talk about a developed Africa, for you, are there specific things that you'd say, this is an area of growth? I mean, this is not where we are in Africa as far as fashion is concerned. And this is where we are today. Maybe a few of that before we can get to proceed.
I feel like, as I said, I've been a designer for a while, and I lived most of my life in the U.S. So in the U.S., I was, I'm gonna speak from that point, because my real purpose in the U.S. was to get people to understand how beautiful African fashion was in the U.S. with the African Americans that live there. And it was sometimes challenging because from a fashion standpoint, it didn't go past like the dashiki. You know, it was like, okay, we wear the dashiki and that's it. But I'm like, African fashion is so much more than that. I can speak from personal experience that I have learned more from the seamstresses here in Ghana that are so super talented that it's like, once I moved here, I flourished so much more. And it is becoming more acceptable now. Even through my own NGO, I have short classes for younger children in JHS and SHS who have shown such an interest in fashion, so that I'm able to start small classes for them to teach them how to sew. And within that, I teach them culture, because I believe that it is important for us to start with the youth, because most grown people are set in their ways. If we can instill that culture, that African culture, that pride that they should have in it's not just fashion, it is fashion and culture and heritage and history. It's our history. The kente cloth is our history. The way you wrap your head is history. And sometimes, you know, I just tell the children, it really is. Like, I had a woman in the village tell me that when you wrap your head and cover your ears, that means you're sick. So someone can just look at you in the village and say, oh, she's not feeling well. So when I came to her with my head wrap across my ear, she moved it up. She said, are you feeling fine? I said, I'm fine. And she moved it above my ears. She said, if it's down on your ears, that means you're not feeling well. That's culture. That's our culture. So in order to spread that, you have to teach the children as well as the adults, because I can tell an adult that right now and they will have no idea. Even the authentic Ghana fabric that we use, some of them have writings on the bottom. These fabrics have meanings. There's one that I keep, it's called the Ladder of Death. And it basically means the ladder of death will reach everyone. But it's a very common one that you will see around. But I'm sure most people don't even understand exactly the meaning of the fabric they're wearing. So I believe that all of these things, for me, and I know I'm an educator, so it all comes down to education for me often. But it really is about educating ourselves and educating the youth, because as long as we understand, we can show them. And if we can show them, we can show the world. If we can show them, we can show the world, we can show ourselves. So like I said before, I love being a fashion designer, because the more people that I create for, the more designers that I get in touch with to create for and to create for me, we're spreading the narrative that
I think we lost Jazara there. Are you still there, Jazara? Seems like
this fashion is... There we go. Am I back? Fantastic.
We're good. Yes, we're good. We're good. We're good now. Okay. I think we've lost Jazara again. You know, recently I just attended, it was sort of a pre-graduation practice for a college. It was a college that was a specific class that was graduating, and so they were doing some rehearsals. I think Jazara is back. We'll get to you, Jazara. Can you get to hear me? Are you good now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes, we lost you for a minute, but I hope you'll be able to gather your thoughts. I was saying that recently I got to be part of a pre-graduation ceremony. They were rehearsing for the graduation, and they invited me as a media practitioner. They had different departments, and the program was interesting with food and music and all kind of causes, and the college that offers. And one of the things that I enjoyed before, I wasn't able to stay the entire bit, is they had this class, the fashion class, that was showcasing some fashion work. They're still students, and so they were just showing off some fashion work. And it was very interesting because they didn't say anything. They were just showing culture by a fashion show, and it's been long since I attended a fashion show. And one of the things that they did an area, a category for movies and a category for animations and cartoons. And so they would dress like very famous animations that people could tell. And this particular, they were doing different sessions. So they had fashion based on career. They would have an air hostess walk in, a chef, an engineer dressed with all that. And when they came to the movies, they did a lot of very famous movies. But when they just did the Wakanda outfit, the whole hall was like so clapping, because they really got the outfit right. And we know the movie Black Panther really sold the culture for Wakanda. And so it was, I think I was on my phone, and all of a sudden I'm hearing people clap, and I'm like, oh, like Wakanda. And there's this outfit, you know, I'm sure it's a movie that everybody has watched, and they've put this outfit, and it was like rewatching the movie, rewatching it again. But to give that experience is to show the importance of culture, and Africa is really, really big on that in every area, even in the media. I mean, you could tell this is an African TV station. There's just something about the place of culture, and you mentioned that it carries the history, it carries the memories, it's so much in just one thing. Just that one thing carries all those things, and sometimes you don't need to even say much, but just by exposing the culture of Africa, even in fashion. Well, Jazara, I think before we got to have a bit of some technical challenges, you were mentioning, emphasizing on the place of culture when it comes to fashion, and how much the culture industry, the fashion industry has grown, and media has been a big part of it. But I think maybe you could mention some of the challenges and advantages of integrating original culture and that of African American, because from your background and being born in the US, living there and coming back to Africa, just some of the challenges, the advantages of integrating original culture and that of African American diaspora culture into current arts and media projects. Because if we can see that's where we're going, sometimes we just don't stand alone. We see that we will meet other cultures halfway. And I think with your experience and background, maybe you could tell us more about that.
Yeah, moving here, you can't negate the culture that you had before you moved to Ghana. So even if you're using these African fabrics, you still have the ideas of how you would wear them when you were in the States. And certain things that you wear in the States are not as acceptable to wear when you're here in Ghana. So it sometimes can clash. It sometimes doesn't, roll as smoothly as you want it to roll. So it's kind of like you really have to learn how to integrate the African and the African American within the fashion so that you can remain respectable to the Ghana culture. Like, you can't just have all kinds of things hanging out. I have a pin in my dress right here so that my boobs are not hanging out. If I was in the States, the boobs would be out. Nobody would care. But since we are in Ghana, you have to do it differently. So when I'm making things for people, I have to think about different things. So those are some of the challenges, just learning the culture so that I can still be respectful of the culture, but still stay true to my brand and what it is that I want to do. So those two things integrated. I've done it. I've been able to do it very well, and I'm learning more. And it seems like some of the African American culture is pushing a little bit over here, so it's been getting a little easier. But it's still, to me, for myself, I like to stay true to the culture and always be respectful.
And I think the place of interacting with different cultures exposes you to understand cultures in different contexts, because sometimes when you get advantages of traveling and living in different places, nothing can beat an experience. It's one thing when you're told, in this place you cannot do this, and you're like, why are they? And then you get to be in that place and you understand their context, and you're like, oops. And I think it's important. I love quoting the Bible a lot, and this is not from the Bible. People like to say, when you go to Rome, do what the Romans do. But there's a place of just getting to understand the context of the other cultures, and not just being judgmental. Like you said, gone are the days when people will be like, that doesn't happen here. People are really respectful of the different cultures today. And I think we are stealing some. I mean, we definitely are not the Africa that we were. Yeah, there's so much that has changed.
We are evolving. We're evolving.
Yeah, and so much that has changed there. I think maybe I can get to maybe have you share your last remarks as we just call this a close. Maybe anything that you feel you want to finish up with, a thought that you want to share as we close up on this. But thank you so much. You've really you've been so amazing, just getting to share about fashion and getting to understand the context, especially for you who's been in different cultures.
I just want to thank you again for allowing me to participate in the Power African Conference 2023 this year. I really do believe that this is an important subject. The information that we've talked about, to be able to hold on to our traditions and show the real value of African culture worldwide, it's our duty. It's our duty, especially in the media and the arts entertainment field, because we do have a big audience. This is a big audience. Media is everything. Arts and culture is a very large portion of how people live. And you know, being able to be within that portion of people who do have an influence, I think is a blessing. So I just want to continue to use that to push the traditional culture, to use it to show how developed we are here, how we are progressing. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to speak on it. And Tess, I thank you for, being here. And again, I'm just glad that these types of conversations are happening. I'm glad that these types of conversations are happening because they're important.
They are. They surely are. Thank you so much, Azara. It was nice to meet you, and just nice to have you share about your passions and what you do, and getting to hear your experiences. And you owe me. I'm gonna be in Ghana, so you better prepare some good outfit for me. I love dressing up. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I love
when you come to Ghana, you come and find me. I will measure you. As you can see, it's Jazara Fashion Alchemy. I'll have you looking very beautiful, no problem. But you can bring me some of your authentic Kenyan fabric. I'm sure you have something gorgeous over there. So bring me some of your authentic, beautiful Kenyan fabric, and let me make something for you.
We do. You'll definitely love it. Well, I hope that happens soon, but thank you so much for being here today. Well, I think for me, some of the things that I would just finish up with is saying that as a media practitioner, the place of integrity, the place of being authentic, and I know there's so much sometimes fake and trying to put up some things that are not. The media has a lot of pressure. It puts a lot of pressure. I mean, we're living in an era. I was listening to something to some session today, and this person was saying that sometimes the media is like I don't know if I should say that. It's like gambling. You don't know what you're consuming. You don't know. You think you're enjoying, and he was saying it's important sometimes to just take a pause. And as a media practitioner, I could say that we we sometimes contribute a lot to just put out negative content, but as a consumer, you can choose. You can choose not to consume negative content. I mean, there are amazing media houses that are doing great things, and you could choose. You have the choice. You wouldn't just say, oh, you know, the media is a bad place. They're always, no, if you just get even online, and you would get positive, a lot of beautiful things like what Power of Africa Conference is doing, and get to learn and get to enjoy positive news and everything that is great. And so as we get to move around on digital media and meet up in the streets of social media, let's remember that as consumers of media content, we have the power to decide what we're going to take in and what we will not. Well, thank you so much for being part of this conference. It's been amazing being part of the Power of Africa Conference 2023. We were having the session on media, arts, and culture. Remember, this year's theme is The Future is Africa. And our topic today has been shaping the African narrative, propagating the developed Africa paradigm, and celebrating Africa's cultural value. We've had amazing panelists, Jazara, who's a fashion designer, and also getting to have Prince, though we didn't have him all the way. Thank you so much to all our panelists for being here. Well, we'll definitely hope to see you next time. Thank you for being part of this year's conference, and do have a beautiful time in whatever nation that you've been part of and watching this conference from.
It's great to still have you here at the 2023 Power of Africa Conference. Remember, our theme is The Future is Africa. We're so sorry that one of our panelists had to drop off due to internet technical hitches. It comes with the virtual conference, but anyway, we soldier on because we gained some crucial insights from the panelists. And we at the Power of Africa think as a people, Africans need to tell the world about the developed Africa story. Particularly with the democratization of the media space through the internet, we can all be a significant part of shaping that narrative. There were some huge nuggets of wisdom that I personally got from the health panel session, and one thing is clear: Africa must be more proactive in developing her own kind of healthcare system to effectively cater to the health needs of our people. So I would like to hear from you as well. Tell us what you thought about both sessions. You can drop a comment right here on our YouTube page, and let's get the conversation going, because the future is Africa. So at this point, we are actually drawing closer to the end of the first day of the Power of Africa Conference 2023, which is themed The Future is Africa. My name is Lwatile Matlapeng from Botswana, and thank you so much to all of those who have been following us from the very beginning. We will now join our agriculture session of the Day 1 conference. Our panelists will be discussing the topic transformation in farming and ways to improve food production and preservation in Africa. Shall we meet our panelists? See you right after this.
Welcome to Power of Africa Conference 2023. My name is Buna Okute, and I am a wellness consultant from Nigeria. And joining me today, we have amazing guests in our panelists, and then in the agricultural sector, and then we are going to be talking about so many things facing the agricultural sector. So join me as we make welcome our amazing guests today. We have African Farmer, we have Ivo, we have Akoju, and we have Terry. So join me as we welcome them to the panel.
Hello, I'm African Farmer Mogaji from Nigeria. I help youth, agri enthusiasts and entrepreneurs start and scale their businesses very fast. Thank you for having me in Power of Africa.
You're welcome.
Hi, I am Ivo Ari from Cameroon.
I build capacities in agriculture. I am into multidisciplinary research, the SDGs, and other aspects of poverty alleviation. My work actually is also focused on advocacy and education and other aspects. Thanks very much. It's my pleasure to be part and parcel of this team.
You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. It is a pleasure to be on this wonderful panel from Power of Africa. My name is Apogeo. I'm from Mozambique. I'm an agribusiness consultant, and then I normal work into the developing of the private sector initiatives and helping them to engage with the funding linked with some finance institutions like World Bank, Islamic Development Bank. And I'm here really to get these interactions with a different panel. So to really share a bit of our experience from the Mozambique context point of view. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Thierry Maposa. I'm a young farmer in Zimbabwe, based in the rural areas of Zimbabwe in Mondorongezi. I'm a full-time farmer focusing mainly in breeding roadrunner chickens, the improved roadrunner chickens, goat farming and horticulture. And also for value addition, I've opened the first rural restaurant in Zimbabwe where people drive from the urban areas to the rural areas to have a nice time, especially during the weekends, having a nice time with traditional foods and having a rural experience. I'm so excited and honored to be sharing my little knowledge in agriculture from the Zimbabwean context and sharing with my experienced leaders in Africa. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So it's actually very exciting to be here today. And as you already know, agriculture is a very important part of our sector in the economy, because without food, we obviously do not have the energy we have to go about our day-to-day activities. So today we are going to be looking at the topic transformation in agriculture, ways to improve food production and preservation in Africa. That is the topic that we're going to be looking at today. So my first question goes to the panelist, Mr. Mogaji, African farmer. What are the real issues hindering food production and preservation across Africa? You're muted.
Thank you. I believe one of the major issues affecting food production, processing, or food security in general is that we're not focusing on our strengths in Africa. And what do I mean by that? We tend to imitate the rest of the world, the developed world, as against leverage what comes natural to us. So I would say that imitation is limitation. Imitating Europe and US has placed a limitation on the growth that we have. So we don't use our seeds or improved variety or hybrid seeds from Africa. Almost everything is imported. The technologies we use, most of them are imported also. And so until we begin to look inward to focus on our comparative advantage and also from a regional perspective, work together. So we have North, South, East, and West Africa. When we begin to farm regionally and we begin to trade together, we'll stay together. And if I might add one more, it's that Africa has not yet embracing leveraging adversity. What do I mean by that? There's war in Ukraine. Ukraine, it's like the food basket for Europe. And yet, with all these wars going on, Africa has not been able to leverage, and Africa is still looking for food from, a challenging environment. So bottom line is we need to begin to believe in ourselves. We need to leverage what we have, and Africa regionally, we need to trade together. That is a missing link. So a strength in Nigeria that is a weakness like in Kenya, we need to begin to trade together. When we trade together, we stay together and we grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like what you said, actually. We need to begin to look inwards. Thank you very much. So my next question goes to Apoju. What do you think about capital risk, to boost agriculture?
Thanks, Bono, for your question. The capital risk, I think it's very important because if we look in Africa, the affordability of the smallholder farmers or small rural farming enterprises to get access to loan, it's really quite challenging. And we have a lot of organizations promoting a kind of grants or issues to really support agriculture. But in my point of view, there are two things. One is to provide grants to really development contents which are not really necessarily sustainable. But another thing is really to support like cooperatives of farmers who are really willing to operate into a business model and have capital that we can invest in that entity and to ensure they're gonna really be profitable. Yeah, I think for me, if we build a mentality of capital risk to be developed into rural enterprise or cooperative models, these, as African farmer was really mentioned, this will build sustainability so that the initiatives that the Europe or the other countries are willing to help Africa to develop will not be seen as a recurrent donor-driven process. It has to be as a kind of a business-driven model that all these small enterprises in Africa can leverage their capacity to export food to all over the world.
Thank you very much. Now, my next question goes to Terry. So Terry, tell me, from your experience, what kind of transformation would you say is going on in Africa's agricultural sector today? Terry, you're muted.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think what I would say, I'll refer more to what the first speaker said. Before I tackle the question, what I think is lacking in farming generally in Africa is we have jumped the primary stage, which is production. The reason why we're now looking into importing food or getting donations from the first world countries, which leads to manipulation and everything, is because we have turned a blind eye to production in farming. Let's take for an example, in my context in our country, if you look at what we call the A1 farms in Zimbabwe, the old people, our fathers and our grandfathers, have neglected the A1 farms, and now everyone is not doing farming. So what then happens at the end of the day is now the government is now burdened to look into importing food, importing grain from across borders, trying to feed the nation, yet we have neglected production on the ground. So now the transformation that I'm seeing in the context of maybe speaking in Southern Africa, there is a new generation of people that is coming up, myself included, of people who are now trying to take a stand and be included in farming. Let's take for an example, coming from the period from 2010 up to now, we have seen what I call a renaissance. It's more like an enlightenment period where young people in Zimbabwe are now taking a stand in farming. They are now the producers on the ground. You would see people of my generation going into fish farming, people going into poultry, people are now going into tobacco production. People are now taking mushroom farming seriously, beekeeping seriously, and even serious horticulture. People are now coming together and forming societies, networking, and taking farming on a serious stage, because what was lacking is the production side. And also, patriarchy in our societies has taught us that generally farming is for the old people. So whenever you are taken to school, you are now taught to take a white-collar job. So the moment that you can't find a white-collar job, you become a school leaver and you're always home, idle, without employment. So now the transformation that has now happened is people are now saying, let's not take farming as a side hustle. Let's now take farming as a full-time job. Let's be proud of who we are. Let's try to make farming sexy, if I should say, sexy and appealing. Be proud of it and take a stand and be counted as a farmer and take it as a full-time job. Not to say, when I have money, let me buy a farm and try to show my muscle that I have money. But let me go to the farm like myself. Probably I should have said it when I made my introduction. I also hold a degree. When I graduated, I wanted to be also someone who hold a white-collar job in Harare, the capital city. But what I did, I had to go back to the rural areas to take farming as a serious business. And if you check closely at my social media handles, I've traveled around the world preaching the same gospel about farming. I've been invited even to the United Nations, preaching the same gospel about transforming farming and taking it as a serious business, not as a side hustle. And that's the challenge that I also sell to the people, that let's cure the root cause of hunger in Africa, which is the production side. Let's take a stand and become producers. Us, the youth, let's become producers, and I believe that will be the solution in curing hunger in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. You know, I actually love what you said. You know, we shouldn't be tailored to consume and not to produce. And then you also said we should reorientate and change our mindset, you know, regarding agriculture, that is not for the old people. Thank you very much. Now, my next question goes to Ivo. So why is food security a major issue in Africa? Can you please tell us?
Well, there are so many reasons. Thank you very much for the question. There are so many reasons why we should actually focus on food security in Africa. First, we have very high post-harvest losses. We are losing about 40% of all grains that we produce in many circumstances due to poor storage and poor refrigeration or preservation techniques and so many other things. Lack of infrastructure, and we have infrastructural gaps in Africa in terms of like roads, rails, and so on. I mean, annually, Africa needs, according to the African Development Bank, up to about $130 to $170 billion a year for financing. And we already have a financial gap in this sector of about $67.6 to $107.5 billion. So on a real basis, we need infrastructural development, and we need an inversion of thinking to connect cities to rural areas to boost the rural economy, which as of now, much of the literature and the politics has been as though people should actually migrate to cities and they will meet opportunities. That has not been the case because Africa has actually met a very large slum population that does not have access to utilities, and amongst these people are farmers who potentially were supposed to be breadwinners and were supposed to be farming the rural areas. So there's also the issue of stunting. 1 out of 3 infants under 5 in sub-Saharan Africa is stunted, and close to about 30% of the population is malnourished. This has to change. And as the former speaker actually said, we have to focus on production because we have one of the lowest yield per hectare in the world. So what are the techniques we are supposed to be using to actually make sure that we can actually reach the masses despite the challenges that we are facing? Now, there's a reality of our population growth in the continent. The population is growing in most parts of sub-Saharan Africa at the rate of about 2.6% annually. This means that there will be about 500 million youths by mid-century in this part of the continent. They need jobs. And agriculture can be a major aspect of the jobs that we can create for them in 2050. There's also the issue of climate change. Climate change is worsening the situation of food insecurity. There are conflicts. Congo is a major aspect of the conflicts in Africa. It's bordering 9 countries. It means that it is actually the heart of Africa that is actually deprived of a stable farming area. And the rest of the continent is also facing issues. In 2019, there were about 19,600 incidents of armed conflict. This is leading to migrations and movements from farming belts with climate change and so on. So food security is absolutely a major thing, especially as now with the African Continental Free Trade Area, there is possibility of movement of goods and services, and agriculture can be a major aspect to connect the various regions of Africa. So focusing on food security is something that, by my estimation, and I think most of the panelists will agree, is something that we need to put.
Thank you very much. I actually love everything you said. You know, it's important that we focus on food security so that we can prevent the undernourishment in our society. So my next question is to African farmer. Yeah, you know, there have been reports of potential challenges of food scarcity today in Africa and the world at large. You know, so what practical, effective ways do you think stakeholders in the sectors can use to mitigate this in Africa?
Well, thank you. Like I said earlier, comparative advantage. You hear of GMOs all over the world as genetically modified foods. You hear of different types of engineering. I think one thing Africa first needs to understand is, in quotes, what the seemingly backwardness is actually an opportunity. We need to see opportunities in the adversity. The fact that we have not cultivated a chunk of our land make most of our foods healthy and in high demand in the developed countries. So we should, start with what we have. And what do we have? We have rich soils. We have fertile soils. We have healthy soils that produce healthy food. So once we understand that, when we have a mindset that we are at an advantage and not a disadvantage, then we move towards the right direction. 2 is when we look at our culture. Africa is communal. We are all linked together. I can come to your house by just meeting you on this Zoom call, on this call. I can just meet you and come to your house, fly to your country, and we're together. So what I'm saying is that the nature is what you call the cooperative model. The cooperative model is what produces about 70% of the milk consumed in Nigeria, which is from the Netherlands. We need to work with that, ensure that we get farm equipment. Our mechanization should be designed around small equipment and not the large equipment we see in Europe and in US, which are not mostly good for our soils, but model around Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, China, India, who have the same culture with us. So when we use their models, their equipment, and they've been able to go ahead of us, then we will be able to do that. Then also labor. We also need to understand that we do not have to use the yardstick of the global community for Africa. In Africa, I was in a training in the US some years back with USDA, and they were telling us about how people in the US, obesity they say poverty makes you big, and I told them, in Africa, poverty makes you lean. You don't have access to any food. So bottom line is that we need to pay attention. What you call child labor in Europe and US is not child labor in Africa. So we need our youths, our younger ones, to work and teach them dignity of labor. US, Europe has been many years ahead of us, so we should pick what worked for them and model it here. And another thing is our production. Terry mentioned about production, not just production, consistent production and consistency in quality. In Africa, we're not used to producing consistent quality. So we produce this quality today, and the factories cannot use our raw materials. They have to import, because imported has the same quantity and quality. I would say this: Walmart approached someone I knew years back to supply 100 of their stores consistently for a month, supplying fish fillets from catfish. He turned it down from Nigeria because he would not be able to get the quality. We need to work together, and most importantly, financial literacy. Apoju spoke about that. Financial literacy is huge. It's more important than even production, because when we are able to integrate financial literacy, the education, our farmers will be able to, write budgets, pitch, and actually engage to get the funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's actually love all the things you said, because you talked about the GMO, the quality of our food, and then how we should maintain consistency, in the quality of our foods. Thank you very, very much. Now, my next question is to Apoju. Do you have something in mind about registration and the operation of the capital risk?
Yes. In fact, I have already pre-identified the name for it's called Agro Capital, which is really willing to be registered in Mozambique. The only biggest challenge that we have is that the regulation in terms of for the Reserve Bank in Mozambique still not yet give the window of this kind of a capital risk management. And then this is something that I think in terms of advocacy, all these international funding institutions, like I mentioned, World Bank and Islamic Development Bank and other institutions, should really advocate so that the African governments, not necessarily just Mozambique, will create these kind of windows of legislation, like persons like Terry, African Pharma, and Evo, who has a kind of a background management, could really be the ones that could really invest into a specific cooperative in a specific value chain, or either poultry or sesame or any other issues in a more holistic way, and help those cooperatives or small enterprise, rural enterprise, to make profit. Because Africa can only really be independent if we really make profits. And then these profits will really, in terms of social mean, be translated into incomes or dividends for all these kind of enterprise that will really have to employ people that will gain money for that. So I think I'm happy to be in this platform, like Power of Africa, and let's really speak out and raise the voice that the African leaders and presidents will also start seeking for ways to make the Africans more sustainable. And then the Europe and United States, they have really moved from their age system, old age system of agriculture, because they struggled beginning in terms of having these funding opportunities, but later on, United States have really seen that funding all these cooperative models where a lot of communities with the knowledge, people well qualified from Africa, could really sell their best expertise to really generate possibilities to generate our own food, and really also being able, as a rich soils that we have in Africa, produce enough to export to Europe or export to United States. Because today we still, as Terry said, we're really relying on import of cereals from, for instance, this war between Russians and so I think all this situation could really allow us to wake up now as an Africa. Why should we really depend just on import of the wheat and other cereals? Why not to really take the chance to start producing? And then this capital risk management model that could be replicated in each African countries could be the entity that will have funds available to really seek these private sector initial developments and help them to become really farming enterprises like we had in the time, Thierry, in Zimbabwe, correct me if I'm wrong, the transitions that we had. Zimbabwe was always our powerful seal in terms of food basket for Africa. But just because this capital that was on the ends, either from foreign investors or from a local, is no longer there. And because of that, Zimbabwe is really having this biggest challenge. And now they have really, in certain issues, to go around the other countries to go and buy foods to really complement. But Zimbabwe is a very clear model that the capital that was flowing in all these farming enterprise, there was no companies in town. The town were more banks, insurance, and everything. So the economy was really total dedicated to farming. And that's why Zimbabwe was always this. And then I'm quite confident that this capital risk model is something that I would like really to highlight as one of a very powerful tool to allow us to become sustainable. We need really to start having Africa sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we need to really model the right things, and implement them and become tailored to produce and not just to consume. Thank you very much. My next question is to Terry. Are there success stories of effective food production and preservation in Africa? Can you share any of such with us?
Can you take that again? I didn't.
Yeah, I was asking if are there success stories success stories of effective food production and preservation in Africa? Can you share any success stories of food production?
You mean success stories of on food production in Africa?
Yeah, effective food production and preservation, like we producing it and preserving it all by ourselves. The other time some of the speakers mentioned importation and all of that. So do we have success stories of this production and preservation in Africa? Terry, you're muted.
Sorry, I want to try to see if I got the question correctly because my network is giving me some things here.
Oh, okay. I'll just repeat the question. So I was just asking if there are success stories of effective food production and preservation in Africa. Do we have success stories of effective food production and preservation in Africa?
Okay. Success stories on food production and preservation.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. But before I tackle that, I want to highlight what the previous speaker, my brother Apoji, was saying. I think what you mentioned a big point when he said we need to amplify our voices. I think in Africa, what we have is misplaced priorities. These leaders, they concentrate much on consolidating political power, and at the end of the day, the economy shrinks because we are neglecting agriculture. Agriculture forms the basis of any economy, and especially on us, the third world countries. But our leaders, they don't look at that. What they look at is their political side and making sure that they win the next election. But when they see a youth, when they see someone doing good in agriculture, instead of investing in that person or investing in or making a program that drives the youth to get into farming, they don't look at that. They only do that when the elections are approaching, which is something that always be on the negative side on the economies of Africa. And I think my brother there raised a very powerful point. And you said success stories on production and preserving food in Africa. Let me give an example in answering that. I have a friend in Zimbabwe who was doing quite well in horticulture. So what he was doing was he would do his cabbages, spinach and everything, the carrots, and package them and start selling them and delivering them himself. But what then happened is that these laws in our countries and also what you get on the market, the economy doesn't allow you to keep producing in your country. What he then later did, he then moved to neighboring countries to replicate the same model that he was doing in our country. Then he started doing it in another country. Why? Because he couldn't sustain the laws in the country, and everything that you get in the country was not conducive enough for a producer to keep producing. Why? Let me give you an example. The other time I was doing broiler chickens. You sell them in our country, you sell them at $5 United States each, $5 USD each. You sell them at the market. You sell them probably at a restaurant. That restaurant makes, from my calculations, they make 120% profit from your hard labor. That means the producer is not getting anything out of this. The $5, that means per bed, probably I'm getting 15 to 20% profit per each bed, which means it's to the detriment of the producer. The producer is getting less from his hard labor. So, success stories of production in Africa, yes, is there, but I can only speak in the context of our country. The person who is doing in Zimbabwe, who is doing 100 hectares of maize, if you get on the market how much he is getting per 1 ton, that person in Zimbabwe on black market probably is getting 250 USD per ton. And if you look at the months that he has gone through to produce that 1 ton, it's not enough to sustain his family and also to buy the inputs for the next farming season. So stories, we might have them, but there are a very few success stories of producers in our country. That's why you see, it's either we have a successful farmer in Africa moving to another country to replicate the same model that he has tried in Africa, or we have a farmer in Africa who is exporting his produces overseas, because we are not appreciating our producers enough. So what they do, they will then resort to sell their produces across borders, because the laws in our countries and the amount of money that we get out of the hard labor, it doesn't sustain you to move on to the next farming season enough. So on the preservation side, we are not even looking at that, because we are not yet fully appreciating the producer. It's either, you look at what we call brain drain. Brain drain doesn't only apply to the doctors, the engineers, and everyone who is going abroad. Even the producers in the farming sectors, they are moving abroad because they get enough appreciation of the hard labor that they're doing on the ground. In Zimbabwe, we have people who are exporting blueberries to Dubai. We have people who are exporting goat meat to Dubai. Let me give you an example. I produce roadrunner meat in Zimbabwe. But if you come to Zimbabwe right now, you will not see any roadrunner meat in the shelves of any supermarket in Zimbabwe. I will bet on that. There is no roadrunner meat on the market, but there is roadrunner meat being exported abroad. Why? Because we are not getting enough
for the hard labor that we're putting on the ground. So success stories, they might be there, but if you go to that farmer and speak to them confidently, they will tell you that what they are getting out of their hard labor is not enough. So success stories, they are there, but that farmer deep inside, they are burning because we are not appreciating our farmers. I don't know if I answered the question correctly.
I'm sorry, let me just jump in. There's a success story in Ghana, Blue Skies, purely owned by Ghanaian. They grow pineapples, mangoes, and if you go to United Kingdom, the diced, ready-to-eat pineapples and mango that you will buy in all the big super mall is produced in Ghana, processed in Ghana, and shipped on a daily basis. And so there's preservation, natural preservation, and so bottom line is, and we have so many of them, but they think long term. And the farmers are happy. I've been there in Ghana a couple of times. The farmers are happy because they improve their capacity, they earn more money than others, and the company also set up is a win-win scenario. So Blue Skies in Ghana is a model that we all need to look into. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. I think what we also need to be doing now, you as experts, I think also you need to be teaching our farmers across Africa to put value addition on the products. Because now there's a farmer who is producing mangoes in Zimbabwe. You just sell them just like that on the market, or pack them in a truck and start selling them on the black market. They are not even looking at putting value addition on the products. And that's something that we have highlighted. And I was discussing with another farmer who was telling me about how they are putting value addition on the tomatoes. They are drying tomatoes and they are making tomato juice out of that and exporting that. But there are a few producers who are looking into that. That's why when I first introduced myself, I had to build a rural restaurant and try to use my influence in trying to bring people from the urban areas. So when I produce my roadrunner meat, I cook my roadrunner meat and people will eat that. Now you see people, a lot of them, even ministers in government, they drive to the rural areas to come and eat that. Because I don't want to sell my produce as raw materials. If I can put an extra dollar on it, and which is something that I know is lacking, especially on the southern side of Africa. There are a few people who are putting value addition on their products. And thanks so much, my brother, for that. You have highlighted a big point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Terry, for your contribution. Okay, with that, we've actually come to, I would actually like to have your final words, so that we can actually wrap up this session. So I think we should start with Apogyu. Can you just give us your final words? If Apogyu is not there, maybe Terry, you should give us your final words.
Firstly, I would like to say thank you so much for the invite. I deeply feel so honored to be part of this rich platform. And to my African brothers, thank you so much for making an input and positive impact to our farming industry in Africa. And I really hope one day we will meet and I'll share more ideas. And I'm really open to meet you guys and learn more from you as agricultural experts. And let's continue preaching the word and changing the narrative about our continent. We are the only people who can speak positive about our continent and try to shape it in a positive way and continue building Africa and being producers in agriculture and shaping our economies. My LinkedIn handle is Terima Posa. Let's connect and let's cross-pollinate and change ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry. African Farmer, can you just give us some final words?
Yes, thank you for inviting me. I would say that Africa will not be food secure if Africa is not adding value to the produce. Pasta noodles is not native to Africa, but we've adopted it. So we need to add value to our food and export. We need to begin to feed. When foreigners come to Africa, they should be, our governments and private sector should be offering them local food. And the processing must be small and mid-scale. When we begin to add value, we produce quality, we produce consistency. And I would like to say to everybody in Africa, Europe and United States want our produce. So we need to give them. The war in Ukraine is Africa's turn to support and reciprocate for the feeding that Europe has done to Africa over the years. So now we need to support Europe because Europe is in a crisis of food. And the more we focus on Europe, feeding Europe, we will be self-sustained and food secure because we'll be producing more than enough. Our silos won't be empty. We'll have a well-fed and nutritious population in Africa. Thank you so much. I look forward to next year.
Thank you very much. Apoju, you're welcome back. If you can hear me, can you please give us your final words? Apoju, are you there? Okay, we are actually wrapping up this session, this agricultural panel section, and you've heard from our amazing panelists, on the things that we need to do to ensure that we are producing, we are focusing more on organic foods rather than genetically modified foods. We should improve financial literacy. We should ensure that our youths are reorientated, we should change their mindset so that agriculture becomes a thing of pride to them, and just like they have said, we should focus more on production and we should model the right things, that we see in the Western world in Africa. So thank you so very much for coming. Thank you very much. So with that, we've actually come to the end of this panel session. Thank you.
Indeed, Africa's future is as guaranteed as our ability to remain sustainable. Hence, our ability to boost food production and preservation capacity to feed our population and export to other continents is critical to our continent's sustainability. Thank you so much to our panelists for the great insights. I am sure some of your conference participants in the diaspora should have been seeing various opportunities for investment through the insights shared by our speakers. The future can only be Africa if we also invest in Africa and create solutions to some of the problems that have hindered the continent's exponential development. We will now wrap up today's conference activities with the business and finance panel session of the day. You most definitely would want to be part of this, particularly if you're in the entrepreneurship space. On the business and finance session, our panelists will be sharing insights on how to access legitimate funding opportunities for African businesses. This you must enjoy. Let's go there.
Hi everyone, welcome to Power of Africa 2023. Charlene Nafula is my name. I'm the CEO and founder of Crystal River Products, mainly known for its manufacturing. We are based here in Nairobi, Kenya. I'll be your moderator for today for the business and finance section. With me, I have amazing guests from across Africa who will be talking to us more on how to access legitimate funding opportunities for African businesses. First up, we have Odilia.
Hello, everyone, and welcome from Ghana. I have been in the media space for the past 21 years, but I currently run the Oxford Africa Women Leadership Institute, which is a business organization for women-led
Odelia is a bit frozen. We'll have her introduce herself later. Next up, we have Ambassador Maribel.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow speakers and esteemed participants, it is with great pleasure and profound sense of purpose that I'm here today as a speaker at the Power of Africa Conference 2023. My name is Ambassador Maribel Omolo from Kenya. I am honored to be here as the Vice President of Africa Young Entrepreneurs Federation, Unitarian, keynote speaker, and an experienced entrepreneur. My passion lies in helping organizations understand the vital importance of mental health and work-life balance within the organization. Thank you.
Amazing things you're doing there. We can't wait to hear more from you. Up next, we have Lara. It seems Lara is shortly disconnected. First up, we have Odelia. Tell us, you have a network of women in over 32 different countries. What do you think are the best ways of accessing legitimate funding opportunities for businesses in Africa? Lara is here. We're glad to have you on board. Lara, please introduce yourself so that you can dive on to our topic for today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lara Manokefo. I'm a Nigerian. I'm based in South Africa. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Diaspora Consulting and the founder of B2B Startup. I'm happy to be here.
We are happy to have you here. First up, for Ambassador Maribel, would like to know, what do you think are the best strategies for accessing funding opportunities for businesses in Africa?
Sorry?
What are the best? Oh, sorry, network issues. In your view, working with young entrepreneurs across Africa, what would you say are the best strategies for African businesses to access funding here in Africa? Can you hear me?
Thank you for that amazing question. Businesses require careful. I can hear you. Am I audible enough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So accessing legitimate funding opportunities for Africa businesses requires careful planning and research. And today I'll be so glad to identify ways we can do that. Number one, I would say identify funding sources. Majority of us are not able to identify some of the funding sources, but you have to start by researching and identifying various funding sources specifically tailored for the African businesses. This can include government grants, development finance institutions, impact investors, venture capital firms, and angel investors. Another way is also crowdfunding platforms, and not forgetting the international organizations. I would say focusing on development in Africa. Number two, I can say network and seek guidance. A lot of us complain and say you're an introvert. I am one of them in that space of saying I'm an introvert. I don't like networking. But you know, networking and seeking guidance is one of the most important aspect of even finding funding opportunities, whereby you engage with your local business organization, industry networkers, and even entrepreneurial communities. You can attend conferences, seminars, and experts who can provide guidance on funding opportunities. Networking also can lead to potential partnership or introduction to the investors. We always say some of the people who are doing the introductions, we call them the door openers. Now we can also say prepare a compelling pitch. This is one of the avenues, which is one of the best. When you craft a persuasive, or rather, yes, a persuasive pitch that highlights the unique value proposition of your business and its growth potential and how it can impact the organization, you can clearly articulate how the funding will be utilized. You see how the funding can be utilized and the expected returns on the investment, that is ROE for the funder. Because if funds supposed to fund the organization, we need to see what investments is it going to engage with the local financial institution. You can explore more options with local banks and financial institutions that offer loans or lines of credit tailored for small and medium enterprises. Those are the SMEs. And one of the things I normally advise people, let this be the last option. Never start a business with a loan, because you will continue servicing the loan. And that means the growth of the business will be very minimal. So I always say, let that be the last option. I can also say, build a strong business plan. So once you build a strong business plan, this will increase your chances of securing funding. Develop a comprehensive business plan that clearly outlines business model, your marketing analysis. This is one part that people forget the most, the marketing analysis, your financial projection. Don't overdo the project strategy. Your growth demonstrates your commitment, your vision, and your commitment and your visions to a potential investor. Okay. And lastly, I would like to say, even seek technical assistance. There are some of the organization, like one we had started, which is under World Leader Summit. We had formed this organization that seeks to assist the African businesses, how to come up with their pitch, how to improve the operations, financial management, and even the governance structure. The programs can enhance a business for funding and increase the business overall competitiveness. But one of the problems we have as African businesses is we don't want to seek technical assistance. We feel that if we bring an external individual to assist us, they might see the projections of our finances and probably want to have a hand in it or steal our business idea. But before you get to this process, you need to understand and analyze what kind of a person or organization are you bringing on board, because seeking technical assistance is the most important aspect of accessing legitimate funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Just before we get on to Lara, I'd like to know, do you have sources of trustworthy places or sites, maybe online or offline, where people can actually get the right information? Because in this day and age, you never know who's trying to scam who.
That is very true. I normally say one of the best way I've been able to even help other people, I tell them to go online during you've seen that these programs that are going on, the Shark Tanks, and also we had started one, the Lion in Our Minds Father, and we'll be able to even understand some of the organization, and even about to go to your government SME, the Ministry of SMEs, they're able to connect us to some of this legitimate funding. One of the things most of the SMEs in Kenya have suffered the most is they go online, Google. You see, Google works both for the positive and the negative. They Google, they see this organization that offers very lucrative funds, which is not even genuine, and they end up losing their businesses. A lot of African countries have lost their businesses like that. So I would say go to your government, the Ministry of SMEs, funders or other donors.
Thank you so much for your insights. They're amazing. We are sorry we have lost Odilia, but due to network issues. Lara, right on to you. I'd like you to let us know about the right approach in finding the right funding for our businesses. What is the right approach to make sure we actually get financing?
Thanks for that, Jillian. I would say the very first approach, as Ambassador Mabin Mary Bean mentioned, is to first ensure that you have your business plan. You have your financial projections as well, because that would also help you to be able to know what exactly it is that you're looking for. And you'll be able to find the right investor, or perhaps maybe someone that can actually also join you, because we do have some actually looking for co-founders as well. Say, for instance, you're a founder, you're looking for a co-founder. In this process, you can also find someone that is willing to actually join force with you to be able to actually do take it through. So the very first approach when you're looking for funding is to actually do your research. She actually mentioned that as well. So you need to get a proper research done. This will be based on the industry. We have different sectors, so it depends on your industry. You need to make sure that you're actually researching within the industry. Say, for instance, if you're from the EdTech, or if it's maybe agri-tech, for instance, you need to be able to know which investors actually fund such sectors, so that you don't go and take, for instance, someone that is in the tech sector looking for an investor who funds the agri sector. So it's something like that. So you have to be sure of your sector. That's the very first step. And then you can approach these investors. And I always say to startup founders as well that the very first thing they need to also do is to make sure that they have they fund the business on their own as well. It doesn't matter how much you put in, even if it's just $10, it's something. Because when you meet an investor, they also want to know what contributions you have put into that business. It shows how passionate you are about what you're about to set up. So it also gives you like a kind of headway as well. So one is bootstrapping, which is you putting in your own fund, some money from whatever it is, or from family and friends. It's a good indicator that you're putting in your own finances into it before you actually seek an investor to assist you on whatever venture you actually going into. Then the other thing, you can also look into the angel investor. She also mentioned angel investor. So you can look out for the good one. There are so many avenues where you can get some information. The information is very available online on social media. You will notice that you can also find some by just searching. For those that are on social media, for instance, LinkedIn is a very good professional platform where you can actually just type in, just typing in some names, actually, you can actually just pull up some like companies, investors around the sector that you're looking for instance. So, and of course, it pulls up the record, and then you can actually work with that and just interacting and networking, like you said, attending workshops, seminars, conferences, most especially the ones around your sector that you're actually in. Whatever the sector that you're in is what you should be going to. When you go to conferences like that, you'll be able to network with other like-minded people within the same industry. So, and then the other thing will be venture capitalists. So some of them require equity. So it all depends on what you negotiate with them based on whatever it is that you're looking for. And then the other advice is, of course, you can get a loan. Like Mary said something like that as well. I wouldn't advise getting a loan, especially when you're just starting out. It would be good if you already have something that you can fall back on. Should you decide to go for the loan, but that shouldn't be the very first step. It should be like the last thing on your mind as a startup founder, to ensure that you're not getting yourself into something that you're not eventually be able to finish. You can start something and not be able to finish it. So it's always better not to get yourself hooked up on loans and whatever it is. So the other suggestion will be like seeking government. We have some governments actually support the small medium enterprises. So those that support small businesses, we can approach them and find out how they've been, depending on the country that you have as well. Some countries have a very stabilized and stable, when it comes to, it's very stabilized when it comes to funding. So you just need to approach some of the governments and then find out how they have been involved in funding some of these businesses, some ventures, whether small or big, medium, small or medium sized enterprises. So I believe with this, you will be able to make a great headway, and you'll be able to have established venture at the end of the day.
Thank you so much, Lara. We're talking all about funding and businesses, but you get to a point where you realize, so sometimes we're in these conferences, this is both to Maribel and Lara, when this conference we get so that to ensure that we're actually investor ready, because it's one thing to network and get the VC, the CEO of a particular VC on board to get to like your idea, but how do we make sure, how do we follow up with that conversation in terms of communication, in terms of our books being ready, what do we need to have ready, and eventually closing the deal?
I think we mentioned that as well. Your financial projections, which will always be on your pitch deck. You should have your pitch deck, not too much, maybe between 2 to 3 minutes. It's not, because some investors, they don't have the time, and they get to look into so many, there are so many people approaching them as well. So you want to make sure that you only have 2 to 3 minutes of your pitch deck ready, so that they can look into that. You should have like a kind of hard copy of your business plan and some other, like your financial projections. One thing is you cannot put all of that on your pitch deck, because your pitch deck shouldn't be more than 2 to 3 minutes. Something that they can just sit down, and you just need to make sure you put in the effort from the first, from your intro to the 2 to 3 minutes that you're going. Make sure you have like the vital information that will help them to be able to decide and make a decision right there and then that they think they know what you're doing, and it will be nice for them to invest in it. And most of the things they also look at the financial projections as well. What is your financial projections? What is your business model? Those are the things they look at. Once they see the model, of course they decide that you know what you're doing, or it seems that your financial projections is actually right, then they take that decision. So it's always very good to make sure you have that ready on hand. Your pitch deck, your financial projections should be on the pitch deck, but you can also have like the ad copy on hand, just in case if they require more information. Because sometimes when they find out that they're interested in your venture and they would like to invest, they do require for more information. So always make sure that you have that on hand as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights, Lara. Maribel, do you have anything to add?
No, actually, she has said it all.
Yes, and on top of that, I'd like to also mention that we need to have our books of accounts ready. It depends. So when it comes to investing, we have people who invest in our ideas, and also people who invest in traction. For those who will invest in ideas, having the pitch deck ready is definitely a must. But for those who want traction, it's important for us to have our books of accounts ready, for us to have our records, for us to have our customer list, our production list, to have everything written down. Eventually, before we get to signing the deal, we usually have a contract. Make sure you go through that contract very, very critically. Use a lawyer if need be, so that in the event of a fallout, everyone is very well taken care of. before you sign that offer letter and before funds are transferred. Remember, this is a process that can take us sometimes a week, sometimes a day, sometimes 2 years. Funding is a slow and steady process as long as we are consistent at it, and as long as you had mentioned on having strong business plans. Is there a site, a portal? Is there any online, any credible sources where we can actually get all this information? And Ambassador or Lara, do you have any sites offhand? And we even talked of government institutions. Sometimes we realize that government is so wide, they won't go looking for individual entrepreneurs. Sometimes we have Chamber of Commerce, we have Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. Do you have that in your countries? Maybe you can share a little bit more and how people can affiliate themselves with these associations and organizations so that they're able to access opportunities.
To answer that, apparently you and I, Charlene, come from the same country. So I'll say for us in Kenya, we have different associations for the SMEs. Like you've mentioned, the Chamber of Commerce. We've also come up with the African, it's actually called the Africa and African SMEs Association of Kenya, whereby when you join such forum, you are able to either learn or get someone who's able to assist to help even come up with a business proposal. Your proposal writing, because critical part of your business, whereby for you can join different associations that will be able to help you grow. Even you can participate in different acceleration programs. Some of these accelerated programs, they even offer loans, or not, sorry, they don't offer loans, they offer funding for businesses. You go through their own programs. So I can tell guys to be on the lookout for accelerated programs, join the associations, go for the networking activities. More so, those networking activities or opportunities, they're very important. Thank you.
Lara, might you have anything to add before we get into the next question?
Okay, I think she said it all. Like she mentioned, we also have here Chambers of Commerce. So, and we have various incubators and accelerators, like you mentioned. So you just need to be on the lookout and find out the one that is beneficial to you. Like I said, some actually fund, some maybe they're basically just when it comes to agri-tech, some it could be ed-tech. So you just need to find out which one is it that actually suits your venture, and they can approach them. So you attend their conferences, their sessions. Some of the sessions are not, when you sign up, some of them you actually need to pay. Some are free, some are not. So you just need to find out which ones are free. There's a company that offers startup boot camp, like the startup boot camp. So you can also see that there are a number of them online that you can actually look up for. And you also mentioned something about the business plan. If you go, even just Googling, when you type in business plan, you'll get a number of templates that you can actually use. It's just for you to have an idea of what to do, so that you can actually just, once you download it, you can now input your own details of whatever it is that you want to do. So there's usually a guideline. You just put the templates and then make it into yours. Most of them are free, some are paid for. So you can actually just make use of the free templates online that you can use. And once you attend some of these accelerator programs or incubator programs, they also make available to you, how you need to go about the actual step-by-step of what you need to do, what you need to have on your project. They guide you, like a kind of guidance, they have guidelines of what you need to do. So yeah.
Thank you so much for your insights. So I'd like to mention briefly that funding is not just in the form of from equity partners. For those of us in Africa, you need to remember that you can get financing from so many opportunities. First off, think of your family and friends. We all have some rich aunts or rich uncles somewhere who can be able to see our vision and finance it. Apart from family and friends, we have equity financing, of which Ambassador and Laura have clearly dealt with the topic. We also have debt financing. As you grow in your business, banks will start approaching you for debt financing. But it is very critical to note that debt financing should not be used when you're starting a business. It should be used when you already have a sustainable business model, when it has traction, when it has sales, and when you can prove to yourself that you'll be able to pay this loan with no strain at all. We also have grants. We have a lot of grants that are always being advertised on all online platforms. Sometimes you can get grants through government-related associations and organizations. We have NGOs, we have parastatals. Grant is where you're given money for the sake of doing good and doing whatever it is you want to do with no interest and no payment plan at all. We have a lot of grants available for Africa and especially for social entrepreneurship. Be on the lookout. Google as much as you can and as much as possible. I'd like to have one last question for our panelists before we wrap up our amazing session. I'm hoping we are all learning today, and I'm hoping after this session, we'll all start actively seeking for legitimate funding opportunities for ourselves. And apart from seeking the legitimate funding opportunities, let us make sure our documentation is right. Let us make sure our processes are right. Let us make sure we have records. Let us make sure we are in line with our governments, because there's a time when let's say when people are doing due diligence in our companies, they'll have to make sure our taxes are in order. They'll have to make sure we pay city council. They'll have to make sure we pay the relevant bodies. These are some of the small things that sometimes make us as African entrepreneurs miss out on the bigger picture. Sometimes someone is so interested in you, but when they come to your books, we have not been doing our audited accounts at the end of the year. We have not been keeping our records. We have not been recording the right data. We have not been using the right marketing strategies to get our businesses to the next level. But a key thing I've noticed is that sometimes it seems like accessing funding opportunities for Africans is a bit harder than our brothers and sisters in the western part of the world. Care to share on this and how moving forward we as a continent can try and mitigate this? The floor is open, either Ambassador Maribel or Lara. How will we be able as Africans to create the right ecosystem for us to get the right funding opportunities for ourselves? In the western part of the world, someone will come up with a crazy idea. As long as it has a proven record, they're able to raise pre-seed funding of up to $1 million. Why isn't that in Africa? And what can we do about it? And just your thoughts and your general ideas on the same. Ambassador? Ambassador is frozen. Lara, do you care to share your input on the same?
Sorry, I'd like to. Could you please repeat your question? I also had a bit of intermittent connection there.
We realize that. Yes, I can hear you, my dear. So in the western part of the world, accessing funding seems to be easier than for African countries and African entrepreneurs. What can we do for our ecosystem for us to be able to access the right funding opportunities, to even create an ecosystem where it's not so hard to get money for us to grow our businesses and our ideas?
Okay. I think it starts by saying that I think it's because we're so used to having the westernized world actually come to our rescue. But I think things are changing a bit because if you notice now that we do have angel investors now, like African-based angel investors, venture capitalists. Because before now, we used to have people from overseas, they come from all over, coming to save Africa. But things are beginning to change. And we've noticed that we have some people that are actually coming up now to make sure that we build our own ecosystem, because we are the ones that understand ourselves best than people that are coming from other parts of the world. Because we are Africans and as Africans assisting Africans, it's much better than when we have people come. I'm not saying that they cannot help, but then because we understand, because we're born and bred in Africa, so we understand the factors that affect us in Africa. For instance, if you notice, like I can give an example of the load shedding. They wouldn't understand that. That's load shedding that happened in South Africa, and it's still happening as we speak. Has affected a lot of businesses. I can say that there are a number of businesses that closed down just because of load shedding. So, and we don't even know how many more are going to be closing down because of that. So, if you say that to someone from, say, the UK, they might not necessarily understand what that means because they have never experienced any form of shutdown. When it comes to, they have 24/7 electricity, even the network. Let's talk about the network. The network system as well in Africa is not as good as what we have in the Western world. So these are the things that will get us an ecosystem to actually bring up and then develop something that works for every one of us, because we understand ourselves better than anyone from any other part of the world. So it's kind of difficult, like you said. I understand that. But if you notice, we have the most of the people that are actually even getting funded, they're from Africa. So don't be surprised because of the uniqueness. The talents that we have is in Africa. Most of these talents are actually in Africa, and all of this, most of these investors from foreign investors, they're coming into Africa because they know that we've got the talents here and we have what it takes to actually take our ventures to the next level. Despite all the things that we have, things that are not working in Africa, with all of that is actually making us stronger. So, but I'd like to say we need to build an ecosystem that will work for everyone. And I think some people are stepping up. If you notice, some companies are already stepping up and they're doing that. Within Africa, now we have angel investors funding other African, which is a good thing. So I just hope that many more people will rise up to the task, and then we can make Africa our continent, can put our continent on the globe as well. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. I believe we have a lot of power as Africans. Ambassador, just before you left, we were talking briefly on how we can build the right ecosystem for African entrepreneurs to access funding. Because in the Western part of the world, someone can come up with a crazy idea, or sometimes even a copycat idea, but because it has a proven track record, it is easy for them to raise pre-seed funding, even not just seed, but pre-seed funding of up to $1 million plus. What can we do as Africans, for African entrepreneurs, to create this right ecosystem for us to get the money we need to scale our businesses?
Thank you for that question. And you'll permit me to answer that question in a different way. The other day, we actually asked the same question. What is the major problem? But here's the major problem. We Africans are our own enemies, because we have people who are very much capable of investing in the African startups. But number one, we have trust issues. We feel like if I invest in this African product or in this African business, will I be able to get my ROE back? So you get literally what majority of the billionaires and even millionaires do. They don't even invest in their own country or even store money within Africa, but they do it in the Western world. And you get majority of even guys who are in the Silicon Valley participating and even investing in the African businesses. Majority of them, or a percentage of them, are even Africans, but they're not capable of doing it directly. Number 2, government regulations. You get majority of the government regulations does not give us an opportunity to even invest in our own countries. So one thing I would like to say, in as much as we have the negative aspect, the positive aspect is that we have development finance institutions, the DFIs, established by some of the governments in multilateral, and some of the governments and the multilateral organizations and even the regional entities. These institutions, I can quote one like the African Development Bank, the AFB, yes, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, and even the European Investment Bank, which are dedicated in supporting economic development by providing the targeted funding programs for programs and opportunities for the African businesses. And AFDB Bank has done a great and massive funding for African businesses, even here in Kenya. And I can also say, now, let me just say it as lastly, we need to have confidence within ourselves. We lack confidence as African startups or African entrepreneurs in the prototypes we are coming up with. We are not able to pitch them or stand up for our own startups. And one of the ways that the Western countries are beating us is the confidence. And that's why you even remember, Charlene, you said that they can even do a copycat or just come up with something that is not even viable or doable, and they will still get funding. Why? Because they have that confidence and the zeal that this business is going to work, even though they know it will not work, but they still have that confidence that it will work, and they proceed to get the funding. But for us, we don't have the self-awareness or self-confidence. We have the inferiority complex that I cannot stand up to pitch for myself. So number 1, I would want us to build our confidence. Number 2, associate yourself with the AFDB bank and even other multilateral organizations that offer such funding, because when we start showing them we are well capable, it will change the narrative within the African aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ambassador. I'd also like to mention that sometimes I believe as Africans we are very unaware of the levels of funding as to which we are able to get onto ISO listing. By the time you get a venture capitalist or an angel investor on board, your funding is supposed to go through rounds of funding. So basically we start with pre-seed round of funding. After like a year or 2 or 6 months, whichever agreed period, you'll do seed round of funding. After seed round of funding, we'll have Series A, Series B, Series C, and eventually that is how you get listed on the ISO. For those of us who want to be the next Jack Ma's or Jeff Bezos of tomorrow, if we want to list our products and our services, if we want to list our companies on a global scale, that is the process that actually, that is the process of funding that we have to undergo to. So what basically happens is that after pre-seed round of funding, people come in, they put money in your business, it grows. Then they buy their stake out and have others buy into the shares. It grows gradually till you get to a point where our businesses, depending on whether you like it or not, you can have your business remain a private company forever. You can have this listed with a stock exchange. That is how people become multi-billionaires, because there you have the access to a lot of money from everyone trading in your business. I'm so glad to have all of you on board today. We have learned so much. I hope our audience has learned a lot on matters debt, equity, and grant financing, as well as getting money from our family and our friends in order to grow and scale our businesses. I hope that we are all going to put into practice what we have learned. For whatever we have not learned, feel free to contact Power of Africa. I'm sure they'll be happy to relay any additional information to help us get into the spaces we might want to get. Before we close off, I'd like to open the floor to Ambassador and Lara. You can tell us anything and everything in case we have not mentioned, or any parting shot, any remark.
In my conclusion, I would like to say by carefully planning, researching and persevering, African businesses can access legitimate funding opportunities. Let us embrace the journey ahead of us, fueled by passion, and that is one part I forgot to say. Passion. Building a startup, building a business, it all starts with passion and resilience. That is always the most important thing, and understanding your why, knowing your why, and looking at the vision where you want to be. So never forget, let it be fueled by passion and resilience to unlock the resources needed for any growth or positive impact in our community, in our country, and even Africa as a large. I always say, when you come up with a business, don't just look at transforming your own community, but look at transforming the whole world. We have the ability. So together we can shape a prosperous future for the African entrepreneurship. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you for being on board. Lara?
In conclusion, I'd like to just advise startups generally, and not just for those that have already started out. I'd like to advise that actually have the idea, because there are times that people don't necessarily know that what the idea that actually just came to their mind would actually be the next, say, Microsoft that we're waiting for. It could be the next Tesla that we're waiting for in Africa. So I just want to advise everyone out there, especially those of us in Africa, not to just neglect any idea, especially if it's a solution, because we need solutions. There's so many problems in Africa. So make best of every opportunity that comes to you. Any form of idea that comes to you that this will be a solution to the current problem that we have in Africa. Don't take it lightly. Make the step. If you don't know how to go about it, just reach out to someone out there, reach out to companies or individuals or friends, speak to someone about it. That could be the next shift that we need in Africa. Don't let go of any idea that comes to you. Don't let go of such ideas, and be passionate. Ambassador Mary mentioned that as well. You need to be passionate, because without passion, you can never achieve nothing. So you have to be passionate with what you do. And of course with prayer, because I'm a kind of I'm an ambassador when it comes to prayer. It's good to pray, because you can have the mind to do something, but without prayer, whatever it is that you believe in, but you need to make sure that you actually seek the face of God as well, and make sure that you do what is right, and you do that on time. An illustration of what happened recently, I remember when, even before the AI craze that we have now, I had the idea about 2 years back. And I was actually in the process of actually incorporating that into my business before, and all of a sudden when ChatGPT and then everything came out. So the idea came about 2 years ago, but I did not incorporate it at the time. I already have an established business, but I was looking to use artificial intelligence, because then I did a course in machine learning, so I had a little background. So another thing is, I'd like to also advise, because I didn't have the background at first, so I had to go and learn. There are places you can Coursera and Udemy, because people say, oh, but it's kind of expensive. Not everything is expensive. Find out where you can get some free courses. There are so many opportunities online. Coursera, Udemy, edX, there are so many of them out there. Just find out the one that will be beneficial to you and go and get that course. If you need to go back to school and study. we need more inventions. We need more innovations. We need more entrepreneurs. We need as many as possible. There are so many problems in Africa, and we need more people coming up so that we can build this ecosystem together as one. And if you have to go and learn it, please go and learn it. Don't say it's expensive. There are so many opportunities out there. We have scholarships now. People are getting scholarships. There's so many fellowships out there. Find out the one that will be beneficial to you. So I think I'd like to end it with that. But I really look forward to having more startup founders join the ecosystem in Africa so that we can all build this together. Thank you so much for having me. Have a good day.
Oh, thank you so much, Lara, for your amazing insights. All in all, I'd like to urge all of us as Africans, especially for those who have a little bit made it, let us look back and help those behind us. We are the richest continent in the world. I believe we have the richest resources in terms of minerals. We are very rich. If only we could have an ecosystem that supports other African entrepreneurs, that supports African ideas. Let us take those big risks with our young and starting and sometimes even old entrepreneurs. It has been an amazing panel. Thank you so much, Ambassador Marybeth Omolo, for your time. Thank you so much, Larry Onafeko, for your time. And most importantly, we thank the Power of Africa 2023 for having us. Until next time, let's build Africa. Thank you.
Wow. What an amazing way to wrap up day one of the Power of Africa Conference 2023. Thank you to our expert panelists and speakers who have shared intriguing insights from their knowledge base. And let's not forget our amazing entertainers for the day, K Proxy and DJ Spesh. You made the day a thrill. And yes, of course, let's not forget our fireside personality of the day, Mr. Odayon Agalu. Thank you, sir. And to you, viewer at home, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us today. Please do remember the Power of Africa virtual conference is a 2-day conference. We'll be continuing tomorrow. If you think today is well, then wait till you see what we have lined up for tomorrow. This time we'll be featuring new panel sessions, another fireside chat, and entertainment tongues, as we'll have more thought leaders and professionals speaking to issues across the tourism and travel, trade, business, finance, agriculture, and energy sectors. Thank you once again for your time, and catch you all here tomorrow. My name is Lwatile Matlapeng, and I am here in Botswana. Remember, the future is Africa.